Hello, everybody. How are you doing this fine Wednesday? If you did just get here from the BJ Investigates compilation, hello, welcome. Someone said they're making pot roast. So yeah, let me just calm down or whatever, because I don't know why every time I go live, I get this rush, like this rushed feeling. Not rush like a good feeling. I mean, I feel rushed. I feel rushed. I feel like I have to hurry up. And I'm trying to consciously not do that, right? I want my edited videos to be edited and, somewhat to the point. And I want to not feel rushed on these live streams. Okay. So yeah, I know y'all are going to say something about my hair. I think it's finally getting time to I don't know, get a trim or something. It's just my hair's been not doing what it needs to do. Oh my God. I have half the office in there, girl. Okay. Yes. Okay. So a minute and 29 seconds. And let me show y'all what we're going to be looking at today to some extent. Now, this is not the only web. I have probably a dozen webs or so at this point, but we're going to be looking at one of the webs. I don't know how much of it. Oh my God, South Korea. Yes. I had a friend who lived there. Shout out South Korea in the chat. Thank you, Betty Jane. Love you, mean it. Love you, mean it. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Wild Mood Swings. It's a funny name. That's a funny name for that advice, girl, but yes, true. What's in here? Thank you, Ronnie, for the $2 super chat. Okay, let me pull this web up. This one we're going to be looking at. Okay. So this is the A web. This isn't the web. I want to start probably somewhere around here. Thank you, Kiernan. Let's see. Oh, that's nice, Diamond Rainbow. So, thanks so much, Pure Beauty. Oh my God, thank you. Oh, that's so sweet. Love you, Gary. The web is huge now, and I know, and I don't want to call it the web, right? Because there's a whole entire P Diddy, there's a whole side plot going on and everything like that. Okay. Now, where do I want to start here? I don't really even know. This is just going to be kind of like a live investigation of sorts. I guess I'll start with what made me the map expanded, exactly. Yeah, Dr. Drew's in there. Yeah, yeah, he is. Thank you, Kim, for the $1.99 super chat. Now, it does say this down in the description. I think the description, but maybe it's the little scrolly bar thing right here. But I will tell y'all, this is just a freaking exactly what it appears to be. It's just a collage web that I made. So things might have an arrow going between it. That's just any connection point at all, including, a message from the mothership. So don't take this as some type of oh, it's making a definitive statement here. It's just like the title says, a live investigation looking into some things. We're probably going to listen to a few things. We're probably going to listen to a podcast episode that Lima was on with this guy right here, Buzz Mingen. Sometimes they be pronouncing it Mingen, but look, let me zoom in here just to give y'all a little bit of an idea. But this is also a fundraiser, a live little mini fundraiser that we're doing today. I do know at least one mod is going to be out for a couple of weeks on a well-deserved vacation. So thank you. Shout out to the mods who are in the chat. This is going to be a little miniature fundraiser, a mini fundraiser. I'm calling it a mini fundraiser because the last one was almost 8 hours long. So I don't have that. It's already, noon. Okay. I've already been awake for, I don't know, 7 hours or something. Okay. So I'm not going to be going for 8 hours today. I don't know. Maybe it's going to be 2, maybe it's going to be 8. I mean, really, who knows? But I just don't want to feel encumbered. I don't want to feel encumbered. I want to feel unencumbered, Whew. Anyway, okay. So, we're going to be maybe listening to something by this guy right here. Okay. So, I guess this all started. I guess we can just kind of jump right in just to give y'all a little bit of an idea where we're starting and what's the point or whatever. So, somebody, one of y'all, I don't know if you're in the chat right now, I don't know if you can see this, but one of y'all pointed out that this sweatshirt, this make sure your friends are okay, hoodie was quote Tana Mojo Mongeau, I don't know how to say her name, merch. So one of y'all told me that this make sure your friends are okay is Tana merch. That's quote. That's what was told to me. I don't have that comment. I need to maybe try and find it. Probably won't be able to be honest. Yes. So for the purposes, thank you to the mods. For the purposes of the legal fund, okay, if you want to make sure and be 100% certain that the money that you're donating to the legal fund goes directly to my lawyer's wire or whatever, donate to the GoFundMe. Okay. I have a separate bank account set up for the GoFundMe legal fund. Okay. This is a fundraiser. If you want to send me a Cash App, I mean, you can, but I might spend that on Uber Eats or something. Okay. So if you want the money that you donate to me to for sure, 100% certain, go to the legal bills, you should donate to the GoFundMe. That is the official legal fund. Okay. I don't want to be doing a bait and switch or nothing. Yes, I have a PayPal. Yes, I have a Venmo. Whatever else, Square, Cat. What's the one? That shut us down last time? Cash App. I have all that stuff. Okay. And I do pay a substantial amount of my legal bills. Or a substantial amount of my money that I make, I do give it to legal bills. But if I'm getting a Cash App, it's not 100% chance. Like like I said, I might be spending that on something else. I might got another bill I got to pay. Like, if you want to for sure make sure that the money, I've said this many times, I'm just reiterating because I've called this a fundraiser. Thank you, Diamond Rainbow. Yeah, full transparency. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not a secret. I've said this many times. I mean, it's many times I've said it, but yes, if you want to make sure, okay, I want to give you $10 and I want $10 minus GoFundMe's percent, 1% or whatever. I want $10 minus $9.99 to go to the law firm, then you should donate to the legal fund. I do spend a lot of my own money that I do get from that stuff on legal fund as well. Obviously, spending a lot of my own money here on it. But a lot of people have said, I don't care. I'll give you money because I want you to go buy a coffee, or, here's the marriage fund or whatever. And I don't have a marriage fund. I'm just giving an example of like people saying stuff. Okay. Same thing goes for this donations here on, YouTube. I don't know how much. I think I get like 65% of that. So I think YouTube takes like 35%. I really don't know. Maybe it's 30%. Maybe it's less. I really don't know. I haven't looked into it. But whatever I get from that, it just goes into like my YouTube like paycheck. There's really no way that I'm like, I mean, I guess there's some way, but I'm not separating out like, oh, this goes to legal fund, this goes to what? No, like, I mean, I get my YouTube money and then I pay my bills accordingly. If you want the money to go for definitely certain to the legal bills, the legal law firm bills, and you want to know and sleep down at night and know that went straight to bills for the legal fund, donate to the GoFundMe. I can guarantee you and assure you it is going straight there because I set a bank account up. Okay. This is how you'll know. I set a bank account up at a totally different bank, at an institution I had never had a bank account at before. Okay. I set the bank account up for the legal fund. The only money ever that's ever gone into that bank account has been for the legal fund. And the only money that has ever left out of the bank account has gone to my lawyer's office. And that is how it will remain. I do not even know where the debit card is for that bank account. It's just a holding fund for GoFundMe legal fund. And so that's how I keep it clean. I keep it straight. And I had to tell y'all, I think every time I do a fundraiser, to my memory, every time I do a fundraiser, I've said this. Now, if you just want to donate to the cause, to the me, to the whatever, go ahead. You can donate here. You can whatever you wanted. You don't have to donate anything. I understand times is tough and getting tougher out here. Is there a goal for the mini GoFundMe today? I mean, a mini fundraiser today. Thank you so much, New Life Plan, in early for the $9.99 super chat. I wouldn't say there's necessarily a goal today, but let me pull the fundraiser up. There is a goal by the end of the year. I want to hit the 50,000. I want to finish this fundraiser goal by the end of the year, like during December or whatever, right? So, or I mean, today would be nice too, girl, but let me pull it up. Let's see what we're at right now. I like to start, and this time I'm writing it down. Because last time I was like, oh, where were we at? And I forgot. I'm writing it down right now. Okay, here we are, right here. It's at 40,551. Let me write that down. 40,551. Okay. 40,551. So by like the time the clock strikes 12 Eastern on December 31st or whatever, January 1st, whatever, I want it to be at 50,000. Okay, that's my goal. So however much little, progress we can make in these little mini fundraisers, great. I do understand a lot of y'all just donated. Please do not overextend. I do appreciate everyone who's already donated. That's why I don't really want to put a lot of pressure today. It'll be like a fun live investigation. I have another 5 weeks or so, 6, to try and get the next $9,500. So let's go, but thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. New Life Plan. We have some other ones. Cuba and the GHB Connect. Okay, let me write that down to look into. I did have some help on this web. Ethan from YouTube helped me on this web. We kind of collaborated. So some of the stuff on here is y'all are going to hear me say I don't know, I'm going to have to ask Ethan. He's helping me out with this one. Imagine being on a web with me, girl. Oh my God. The stress, the turmoil. Okay. So Cuba is that. So if stuff's on the web, I have a pretty good idea of everything on there, but you'll see, I'm sure it'll come up. But I wrote that down too to look into, Nikki. Thank you for that super chat. Lil Mango 69. Love your channel so much. Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you, Lil Mango, for the $10 super chat. And I appreciate your kind words. Thank you, Kim, for the $1.99 super chat. And I did yes, already addressed, but yes, that's Dr. Drew in there. Got a Dr. Phil on there too. And y'all might get to see me actually in action putting some of the little P&Gs on there. Somebody emailed me earlier and they were asking for YouTube production tips, what stuff I use and how I do the little pictures, editing specifically they were asking about. And it's I would love to make that type of video, but I have made 1 or 2 and they kind of I want to make stuff people gonna find helpful if it's gonna be a helpful video like that. You know what I mean? Otherwise it's informational and stuff, but kind of flopped. Kind of didn't seem like y'all really cared that much. But if there's some type of renewed interest in that type of video, I would like to make that type of video, but it does kind of feel for what if y'all don't really want to see it. But they were asking me how do I put my little pictures on things and stuff. And it's I love talking about that kind of stuff. Maybe I can make, I don't know. Maybe y'all can suggest. I just honestly, I cannot start another channel. I think I have 6 or something. I mean, no more channels, please. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Am I going to the Audi hearing Friday? I do have it written in my book here. Yeah, I have it right there. Audi, 2 big court dates on Friday. Beautiful Messy Ball and everybody else. There's 2 big court dates on this coming Friday, November 15th, if you got your notebooks out. And thank you also for the $1.99 super chat. We got the Jonathan Audi court plea. He's the one who went into the Trump Tower and was it Florida, wherever it was, and he said that he was Diddy's S slave and all that. Remember him? Well, I went to his last court hearing on Zoom, and so did Beautiful Messy Ball, and so did a few others. And it was weird. Y'all can go watch the video on that. But the next court hearing on that is on this coming Friday, November 15th. And we also have the next court hearing on, not the next court hearing, but it is the file by deadline date for Diddy, for the government to respond to Diddy's motion for a bond. So you know how Diddy asked for bail or whatever, has to get out of jail, and the judges were like no, and the appeals judge was like no, and the appeals judge was like no, and the appeals judge was like maybe go back down to the lower court and figure your crap out or whatever. Well, Diddy has now again filed for bail or whatever, bond again, and it's a similar package. I made a video on that too. Y'all can go watch that. But so Diddy has proposed a new bail package, right? And now the government has until this Friday to respond to it. So we're going to be getting some type of filing from the government if they don't miss the deadline by Friday. And also the Jonathan Oddie court hearing. Now, what is the court hearing? I mean, it's been kicking the can down the road for, a very long time at this point in the Oddie hearing. Last time we went, I don't want to get too in the weeds on it because like I said, I made a whole video about it, but I have it written down, Beautiful Messy Ball, and I do think I would like to try and go. I mean, barring unforeseen circumstances, I have it written down. Ronnie, so excited for this. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I think I already said that, but I just wanted to make sure I got to you. What is this? Nikkei? Nikkei? Nikwa? I don't know. I don't know how to say that. Thank you for the 99 cents super sticker. Ronnie said, can we get an update? Last California court hearing. Thank you for the $5 super chat. We will get an update on the court hearing eventually, sometime soon. I need to confirm. I need to confirm some things first. Thank you for that $5 super chat. And yes, as soon as I can, I will be giving an update. That's okay, Isabel. Welcome. I know some of y'all are getting in here from the BJ Investigates clip compilation premiere that we just all came from just about 15 minutes ago, 17, 18 minutes ago. Thank you for that $2 super chat. And JC became a member. Welcome to members. YouTube offered me a bonus to make members only content, and I'm feeling like maybe I should do it. So I have to think of some ideas of videos that it's not going to make me feel guilty for having members only. I'll think about it. I'm thinking about it. Hashtag transparency. Jane Doe has spoken out. Her name is Adria English. Ma'am, I need to know which Jane Doe. We got about 50-11 Jane Does. I mean, just on the Busby lawsuits alone, I started a spreadsheet. It's very incomplete. Let me see. Jane Doe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got 8 Jane Does on my Excel spreadsheet I'm looking at right now. Right this second. Universal Fairy. What a cute name. I feel like that sometimes. Thank you for the $20 super sticker. Thanks so much. Love from Norway. I'm going to tell you, Saksa. I never did my 23andMe, but my little sister did. And we got so much Norwegian. So maybe we're cousins or something. I mean, I said we. My sister got so much Norwegian. Like I said, I never did it. But I mean, I just assumed we got the same mom and the same dad. So I don't know. How do those things work? Are they real? Does that even work? Thank you for the 25. Girl, what is that? Knock. Thank you so much for that. And shout out to Norway in the chat. We got, who else did we have in the chat? We had Australia, we got South Korea, and we got, I think we had maybe Canada and Irish. We had Irish, Australia, South Korea, Norway in the last, I don't know, maybe it was in the BJ Investigates. I really don't remember. And thank you for that $10 super sticker. Universal Fairy, Pinehelm Holler, member idea. Inside peek into the studio renovation. Oh my God, what a good idea, because it is a hot mess in there. Woo, woo. Okay, I am not Okay, let me say this in a way that's not self-deprecating because obviously nothing's wrong with me, but I will say, there's a big area of opportunity for me. Um, painting walls. There's a big area of opportunity for me there. We'll just say that. But that's actually a great idea. Thank you for the $2 super sticker as well. And Universal Fairy, thank you again so much for that $2 super sticker. Okay, but who which one? Okay, Adria English. Adria English. Who's that? That sounds familiar. Was she in Who's Adria English? Oh my god, Sarah, this is funny. See, this is what I was asking. My brother did Ancestry and it came back like 54% Irish and like 14% Italian, and we were having an identity crisis spiral. Then a month or 2 later, they sent an email saying it was wrong. Oh my god, please. That is stressful. Thank you, Universal Fairy, for the $5 super sticker. Again, you glitching? Greetings from Germany. Let me see, how would I say that? Hallo. Hallo nach Deutschland. Hallo nach Deutschland. Hallo aus Deutschland. Hallo. Does anybody else have a problem where you start learning a language and then you forget the other language? Like when I'm speaking German now, I almost say Punjabi words. It's very wires crossed up in there. It's like conservatorship or jail hours. Like I was about to say like, "Hello, mera Name nope, that's not it. Geek glitch. Okay. Anyway, love from Scotland too. Yes, shout out to the Scottish cousins. I know y'all are my cousins because y'all have the unicorn and it's like just so obvious. Thank you for that £4.99 super chat, Natalia. Pokey Tori, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Thank you so much for that. Hello, UK. Yes, yes. Shout out to UK in the chat. Poland. Do I know any Polish words? I was in Poland. I was near Mount Śnieżka, January 2023. And this is how I'm connecting with y'all. I'm telling you little stories about what I know. I was in Poland. It's like the Poland, Germany border. There's like a mountain monster myth, like a big old man that lives in the mountains. Up there, and that's where I did the like jumped into the cold water. It was freezing. That was crazy. Nothing can scare me anymore after I did that, y'all. Pulling in the chat. Will you work in law again? Private investigator. I mean, probably not. Like I don't like to like close off. Oh, thank you also for the $2 super chat. I don't like to close off, things. Like I really, like to keep an open mind about my life and the direction of it. But I mean, I don't really foresee it happening that I go back into law, but that could mean a lot of things, right? I mean, like, I guess I could be a consultant at some point, which I think isn't my goal, but I could see, people do that when they are tired of working and they want to retire or whatever and just get a little couple clients consulting. I guess I could be working in law, but like, if you're asking, like, am I trying to go take a bar exam and represent a client and have somebody be my boss? Hell no. No, I don't think I'm ever going to try and do that again. But again, who knows? Anything can happen. Thanks so much for that $2 super chat. Private investigator, probably not. I don't like private, like stuff. Like I like to do public investigations. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, private investigator for what? Like if somebody, needed help or something, maybe. But like, I don't think so. It doesn't feel like the way I want to earn my money personally. But again, I keep open mind about everything. I reserve the right to change my mind. Okay. Thank you, Steph, for the $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you so much for that. And we got Suzanne. Thank you so much. Member idea: how to investigate effectively to help. Okay, let me write some of these down. Thank you for these ideas. How to investigate effectively. Just like generally like, I don't know if I would do that exact topic, but like kind of a version of that. Thank you so much too for the 4.99 super chat. And Shauna Ray King, thanks so much for that 3.99 Canadian super chat. I appreciate that. Adria was live yesterday. Oh, Amira, no, I have not. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Amira said, have you heard about Nicole Kidman's father, Anthony Kidman? He was found unalive once discovered to be part of a bleep file trafficking ring. Okay, let me write this one down. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. This is true? This is like true news or Anthony Kidman? This is crazy. Because didn't Jay-Z and Beyonce's like bodyguard or something just die too from low bar pneumonia or something? Thank you for the $5 super chat. I would vote for BJ to run for public office. Please no. I mean, if y'all can vote for who you want, and if an amount of people voted for me, I guess I'd have to do it. But look at how they act and stuff, like, they wouldn't let me do what I do every day here. Like I wouldn't even have the freedom that I have today. But at the same time, if the people really, really, really resoundingly wanted it, I would do it. But like, I appreciate your confidence. I appreciate your vote of confidence. And thank you for the $5 super chat. I just don't want, like the feds to get any ideas. Like, I'm not trying to plan any like world domination girl. Like, I don't want to be any public office. Like, it's safe. Okay. Now, I might expose people they trying to put in there, but again, I reserve the right to change my mind on all this stuff too. Just for the record. But I don't. There was a time I wanted to be president. Like when I started law school, we had this like "Hello, my name is" sticker type thing, and we had to write on that "Hello, my name is," and then like an "I will be" or like an "I am" or like what I'm gonna do or something like that. And it's like 2017, so I was like 26 years old. It wasn't that long ago. It was 7 years ago, and I wrote on there, BJ Corville, President of the United States. So there was a time that I did have an interest in it because I really believed it was something that I don't any longer believe it is. I don't believe that you actually probably have as much autonomy and freedom as I once believed. And I'm talking about president, so there's different public office. I understand that's not what you meant. You meant any public office and anything's possible, but like at the high level, like executive or like at the high federal level, like I just feel like it would just be, they have the system set up so good, so no little like lone rangers can really like do anything. It's like a whole big machine. Like I'm not trying to like run over there and be a cog over there, Have I watched Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut? Gabriella, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Yeah, I have. I have seen that. I saw it actually not too long ago. I think it was in the past, like maybe year and a half, maybe 2 year to 2 years. I think I saw it. Apparently there's like an extended cut version somewhere that's disappeared, but I don't know if that's true or if that's rumors. Thank you for the 4.99 super chat. Like investigate people at school embezzling money. What you mean? Like at a school. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, would I want to be a lawyer to investigate people embezzling money at a school? I mean, the thing is, like, I can't really say what I would be interested in because generally, like, I get a message from the mothership, like, I get a little like buzz, and it's like, oh, okay, I got to follow that until the next thing. And I like genuinely, truly, I would say 80% of the time, I do not know what I'm going to do when I sit down at my desk every day. I channel it from the Lord and it just comes out. So I could see a universe. I could certainly see a hypothetical potentiality where I am aligned with the channeling of investigating embezzling money at a school. No plans to do so in the immediate future. Thank you for the $2 super chat. New life plan. I'm a consultant, done working for the man. We could be public adjusters using open sources and data, open source data to protect the people from Oh, sorry, from lowball payouts from insurance carriers. Okay, I see what you mean. Okay, okay, public adjuster using open sources and data to protect the people from lowball payouts from insurance carriers. Okay, well, there you go. And thank you for the 9.99 super chat. Yeah, I mean, it's like I just honestly, I don't think that I was made to have a boss. I mean, I did it though. I earned my stripes. I did my boss thing. You know, I had boss for a long time. I'm not really drawn to it at this point right now. Because it really has a lot to do with the fact that I like really played their game. You know what I mean? Like I learned their rules, I played by their rules, I played their game by their rules, on their turf, on their terms. And by there, I mean like the 9 to 5, like corporate, like, you know, world. I did everything I was supposed to do. I exceeded at everything I was supposed to do. And still, it was like I was being controlled, truly. And it's like, they let me learn what my First Amendment rights were way too recently. I just learned what those rights were. Like, right? I just had this big epiphany about what my rights were. And then like not even a year later, not even a year after I freaking passed the bar, we have Lou Taylor trying to get my work to control. No. Thank you for the €5 super chat, Nettie Daisy. I'd love to see a video showing what equipment you use and how you edit your videos. Okay, so we got to vote for that. Okay, all right, cool. Thank you. And thank you for the €5. Have you seen Avicii's video for A Better Day? I'm surprised not many people have talked about it. No, Natalia, I've not. I've not seen it. Thank you for that super chat. Natalie, she has a whole video about why she stopped law. I do. Studied all those years to get a law degree. Why did you leave law? Isn't that the question? I mean, I think I did just kind of answer it with what I was talking about, but it wasn't what I thought. It wasn't what I was told. It wasn't what I signed up for. And I, at probably a much earlier point chronologically in my legal career than most, had to confront my own I had to have the courage of my convictions, right? Like I had to put my money where my mouth was. I had to put my faith in myself. I had to take a bet on myself, I had to gamble on myself, venturing into the unknown and into the uncertain, whenever really I had a pretty comfortable path laid out for me. And I think everybody reaches this point. I think everybody reaches that point in their career, and sometimes it's decades later. I remember somebody talking to me about how she had represented like a tobacco company, Philip Morris. And she was like, you know, I had a hard time with it because I knew that they were responsible for lying and giving people cancer and this and that. And she's like, so there was parts of it that I was just not able to represent them on because I just knew that I couldn't represent them on that fact. But she was like, you know, trying to have a moment, a heart to heart with me about how she understood where I was coming from. And her way out of the fork in the road was that she turned her back on herself and she chose money. She chose her professional career over what her moral compass said. And I appreciated her sharing that story with me, but that isn't who I wanted to be. And that isn't who I am. So, I did. I study. I mean, I have many videos about this, Natalie, but I can briefly touch on it here again. I studied for a long time. Really, I mean, I was like a perpetual student. I was one of those people that like sunk my teeth into academia. And even though I went to not very high performing schools and stuff, I took it very seriously. I wanted to get the best grades that I could. I wanted to get the best grades in the class. I wanted to get the best grades in the state. I didn't really bother with like my financial condition, right? I was just like, I don't care. Like these rich kids are stupider than me in some cases, and sometimes they're way smarter, right? Like I came up against worthy opponents along the way, you know, at the different little speech competitions and all of that. But I was really a student. I loved it. I loved learning. I loved like being in proximity to like those buildings and the libraries and the books, and like I just loved it. I was like a nerdy nerd, right? Like and I have a very high IQ. So it was easy in some ways for me. Some ways very hard. Some ways very hard because I think the way that they instruct is not probably the best for me. I do have learning disabilities, etc. So yeah, I did. I studied. I worked. I sacrificed. I mean, truly blood, sweat, and tears. Truly blood, sweat, and tears. Malnutrition. I mean, I went to the hospital many times during final exams weeks because I was just malnourished, dehydrated, passing out, fainting. I would literally put my own health and body on the line to get the law degree. And so nobody knows more than me what it meant to give it up. And still yet, it actually was pretty easy. It was so obvious. That's what made it easy. It was like, okay, I've seen enough like Disney Channel original movies to know I'm not going to become that adult. Thank you, beautiful, messy ball for the $1.99. I am. And do you know that religion that Prem, my fiance's, was like born into and like his family practices and stuff? Sikhi or Sikhism. Seek means like student or learn or like something like that too, like learning or learner. Seeky. I think it means student or like one who learns, type of thing. And so it's not surprising that resonates. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Okay. The owner is the owner of what? No. Hold on. Life with K. Hold on. Let me. No, ma'am. Nobody took my degree. Nobody took actually anything from me. I still have my degree. Nobody took my degree. Nobody took my degree. I earned that thing fair and square, and no one can ever take it from me. What I voluntarily gave up, no one had made any claims on it. No one had reported me. No, if anybody had made claims or had reported me, I would not have been able to resign until it was resolved. Okay. So because I'm being, stalked by a gang of harassers, they've done everything, right? They've reached out to my friends. They've reached out to my closest relatives and loved ones. They have shown up to my house banging on the door at all hours of the day and night. They have doxed me. They have posted my home address publicly. They have done things that are beyond the scope and the realm of human decency, right? They have attempted to have me arrested for fraud because I started a GoFundMe account. So these people are lunatics and completely deranged, unhinged, and they do not behave as though you would expect a normal human to behave, right? So in my mind, it really was only a matter of time before one of these lunatics tried to set me up. And now, I mean, it's now I'm right because you can see how they have tried to set me up in the case, for example, of the declarations, right? There was these two people who filed declarations against me saying under penalty of perjury that I had directed them to stalk and harass another person, right? That was not true. It was not true. It was false. Those were false claims. And in fact, so false. One of the people who said that I directed her to stalk this person, this Lima, who's on the web, one of the claimants, I actually reached out to that person privately and publicly and said, do not go over there to that building. Do not do that. When I contacted that person, she was like, oh, I already did it. She filed a declaration in court against me saying I told her to stalk somebody. So, I mean, when you see people out here doing stuff like that, how difficult is it to imagine that they would have called and reported my law license? They would have. And so I didn't give them the opportunity because the truth is the law license, like I said in the video that I made about it and many videos since, the law license is actually an anchor, a burden. I don't want anything in my life. I don't want anything in my life that I'm scared to lose. Take it. Take it. Take it. Can't take it with me when I go anyway, right? So I'm not about to walk around scared somebody's taking shit from you. Take it. Take it. Take it. So I didn't lose anything. I didn't lose anything. I took away the opportunity for other insane lunatics to try to take something from me. But so far, I've only gained. Oops. I mean, I lost some money. We got to do legal fund down, link down below. Okay, Craig, thank you for the 999 super chat. Oh man. We must be synced to the same mothership, Craig. Okay, so Craig says, hey, kind of random, but have you ever looked into the hazing incidents on college campuses? I was at Penn State when Timothy Piazza happened, and I want to know why schools tolerate this. Oh my God. Okay, so the reason I'm laughing at this, Craig, thank you for the 999 super chat, is because I was not in a, what's it called? Sorority. I was not in a sorority. But I had some friends. I went to LSU. So another big, like, I would say like on the same level of fraternity life as Penn State, probably. I mean, I don't know. Haven't run the numbers. I'm not an expert, but I would assume that there's like a big Greek life culture over there at Penn State and also at LSU where I went for undergrad. And I was not in a sorority. And it's not like I was the first person in my family to go to college. So nobody around me in my family was like in this stuff. But I had some friends who were. It's kind of hard to not encounter it. It's kind of hard not to encounter it. I'm in the group projects with the sorority girls or whatever. And it was like, oh my God, for some reason they did not know what to wear to present in. It was like, y'all are supposed to know. Okay. But whatever. They were doing their best. It was 2008. Who cares? But during my freshman year, they did the like, what's it called? Hell week or whatever, Haze week, whatever they do. The first like week of school, and everyone's wearing their little jumper and their little, what's it called? Tank top and with the Greek life and all that on it. And I remember being like, what is going on? Like everybody's in the club and I'm not in it. Like, what is this going on? And so it kind of intrigued me. And then like, I wanted to know because obviously it felt kind of like they all know something I don't. So I'm trying to like, even learn about it. I didn't really know what any of it was. And so I'm like, so what? It's just what is it? Like, and people would try to explain it to me. And so what is a fraternity? What is a sorority? You're just paying to do social events? Like, it's a social club. No, it's not that, they would say. And I'm like, well, I just don't want to, I don't feel like I want to pay for my friends though. I didn't understand and it was an option for me anyway, right? But the more I would ask about it, the more this idea of like hazing would come up. And it was like before there was like all these huge hazing events. Maybe a couple happened while I was there, but it was like kind of hush hush, the hazing. It was just, but like when you would talk to the people who were in the fraternities, they'd be like, oh yeah, but ours doesn't do it. And I'm like, okay, no one's fraternity does it. No one's sorority does it. But there's all these other people talking about, like, they would point the fingers to the other ones, be like, oh, I was at the such and such house and such did such and such on a pizza and everybody had to eat the pizza. And there's all these horror stories. And they're like, oh, well, so that's nothing. They made so-and-so sit on the dryer and circled all her fat or whatever. And it's like, they have all these like urban legends, but then nobody's sorority and nobody's fraternity is actually hazing. It like didn't add up to me. And I'm gonna tell you, Craig, it's not random at all, because I think I spent like, I don't know, maybe like 2 years on and off, like trying to get into the, like, why do they do that stuff? Why? I don't know. The long answer, the short answer, I don't know. Somebody needs to tell me. It's like something about psychology. It's got to be. It's like the Stanford prison experiments. Like you give somebody a little bit of power and they abuse it. Why do the schools let it go on? I mean, a easy answer could be they probably get a lot of money from them. Probably get a lot of donations from them. They probably like, I don't know, renovate buildings on campus or something. I mean, I don't know. And then of course there's like other theories, right? Like there's like secret societies and it's like pay to play. And that's what that you have to get in, like, cause I remember when I went to, so at LSU, the hazing urban legends are like debaucherous, like SUL or have to do with fluids or whatever. It's an urban legends. I never saw any of this. Okay. And I wasn't in a sorority even. But when I got to Penn, Their hazing is like the urban legends are very different. Like the urban legend hazings over there are not like so and so did such and such on a pizza and then you had to eat the pizza. No, no, no. Over there, it's like you have to smash a Rolex. I remember crying when I found out about this. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true. I wasn't there. But there's apparently this fraternity that one of their hazings at Penn, where I went to the law school, right? So this would have probably been like, the undergrad. Like you don't, it's not like the law school is its own secret society over there. But to get into some fraternity, you got to bring a Rolex with the receipt and you got to put it on the sacred tree stump or something. And I don't know why they do that. Don't tell me, Mr. Dolly. I don't want to know what y'all doing over there. Thank you for your service and provide, but no, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Keep it to yourself. Thank you for doing all that over there so that I don't have to live in a world where they doing that. You know what I mean? Like, no. It's like, the memes where it's like his hands look like this, so her hand can look like this, and it's like his hands all and her hands all like ting. I would like to stay over there and not do the hazing rituals. Thank you. Y'all can have your crusty hands. Yeah, full respect. Full respect. Full respect. Thanks so much for that. But I want to know what y'all doing over there with all of that. That's I'm too sensitive. Thank you, Pinch. Pinch, oh Alfie. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. I am still a perpetual student learner, and thank you for that $1.99 super chat. Rob Kardashian appearing in the web, missing from Dream's birthday last weekend. Is that true? New life plan. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Let's looking at somebody else's comments. Actually, I don't have a physical manifestation of him on the web, but I have Chris and Kim right next to each other, and like in my mind that represents like the Kardashian cluster. But yeah, I mean, yeah, actually. Thank you for the $9.99 again super chat. And Nikkei, react to Adria English with us. Where is she? Where did she go? She's where to react to what? I do know actually know of somebody very famous that's in this, and I only know it because let me see, how do I not give too much away? Somebody that ran for president, not somebody who ran for the last two. Okay, so I'll say not two of the major one, not Kamala or Donald, although maybe they are in it, I don't know. But I found out like before this person ever ran for president that they were in the Skull and Bones. And then I started finding out like all the different theories and stuff about it. And I'm like, oh my God. BJ, you can still practice if the client wants you, right? You don't technically have to have a license. No, this is not the accurate interpretation here. You cannot practice law. Especially you cannot represent a client if you are not in their little club. Okay. They need you to be in the bar club. Okay. You cannot represent a client. No, I cannot represent a client in any capacity. I cannot give any legal advice. No, I cannot. So how can the people in jail represent each other? It's a great question. I didn't know that was going on over there. What I do know is, and what I plan to do if I ever have to go to jail for any reason, I already have my jail plan. Okay. And, spread the word. I'm not going to start no problems with anybody, and I'm gonna be friends with everybody, and I'm gonna make sure everybody can do what they need to do. I know a little bit about the law. I did go to law school, and I'm happy to help you. I'm not trying to barter for protection or whatever, but if you come for me, I will never help you with the law. Okay. That, if you come for me, I will never help you with the law. That's my prison plan. And if you are especially nice to me, then I might be inclined to be nice to you, but I still cannot represent you. That would be my prison proposition. I'm already planning like for my conditions when I'm having to have my like letter from Birmingham jail moment, because they, that's the thing, y'all. I don't get attached to stuff. I don't get attached to my freedom. I don't get attached to my life. I'm going to fight for what's right. I'm going to have the courage of my convictions until the good Lord sees fit that I am somewhere else. Okay. That's what I'm going to do. I don't think they are representing each other technically. I mean, unless there's something I don't know. I think they're just helping each other out because they learn. And then When it comes to the filing of the actual court filings, I think that is usually pro se litigants. So it's people that are, you can represent yourself. You can represent yourself, but you cannot represent someone else without being a like licensed attorney. Yeah, no, listen, we could go all day about this one. I mean, whew, the law is so double standard. Like the law is so double standard. It's like you could do this day, but you can't do it that. It's confusing, and it's one of the reasons I wanted to learn the law. Um, this is so funny and inspiring. Somewhere in time said represented myself two cases on merits. So on the merits, meaning not just like little, side issues, like on the subject of the matter at hand. Two cases, represented yourself, receipts in principle, not knowing law. Now I'm a pro, #winning. Well, good for you and congratulations on that. That is truly the American dream right there. YNLB channel Adria English. Okay, let me look that up. Let me check the fundraiser. Did we get anything in there? Okay, yes, slay, $100. Okay, thank you. Let's see. So this is what we got on the fundraiser. We've been live for 51 minutes. So I'll count this one, Camille. So we got 25, 25, 20, so $105 so far on the legal fund. And then plus we have been obviously getting a few in the live chat. No pressure. This is a little laid back mini fundraiser, but if you are so inclined. Okay, and thank you to am I saying it right? Nike? I keep wanting to say Nike, but it isn't Nika. Let me okay, Lionel B. Who's that? Is he gonna copyright me? Oh my gosh, I have my own live stream popping up. Meta. Kamala Harris spent 6 figures building replica of Call Her Daddy set. Okay, well, I mean, it's her money. She can do what she wants with it, honestly. Lionel B. So who's Adria English? She's perhaps Jane Doe. I came across her though recently.
It's never been enough to be a video.
Oh, I've heard of this person. Oh, this is a very familiar sounding voice. Hold on. Okay. Is it, well, it was a live you were saying, or was it a no, couldn't have been. How to be a video. Okay, this too I'm wondering about. I don't want to get too sidetracked because I want to go see a little bit of the Adria English thing, but have I heard the Diddler's California home has a full functional operating room and dentist room underground? He's been renting it from I think I saw somebody tweet oh, you know what? I saw it on Atisa Tells title, but then it's like, what's her source? I didn't watch the video yet, but that's where I had seen that before. Let me write that down. I do want to look at that today. Let me see how I heard the Diddler's California home dentist. Okay. Cause I didn't want to like run out and like, oh, it's until I like research. I didn't really like research it. Who said that? Was that on TMZ or something? Like who said that? And thank you for the $4.99 super chat. PS must read The Great Taking. Okay. Thank you so much for that. $2 super chat. First time live. Love your videos. Well, welcome to the first live that you're at, Katie Webb. Excuse me. Thank you for the £2. Okay, let's not get too sidetracked over here. I want to do this here. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay. Wait, it's okay. So there's two. Thanks so much, T minus 5 for the $10 super chat. Thanks so much for that. And love you, mean it. Thank you for your kind words. Which one is it? Somebody tell me. Is it the one from 2 days ago? Diddy accuser exposes celeb she bleep with at Diddy parties, or Diddy accuser exposes A-list celebs his mom caught on tape? Or is it this one? Somebody said she was live, though. Welcome to members, Suzanne. Oh, this is an interesting theory, Tina. That is a very interesting theory. What happens to young stars who don't play nice with Diddy? They are put into conservatorships. Could it be? She was live on another channel. Blackballed. The hazing is to separate the spirit from the body. Oh, wow. Suzanne said, great theory. Yeah, they are. They are often used this way. And like, honestly, like most of the time that I see it with these celebrities, it ends up being used to control them somehow, some way. Beautiful Messy Ball. She's the first. She's the one Ariel Mitchell kid dropped as a client. Oh, that's interesting. Is she the one who went to the 2004 white party and her boyfriend was working for Sean John? Somebody tell me. Hold on, let me look it up. I think I have this not article. I think I have this lawsuit, the Adrian English one. Yeah, y'all are saying that's her. Okay, so she's the one who's also suing Penske Media and like Vibe Magazine or whatever. She's suing Penske Media because they own Vibe Magazine, and Vibe Magazine had like advertised this thing as a celebrity party, but really she was saying that was with the black dress, and that's where we saw the Kimora Lee Simmons ad in the baby fat or the Diddy's perfume cologne. Just got here. The title is crazy, right? I know. I feel like we need to get to some of that. Okay. I have it up. I have the Adria English up. We'll watch some of that in a moment, but let's in a bit. I want to do a little bit of the web because I keep talking about it and then I don't get to it again. So okay. So this is where it kind of all started as far as this particular web is concerned. Hold on, let me fix my microphone cable. It's like on my nerves. Everything is just all everywhere right now, but growing pains, am I right? Okay. Okay, so this is kind of where it all started. Somebody told me this is Tana Mongeau merch. And I'm like, okay, what? And then so because what is this? What is this? And if you're just arriving, people keep asking me what software or app or whatever that I use to do this. This is just like comes with Mac. You have it on your iPhone if you have iPhone or whatever. It's called Freeform. Okay. So this right here was posted I think on first instance October 2020. See right here, October 2020 back there. I don't know if y'all can see that. It's Lima and this character, Buzz Mingen. Now, brunching in Los Angeles, it was posted on Lima Aura 19 account, but also it was posted on Meet Aura on first instance over here, October. What is it? Who need my readers, girl. And October 19th, 2020. Okay. So it's just the usual collection of interesting hashtags: happy, style, life, photo, nature, cute, Insta, model, music, travel, likes for like, hashtag girl, selfie, viral, love yourself, following, memes, beauty, liker. Okay, so what is this one? I want to read this one. Hold on. I'm gonna bring this one forward. Because this one's the one she actually posted to her like actual Aura account or whatever. Okay. Healthy lunch meeting. Healthy lunch meeting. Okay. So why are we here? Why are we here? What's the starting point here? Remember, someone told me this sweatshirt right here was Tana Mongeau merch. Okay. Someone told me that. So I'm investigating it. I'm investigating whether it is and what that would mean. So what is this? What even is this? Let's get reacquainted or acquainted for the first time. If you're here for the first time, this is the first time you've seen this picture, put a one in the chat. Actually, I actually want to do a little poll. Let's do a poll. I told you I don't feel like getting in a rush. Okay. I'm gonna do a poll. I'm gonna do a poll. I'm gonna ask y'all if this is the first time you're seeing this picture or not. Because I'm just curious. I want you to answer truthfully. It's not a trick question. I'm making a poll. Just making a poll. Don't mind me. Just making a poll real quick. Welcome, welcome. You new people in here. I'm making a poll. Just meta. Okay. How do I do it? How do I make a poll? Can I do it online? Because I want to see. I'm feeling rushed. Okay, hold on. Here we are. Okay, hold on. Whoa. It's like a time traveler paradox. Okay, here we are. I'm in here. I'm doing a poll. We're doing a poll. Is this? No, let me do this. Had you seen the pic of Buzz plus Lima? I'll say Tana merch, Lima lunch before today's video. Because I assume y'all have seen this. Okay. The poll has commenced. I assume y'all have seen this because I mean, it's like common knowledge at this point. And I know a lot of y'all, when you first learned about the case, like did your own investigations. Because it's just a very curious case. Like, how could this happen? Like, what's going on? Where are these, all that stuff, right? So okay. Got the poll going. Let that go for a minute. Okay, so here we are. We're here. This is the picture I'm talking about. So what does it say? Healthy lunch meeting with Dr. Buzz Minjin. I've been working day and night to respond to everyone asking about using Aura for their loved ones and are excited to announce groundbreaking news over the next few months to make Aura available for everyone. By this time next year, the mental health industry will not be the same. Together, we are taking the industry into the future so we can begin to treat mental illness like physical illness and make mental health manageable. Okay. That's interesting. Somebody said on the comments there, I haven't really noticed this before, but somebody's little comment there, these are all public, or they were when we took the picture. You should connect with Dr. Drew. He seems to share your philosophy and your passion for helping solve the problem of homelessness, drug addiction, mental illness, and getting people off the streets and keeping them the healthy need. That what what are you even saying? Anyway, okay. So someone told me that this was Tana merch, and it actually didn't like fully surprise me that much. And I'll tell you why. It's there's like all these like in my mind, the web is like a three-dimensional layered collage, right? It's like all on top of itself, right? Or like maybe four, I don't know. Dimension, like, I don't know, whatever. It's like the area where Lima is stored in my brain and all the overlaps, there's already like a little bit of a magnetism between her and Tana Mongeau. And when I heard that this was allegedly Tana's merch, it was like somehow just like tracked somehow. But I wasn't like, oh, yep, that's true, right? I wanted to investigate it. So the first thing I want to bring to your attention is something that Lima filed in a legal filing. I mean, like within the last 2 weeks. And it's just a clip. It's just a little cutout clip right here. Y'all see what I'm looking at right here, this little clip. Paragraph 14, through Aura, Miss Yevrimovich supplied mental health assistance tools to clinics and ambulatory facilities free of charge in order to receive feedback, refine her tools, and develop a viral word of mouth buzz surrounding the product. Okay. So this is in the part of the lawsuit in New Jersey district court, in the federal court. This is her fourth amended complaint after the first two got dismissed. And this is where she's like describing what Aura is, right? Through Aura, she gave mental health assistance tools free of charge to clinics and ambulatory facilities. Why? Why did she do this? Why did she give Aura away for free? Well, according to her, it was to receive feedback, refine her tools, and quote, develop a viral word of mouth buzz surrounding the product. Okay. It goes on, and she said, this is Lima just filed this. Okay. This is her words, public record in a lawsuit against me. I'm reading it to you. She's describing her own thing. Okay. To that end, Aura had previously provided some services without charge to certain celebrities, influencers, and persons in the public eye. Okay, interesting. Aura had previously provided some services without charge to certain celebrities, influencers, and persons in the public eye, as well as individuals with no public presence as a community social service. Aura was a burgeoning startup until Miss Corville began to leverage the that surprise witness treatment against Miss Yevrimovich and Aura. You know, obviously I oppose and object to the mischaracterization of my actions. I am not taking that as any of this truly as fact. I'm not taking any of it as fact. I'm telling you, this is in fact what she said in a legal filing. I can tell you one thing. There was no that surprise witness treatment that did anything to Aura's burgeoning startup status that Aura did not do to itself. And that surprise witness treatment is talking about it in the public record. Okay, that's about the only thing I'll admit to is I did talk about her company in the public record because it was public. So anyway, so y'all see this? Like, do you see where I'm going here? Do you see where I'm going with this? Like, she's admitting that she's worked with influencers. Like, she's admitting that she's worked with celebrities and persons in the public eye. You know what I'm saying? Look at some of these things. Suzanne, and welcome to memberships. Yeah, we already did that one. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 449 super sticker steak sandwich. That's hard. The Great Taking. I'll have to look into it, PS. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Keep up the great work and keep strong. I hope the twins are safe. I've been working to cover their case too, but I'm so behind. Thank you for that $4.99 super chat. And yeah, I mean, public records are public. Public information is public. And anybody who feels like they want to speak publicly on issues of public concern should do so. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Is Araverse DOO in Serbia the software? Lima is listed on that, and the info states forced liquidation. There's also a Nanad listed. You know, I have seen this company before, Ronnie, and thank you for the $5 super chat. And I did make a video or two about it. The short answer, I don't know. I mean, I've looked into it, but it's like stuff's so inconclusive, and like a lot of stuff's in Serbian, and I don't know how stuff works over there. I don't know how common, like names are and stuff. I don't know. There's also like a Aura makeup in Serbia somewhere, which I've looked into, but short answer, I really don't know. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Okay. So then, I just put here on the web some of the famous or persons in the public eye that she has worked with and that I know that she has, or, I believe based on what I've been told in the public record that Lima has somehow used Aura technology on the people in their treatment. And that would be Bam Margera, who told me directly himself that he did try out the Aura treatment. Could he be lying? Yes, I wasn't there, but I assume he's not lying about that. I don't know. Also, of course, we know Amanda Rabb, who was the soft white underbelly subject, who Lima wanted to use as a case study. And then she, of course, tragically passed away. Well, would it come as a surprise to you to learn? This is a Instagram post from Lima's Instagram account. It was on her, what's it called? Her highlights, her story like highlights here. And look, thank you, Dr. Buzz Mengen, for donating your time to work with Amanda. Update. Amanda has been stabilized and is doing well in treatment. Hashtag Team Amanda at soft white underbelly. So let me check on the poll. I want to do another poll right now. Did you know that Buzz Mengen worked with Amanda Rabb? We're about to do another poll. Why am I pulling my phone up? Can only do it on the desktop. Okay. What was the poll? What did I ask? Had you seen the pit? Oh my God. So 400 of y'all took the poll. How many are in the chat? 1750. 400 of y'all actually participated in the poll. Shout out to y'all 9 minutes ago. And 83% said you never saw that picture of make sure your friends are okay sweatshirt before today. Good to know. All right, I'm in that one. I am going to ask another poll. Did you know Buzz Mengen worked with Amanda Rabb / Lima from Aura? Before I showed you Lima's public Instagram post. Hold on, I got too many characters. Okay, there we go. Okay. Another poll for y'all. Did you know? Did you know this? So behind on the live, Sassy Lassie. Thank you for the BJ for public office. Y'all need to stop. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat and for your vote of confidence. Yeah, yes or no. Amber TSW, shout out to you. Who is Buzz Lightyear? Well, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. That's where we're going. We're heading there. We're just, meandering around here. Okay. So we have Buzz Mengen, whatever his name is, sitting right here with Amanda. I mean, they're outside. They're doing a little something. He's a doctor of some sort. Of course, we do know that Lima also did a a collaboration, the first video ever on Lima Yevrimovich, Lima from Ara YouTube page, channel. The first video on Lima from Ara's YouTube channel is with a huge YouTuber named Dissocia Did. I mean, that's the name of the channel. I don't know what the name of the person is. I don't know. I mean, this individual or just whatever person changes what it's acceptable to call them any given day, and I haven't checked in a while, so I really don't know. Okay, but this person, Dissocia Did, this YouTube channel representative, did a collaboration with Lima, and that's the first video on Lima's channel, and it's a huge YouTuber. She definitely has more than 1 million subscribers. Let me look. Let me just make sure. Let me not stand uncorrected. Dissocia Did. Yes, 1.15 million. Okay. 1. Oh my God. Excuse me. Who let this riffraff clown in the chat? Goodbye. Y'all, oh my God. We gotta have a team meeting and tell the commies that they're in the United States where we're allowed to talk about our opinions, even about stuff we weren't there, even about stuff we don't know. We're allowed to talk about it. Commie, hello, you're in the Queen's court. What has gotten into these people? What has gone into them? Surely they're not talking to God's favorite like that. Shout out to the mods. My God. Hold on. Making it subscribers only, obviously. Riffraff clown rolling into the Queen's court. Excuse me, go make a video about it. Goodbye. Goodbye. Anyway, okay. Seriously, he takes it farther than I even would. It's bad. It's like, ooh, ouch, stuff. Actually, God has favorites. You are mistaken about that. God has favorites. Yes, he does. And I am one of them. Take it up with him if you don't like it. Take it up with him if you don't like it. That's all I'll say. Yeah, please. Like, please. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not really not worried about it. This is the Queen's court. Land of the free, where I live. Home of the brave too, baby. Yeah, they're probably like rolling around in Diddy oil. Exactly. Nasty. Why did it go to subscribers only? Because it's the Queen's court and I feel like it. That's why. Yeah, Dissociated still posts videos. Oh, some of the personalities get triggered by donations. That's interesting. Yeah, exactly. We used to do this. Yeah, I mean, seriously. No, I do it very often. When I think about it, I do it. Not in the Queen's court. Seriously. Imagine getting upset because somebody's talking about their opinion. Like, get back to the Soviet bloc where you belong if you don't like it, like over here like this. Okay? We get to talk. We get to have opinions. Get your panties out of a bunch. Seriously, thank you. It's not up for debate. I'm not trying to convince anybody. It's just a fact. Please. Okay. Back to this. Okay. So, who else do we know Lima has public ties with? Well, of course, Mark Laita from Soft White Underbelly. And we know that she went all up on there. I mean, look right there. She's wearing a soft white underbelly shirt, right? And that's right here. She's tagging Soft White Underbelly in her post, Lima from Ara. Um, and then who is this Buzz Mingan, though, right? Who is Buzz Mingan? Well, we do have, other than this Instagram post right here, and other than Lima posting publicly right here, I don't know, I wasn't there. Other than Lima posting publicly right here that there's some connection with Buzz Mingan because she's got him tagged and she's like, Amanda is stabilized. Thank you for donating your time to work with Amanda. So I guess that means he's not charging. Other than those 2 points of contact or, connection, we should say, or whatever. Lima also went on this man's podcast, and I would love to listen to some excerpts of the podcast. Yes. Oh my God, please get the picture. Duh. Y'all, wait, I need to take a detour real quick. I had the occasion to go into an elementary school last night for family. I don't need to explain myself to you, but it was a legitimate reason, situation. And there was no kids there. It was just like adults and stuff. And, I had occasion to go in there, and the millennials, and I'm a millennial very proudly. Okay. I'm not, it's not hate, really, truly, have completely taken over the elementary schools, at least in New Jersey, girl. I am telling you, I saw the funniest stuff yesterday. The first thing that comes to mind, somebody had made a pumpkin spice bulletin board. Yes, they did. If you are the teacher at where elementary school and you did the pumpkin spice bulletin board, girl, I saw it last night and that was funny. That was funny. What other millennial things did they do? Oh my God, there was another bulletin board. Okay, another bulletin board of the elementary school. And it said, in our second grade era, some teacher had stapled individual letters onto the bulletin board that said, in our second grade era. Okay. That was millennial AF. And then under it was like 6 kids in the whole school, I guess, had done a Veterans Day note. And I'm sitting here crying, like over there being so sweet. Thank you for saving our country. Thank you for saving our world. It's like, first graders or whatever, writing their Veteran Day and a little color and picture. It's just so cute. And it's right there on the, in our second grade era bulletin board. Woo! And what was the other thing? There was another, like, one of the teachers specifically was like making references to, I was talking about Pottery Barn, and I was like talking about how like I need to, I was talking about the little chairs at the school. And when I sat in the chair, it's like a child's chair, but like it was the most comfortable feeling because it was like, I think that's like how your legs are supposed to be, like lower, like you're not supposed to be all high up and stuff. And I'm like a pretty short, my stature, I'm not a tall statured person. So I'm like, oh, these chairs. This chair makes me want to be going to the Pottery Barn team and pick up my next office furniture, as a joke, right? And like a teacher there, she was like, oh my God, they have the cutest Harry Potter stuff. And I was like, the millennials are out in full force in the elementary schools. We got pumpkin spice bulletin boards. We're in our second grade era. I mean, that some of these teachers are younger than me too. That's the other thing. It's like, oh my God, all of a sudden I'm an adult. It feels good. Thank God. Oh, thank God. I finally sometime recently stopped feeling like a kid and started feeling like I'm a grown-up that didn't make the poor choices that a lot of the grown-ups make. But it's the millennials are out here. If you're a teacher in the chat, put a 1 or something. Y'all are funny for the pumpkin spice bulletin board, I will say. Y'all ever had this before? If not, go pick you some up from the Indian grocery store. It's called Juggery Bites, and it's kind of like Indian pralines. It's like most cultures has it. It's like a crumbly sugar cube that's a little snack, and it's like straight up sugar. Like it's sugarcane sugar with like lychee or something. But I'm a connoisseur of these things, girl. Like, product of India. Not sponsored. They have all kinds of different ones. It's also sometimes called gur. Gur, but like for us, you would be like gur, but like it's pronounced good. And it's like, girl, it sounds like good to me. You know what I mean? Anyway, okay. So I'm done with that. Okay. So I think we should, yeah, like let's look at this here. Lima went on this guy's podcast. Okay, we're gonna look at the podcast. But just real quick, like who even is this guy? Like, why do we care? Well, he is an affiliate of some sort, some type of investment made in the Amen clinics. Daniel Amen, Dr. Daniel Amen. I mean, he's like traditionally pretty widely respected within like the Hollywood realms of things as like a holistic doctor. And to be quite frank and honest and fair, I have found even some of his social media content to be helpful. I mean, I think, you know, he probably does some stuff that's good. But he's got like clinics, I guess. Like, I don't know if it's a franchise. I don't really know how it works. So I really don't even want to speculate. But like in this video right here that I have linked here, Buzz Mingan says in so many words, the reason he invested in the Amen clinics. And I don't really know what, you know, that means beyond that. We could watch the video, but I just want to say like there's like a little tacit tangential connection here. Oh, and this is where we start to see like who is this guy, right? Well, first of all, he uses brain scanning. We use brain imaging diagnostic tool called SPECT, which is single photon emission computed tomography, to help accurately identify underlying brain issues. Okay, fine. I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying that's bad. I don't know. Just who is this guy right here, right? Then there's this article. Khloe Kardashian and Kendall Jenner sit in a Lux doctor's office with white walls behind them. A window opens onto another room containing a futuristic blue brain scanner. The sisters are gazing at the doctor, an energetic, middle-aged, balding man wearing a white coat. This is Dr. Daniel Amen, 68, a psychiatrist who stars, a psychiatrist 2 stars who has also treated Justin Bieber. Okay, so Justin Bieber, remember, treated Justin Bieber. He's with Kardashian Jenners right now in the doctor's office here in this article, right? Khloe and Kendall. He's treated Justin Bieber, Bella Hadid, and Meghan Trainor. Meghan Trainor is a Lou Taylor client, right? He offers bespoke mental health treatment informed by scans of the physical brain. The sisters are visiting him for a consultation that aired as part of their Kardashians show in October 2022. Okay. So that's to just say he has connections to Justin Bieber as a doctor, brain scan doctor. Okay, Justin Bieber, Khloe Kardashian, Justin Bieber, Khloe Kardashian, Kendall Jenner, which by default means all the Jenners, right? I mean that's the Kar Jenner clan. Meghan Trainor, which could possibly pull in Lou Taylor, depending on timeline. But right now, I believe Meghan Trainor is still Lou Taylor's client. I don't know when Meghan Trainor worked with the brain scan doctor. Okay. But we have Buzz Mingan, who treated Amanda Rabb, right? We're like in a tree, in a hole, in the ground, right? We're going back. We're going back just to remind you why we care. Who's this guy and how do we get there? It all starts here. Someone told me that's Tana Mongeau merch. I start looking into it. She told me in a lawsuit herself and all of y'all publicly what the reason she was working with these people. Hold on, let me say it in her words. Providing assistance tools, supplied mental health assistance tools free of charge. The reason was to receive feedback, refine her tools, and develop a viral word of mouth buzz. That's her words. Surrounding the product. To that end, Aura previously provided some of its services without charge to certain celebrities, influencers, people in the public eye. Okay. Yes, I know she worked with Bam. I know she worked with Mark to not with the providing services for free, but with the Amanda Rabb piece of it, right? I know that she was doing this viral word of mouth buzz. She linked up with Steve-O, which we didn't talk about yet. Okay. So then I move on to who is this Buzz Mingan guy who's working with Amanda Rabb? Who is this man? Buzz Mingan. Well, first of all, he's some type of doctor. He is connected with the Amen clinics. The Amen clinics are connected with the Jenners, Justin Bieber, all of them. But what does that mean about this guy? Does it mean this guy is doing that? I don't know. Well, come to find out. Oh, girl. That. Come to find out. My arrow's messed up. Hold on, let me fix it. I told y'all it was a live investigation. Okay, let me add an arrow just to make it more obvious. The one thing I would say about this, if any developers are for Apple are watching this, can y'all make it to where the colors of the arrows can change? Because it's like it would be way easier if I could change the colors of the arrows. Like if Justin Bieber could have a color, you know what I mean? Bam could have a color, like that type of thing. Okay, so yes, Justin Bieber does have a connection to Buzz Mingan. Okay, and I'll tell you what it is. Oh, when I find a girl, where did I put that damn thing? Where's that seasons? I might have I might have took it off of here. Oh, here it is right here. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. So in the 2020 documentary about Justin Bieber's life or whatever, you know, while he's making the yummy, 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 that whatever. While he's doing that, he's with what's her name? Haley. And he starts having a freak out moment, right? In the documentary seasons. And this is all being recorded too. Let me pull it up. I thought I had pasted on here, but that's fine. I can find it here. Let's see. It was like that was like one of the reasons I even started that web. It must be behind something. It don't matter. I can find it. I just want you to remind y'all because this stuff is all very what's it called? Copyright, you know, protected and all that too. Like, you know, it's strict about that stuff. Album on the way. Okay. All right. This is okay. So here's Justin. Let me adjust the playback speed a little bit. Make it a little faster. I don't know. I'm just trying to kind of like avoid the copyright of it all. Okay.
Like emotionally just overwhelmed and talking to her, not knowing how to like communicate certain things and just feeling kind of like frustrated. You know, there's been a lot of things that have happened in my life, and I think there was a point in my life where I was just so overwhelmed. I'm being a normal person. And
Okay. So they got him in this documentary talking about his mental health, right? I mean, this is the beginning of the episode. It's a 9-minute and 51 second long video. And if you look at the other videos here, oh, that's about the length. No, that's about the length they are. So who cares how long it is? Immaterial. I thought they were like 27 minutes long. I don't know. I thought that. That's why I say don't take my word on stuff. Like everything's public. I'm going off of. Okay, so he's talking about his mental health, and they got him looking at a paparazzi picture of himself having a breakdown in a park. Something that's like probably everybody's cried out in public somewhere. And here they have given him, for the purposes of this documentary, a picture to react to and say what was going on whenever the paparazzi was stalking you while you were having a mental breakdown, you know, and he's like having to talk about it. Okay.
and crying. I think when I'm in the media or I look at things on the internet, and people are like, Justin's upset. Why is he upset? It's like they don't give me permission to be upset. I don't get.
Thank you, Justin. Tell them. This is 4 years ago.
I should be, human and shed tears. And there's so many people every day who are in a conversation with their girl or their wife or their mom and they break down, but they don't have cameras.
But they don't have the paparazzi rolling up on them. And so it's like Justin saying, yeah, I mean, I was going through a hard time. Sure, I was crying. I was going through it. People go through it. But the issue is that nobody's letting me just go through it. It's like there's cameras. Why like, actually, good point. Why is there a freaking camera taking a picture of the man having a damn breakdown in the middle of the park with his wife? I mean, I do know why. But then it's like to take that picture, who had that picture taken? You know what I mean? And bring it to him in the recording of his documentary for what? For what? It's called Album on the Way. What does the album on the way have to do with this? This is the first minute of the whole episode.
Like, okay, you had a mental breakdown. I'm just emotional. I think that's okay.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it for a minute to avoid the you know what striking, because I'm not trying to do like any type of copywriting thing. I'm just trying to comment, which I have the right to do, but these automated systems make it very difficult.
Yeah. You're gonna put that at the end. Everyone was like, what that means. Do you know that means? Sure. It's only going to. If you want to do your job, if you don't, don't. I mean, it's up to you. Go to work, I was just basing my feelings like on song off of like the way I felt or.
Okay, let me get to the part where Buzz Mingan is. Okay.
On stage. It's a different side, right? I think.
Yeah, he's talking about like when you're on, he's like, when I'm on stage, I don't like really have like any of these feelings. Like I'm just doing what comes naturally. But when I'm not on stage, like it's, first of all, it's a different side of your brain that's working. And he's like, and also like, I don't have the same amount of like control. Like when I'm on stage, like it's me, it's all eyes on me and I have control over what I'm doing. So it's just different. And he's like, and it's a different side of your brain. And unless you like have both halves of your brain are functional, like unless you can be an artist and you can be logical, I do believe that it's difficult for people to understand just exactly how involved of a process it can be to jump, from the parts, to the other. And it's like some people only ever use one side of their brain for like the most part. So it's like you don't have to switch. You're doing the same thing every day, all day. Now they always talk about a frontal lobe, and I want you to keep that in mind because frontal lobes come up a lot.
When I'm talking, I have so it's me leading everything. But when I'm vulnerable and I'm talking, it seems like I can't like people are judging me or something.
Okay, so they're practicing for the Yummy music video. And yeah, exactly. It's like there's different parts of the brain. And it's like, it's not just so easy as just like turning one on and like it's involved can be. I mean, I do think like, obviously I would love to get to the point where like, I can just be in flow all the time. Like I need to be lawyer brain. I need to be artist brain. I need to be musician brain. I can do it all day. And I'm not there. It's very cumbersome process. So, were they? Kat said the promos he or his team probably did on his Instagram for Yummy were beyond disturbing. I did not see that. Maybe I did. I don't remember. I should say I don't remember. Okay, so he's practicing. Oh my Lord, look at this mohawk. That is like some Elmer's glue had to be involved. Oh my Lord, look at that thing. I don't know why every time I see a bunch of extras, I always now just think, oh, that got to be Scientology. I don't know why. I don't know why. I just think, oh, these are Scientology. They have to be. Do I have any reason to believe that? No. I just think it. It's my belief, my opinion. Conspiracy theory.
The set of the Yummy music video, the first music video, the first single off of Changes. I think that was significant day because it's the first time he's done a music video for something of his own solo work. The first time in a really, really long time.
I don't know why that was such a weird way for her to say that. It was the first time that he had done a music video for his own solo work. For the first time in a really, really, really long time. So it's not the first time. It's like, why didn't she? I don't. Maybe it was just a slip up. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Let me turn it on more of a normal speed because Buzz Mingan has entered the chats. Ding. Okay. All right.
Something of his own solo work for the first time in a really, really long time.
You're asking me to be at the other shoot.
Point of order. Scooter Braun, who Justin Bieber has now fired, allegedly. Scooter Braun asked Buzz Mingan. I'm reading y'all's comments. Yeah, no, it's really sad. Okay. Buzz Mingan said Scooter Braun is the one who invited him to be on the set of the Yummy music video. Okay, good to know.
I'm behind the scenes watching him on a video camera, and no sooner does he get out there, he just had a really tough time.
I really want y'all to still be asking, who is this man? Who is this man and what are his credentials? Because they are calling him Dr. Buzz Mingan. Okay, so Justin starts, I don't know, I'm not sure exactly, putting his head, in between his knees, rubbing the back of his head. And there's this guy in a hoodie walking around. Shh, shh. Thank you, everyone. Shh, keep it down. Like making a huge scene out of like, maybe Justin needed 5 minutes, but like he had to sit there in the middle of the room and had to make a huge scene and shush everyone. Like they couldn't have just said, okay, Justin's going to step out for a minute. Like it just seems like it's oddly, in my opinion, like overly produced. I think he was probably like, dude, this is too much, overstimulated or whatever, probably tired, probably who knows, God knows what else. But like I just feel like they're really overemphasizing like this aspect of it. And it does lead me to wonder why. And then you have this Buzz Bozo showing up. Like, who is he? He's like, I'm watching him from the behind scenes on a camera. Like, for what? Who are you?
It was a lot, like a lot of people, a lot of dynamic, a lot of stuff. I was in my head a lot, it was hard for me to really enjoy it like that. But I know that some days are gonna be just like that. I mean, in any workspace, there's gonna be those off days where you just feel kind of like I got a good crew, everyone's, I should be good, but like today I just feel off. I think that day was just a little off. Justin and I developed a routine that when
I'm not really even like sure I totally agree with him on that. That might be the brainwashing kicking in, but maybe he's right and maybe I'm wrong. I mean, he would know, I guess, but like I kind of feel like just because everyone has a certain experience doesn't also mean that that's what we should be doing, but it's not really the case that everybody has the livelihoods and the rent payments of everybody on the crew depending on them showing up and doing their job. It's not a lot of people that have that feeling. It is some, but it's not everybody. Maybe it's a lot. It certainly isn't everybody has a day where the crushing pressure of hundreds, if not thousands of people's entire lives, depending on you showing up to work. It's not everybody doesn't feel that every day. That's just not true. And so, I mean, as I've moved a little bit more into like working in a creative capacity, I have started to appreciate a little more just the difficulty in all the competing variables and factors, right? Like I'm not going to say identify because I don't, but I can almost see where some of these like managers are coming from, even though I think that they're not always doing what's right. And I think they're greedy and I think they're, like a lot of times bad people and stuff, but I could see the financials of it, right? Like you've hired crews, you've got cameras here that you only have for a day. You have, it has to happen today. And the artist is just like going through a breakup and is sad. It's like to some extent, I understand the propensity to want to say like, you need to suck it up. on the part of the manager. But as like the on camera, only thing on camera that you're going to see on my channels, or, you know, for the most part, I identify also with that artist that's having an emotional day. It's like, well, I don't give a shit about them people right now. What, they don't care about me? Why do I care? You know? So it's like, I do have an appreciation for the competing interests of getting a production done. Even on a very small level, right? I'm a little YouTube channel and I feel a little pressure. I cannot imagine what Justin Bieber, who has felt this for like a decade or more at this point. Yeah. Yeah, seriously, Diamond. I know, exactly. Oh no, I don't want to go to Canada either. I feel like they don't like really be respecting the First Amendment over there either, or like the First Amendment right or whatever equivalent. Oh, okay. So here we are, Justin Bieber. He's sitting now on the ground. He's sitting now on the ground with Buzz Mingan after having his little breakdown, and his eyes do look misty. His eyes look watery, and it looks like he would rather go home and sit on his couch. Then you got Haley square up to him, you know. So just in case he thought he needed to move, absolutely hell no. And then Buzz Mingan, in my opinion, and for my personal comfort, entirely too close for comfort. I would say, can you scoot over? Breath looks hot.
Stressed, and he can use a technique called havening that I was trained in. And havening is a psychosensory technique that actually raises the feel-good chemicals in your brain on demand.
And it's havening too. It's like, look, listen, people have told me, not like, you know, in whatever comments, chats, and I've seen people doing reviews of it, that this technique works. I am not even doubting that it works, but it's like pretty much like stimulating like neuro diverse tics in a way, simulating them. Like it's different things for different people, but Justin Bieber's is this like rubbing thing, right? And it's like, okay, well, if a freaking kid is doing that in a second grade classroom, they're gonna be told that they have what's it called? What's the name of that thing? Where you have the tics. Somebody put it in the chat. Billie Eilish has it. Not autism, no girl. Not ADHD. H3 has it. What's it freaking called? It's like Tourette syndrome. If they're sitting there doing this in class, every time they get, right, I'm not doing it to my hair, right? But like, they're going to be like, that's a crackhead or that somebody got Tourette's. But apparently, if you're doing it with Dr. Buzz Mingan, you're not going to get a conservatorship or jail anymore. It's called havening. So you mean to tell me like what the autistic kid's been doing in the sandbox for the last God knows however long and having to take medicine for it? Now all of a sudden it's havening? Or scabies. Maybe they send you to the office to get your head checked for lice. OCD. Yeah, exactly. They're gonna diagnose you with something if you're doing that. But that being said, I do not want this to come across like I'm trying to say that this technique doesn't work. I haven't tried it specifically, like havening TM. I have not tried it, but I can absolutely see how it could work. So I'm not trying to say this doesn't work. I'm not trying to say he's a quack. I'm not trying to say his technique don't work. I'm doing a live investigation looking at who is this man. That's it. Okay. It looks a little strange to me, the havening, because of what I've been conditioned and programmed by our civilization and society where I've grown up to perceive that as some type of like not deviant, but like some type of abnormal behavior, right? Like you can't do that. That's abnormal. If you do that, you got a medical condition and it's bad and you need medicine. That's what I've been conditioned to think. So it's like when you see it, that's the first thought. And then like the very next thought is like, no, I actually can see how that probably works. And I would much rather somebody do that than taking a bunch of drugs. So okay, fine. But like, I do think it is a little bit interesting that like, a lot of times neurodiverse people that do naturally have the ability to know how to do some of this stuff, whether it be self-soothing or self-stimulating or whatever, they get abused. I should say abused institutionalized, medicalized, and every other, you know, freaking stylized else. And it's like, oh, you mean to tell me that as long as you're rich and you have enough money, somebody can like set you up? Somebody can set you up to do a few little autism stims, and all of a sudden you don't need a conservatorship or jail or cram it all or whatever the fuck else. Epilepsy, exactly. Yeah, no, I know. It's like that's the thing. That's the problem I'm having with it. I'm saying, you know, it probably works, but like, then leave people alone when they out here doing it. Look, listen. Also, at the same time, I mean, you should keep it down if we're on the plane or something. Like, I'll have a little bit of grace, but at the same time, like, don't get carried away. You know what I mean? Have a little courtesy. Okay, let's continue.
It's basically like a self-soothing thing. Everybody kind of has their own version of havening without even knowing it. It's like when you're a little kid and you suck your thumb to soothe yourself. When you're starting to feel really stressed out or just to keep yourself calm. It's almost like, I think when you're like a kid and your mom is like rubbing your back to sleep and it's like the best feeling in the world. It's kind of like that, except you're doing it for yourself.
I don't know. That explanation was giving like Lima from Aura somehow. I don't know.
Can I prompts that allow him to know what it is that he should be doing in the
like what he's doing? I'll tell you. I mean, y'all know I'm a little bit neuro wired different, but I love that stuff. Like the getting both of the sides of the body like moving. Like it's like it feels good. Like I used to, I mean, I was like, they call me high functioning. No, I'm not really, honestly. I'm high masking maybe, but like I used to even do like the, you know, it's even to this day, like it feels actually good, but like what is this associated with? Like, you can't just go out and do that. But like what he's doing, like with the, you know, movement and stuff, I actually think probably is really helpful. But let's move on.
He's feeling stressed. And then he had a coordinated signal back to me that lets me know what's wrong, how he feels, and what he needs. The key to his mental health now is to create a structured, organized, predictable environment around him.
And that's honestly, in my opinion, like I'm no expert, but that's the answer all the time. All the time. People's life would dramatically improve when they're in crisis by putting a routine, stability, and being able to know what to expect by the life and the people around them. I'm not saying that's the fix all, but that's a really good place to start. Tidy up your space, get a little organized, like little by little, get your, you know, health under control, get your wardrobe under control, your closet, get rid of some crap that's just laying around and kind of like clear it out, and wake up at the same time every day. I ain't saying make your whole bed and stuff. Maybe just throw the cover back over the pillow. You know, it's like giving yourself something to know for sure is going to happen every day would drastically improve your life. You know, I'm right, but I'm not a doctor, and I'm going to give you that for free. Nobody has to pay me.
I think right now what it is just to keep you mentally healthy, you know, happy, is creating a schedule that's not too overwhelming for him. Before
again, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with these people. Because imagine it. Like, have you ever been like in a transitional period in your life? You like in between homes, you living with your mom, all your stuff's in boxes or something. Or maybe like, you know, if you're from the South, there was a hurricane, you had to leave, you evacuate, you know, like a time in your life where you truly did not know in the morning what you were going to be doing that night. And it went on for even a few days, right? Like, who knows if the lights are going to come back or whatever, right? Like different times in life. Those high stress situations are often accompanied with a feeling of uncertainty about what's going to, at any moment, somebody can roll up on you and say, all right, load up. We're flying to New York for whatever, Carson Daly, whatever, whoever's doing whatever over there, right? Like, all right, load up. We got to go do a press conference. All right, load up. We're going to the studio. And it's like, whoa, like even, especially if you do have any type of like a difficulty switching parts of brain, that would be distressing, truly, honestly distressing. And so the people are saying the right things around him, but then it brings to direct front and center. My question is, how is the conflict, the conflict of interest going to be avoided? Like, there's still this machine that needs him to get up and be flexible and move and go whenever he needs to. But then the wellness gurus are telling him that he needs a stable routine. So it's like, I agree with them, but who, so the whole team, all the bankers and all the everybody's going to start, managers and agents and everyone's going to start listening to Buzz Mingen? I don't think so. So it's like they're saying all the right things, but what power and enforcement ability does Buzz Mingen really have to do that? Or is he just advertising his service? I'm just curious. I don't know. I'm asking you.
Tour together. We would put the tour together, doing award shows, and promo shows, and radio shows, and interviews, and then fly to New York, between Fallon, fly back in, do rehearsal, shoot a music video, all within the same amount of time. This schedule just needs to be a little easier on him, not overwhelm him with 17 jobs in a day. Someone right when they're getting sober and the brain just looks terrible. Saying
okay,
6 months.
Y'all saw the Dr. Amin. So Dr. Amin, who does the brain scans, he's in some way business associated somehow with Buzz Mingen, who's now, both of them, Buzz Mingen and Dr. Amin, are both in this video with Justin Bieber, seasons 4 years ago, episode whatever, 7, 9.
From now can look much better if you do the right things. I'm just incredibly impressed with the brain's ability to heal.
The changes that I see with Justin are monumental. He's
all within the same amount of time. This schedule just needs to be a little easier on him, not overwhelm him with 17 jobs in a day. Someone right when they're getting sober and the brain just looks terrible. That same brain 6 months from now.
So I don't really know like the Justin Bieber timeline off the top of my head, like how long before, after, during that, like this documentary, Yummy and all that, was he struggling with substance use, et cetera, et cetera. I do not know. Maybe it was like this was right after that, but it's kind of being implied in any event by Dr. Amin that Justin is a few months out from some type of substance use. I really don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know.
Much better if you do the right things. I'm just incredibly impressed with the brain's ability to heal.
The changes that I see with Justin are monumental. He's matured tremendously. He's not living in survivor mode anymore. His sleep is pretty wonderful. I mean, it's healthy, and he's able to wake up in the morning, be cheerful and excited, and exercise.
One thing what's really grown and really changed is how he deals with things and how he deals.
Okay, so now he's growing, he's changing, and they're kind of trying to tell me he's getting better.
What he's feeling, how he deals with anxiety that creeps in. He faces it in a very, very different way. He's not medicating himself. He's just growing and using the down moments to his advantage and learning.
There's always going to be good days and bad days. If you work a 9-to-5 job.
Whenever they say he's not medicating himself, my next question is, who's medicating him then? Because they said Amanda Rabb died sober. She had nothing in her system except Tylenol. But then when I got the autopsy results, there was all kind of stuff in her system. So when they said she wasn't on drugs, what they meant was she wasn't on her drugs of choice. She was certainly on drugs. I mean, it's pharmaceuticals. I mean, they were prescribed, but like she only had Tylenol in her. She had nothing but Tylenol in her system. That's we're not using the same definition, girl. It's clear.
You're Justin. It doesn't really matter who you are. Everybody's going to have days where they wake up and they feel crappy and they don't feel like pushing through it. But it's part of.
So everybody could benefit from this, okay? Because everybody has these days. Not just Justin. No, everybody.
I can say confidently that I know he's the most excited for this chapter.
That's interesting that he said Vegas because that's on the web. Okay. So, reading all the comments. Thanks so much to Randall, the Randall Loft for the 19. Wait, is that Sunshine? Thank you to the Randall Loft for the 1999 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alexis, for the $4.99 super chat. Carl, thank you for the 444. We these people love you. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye. Thank you for that 444. Oh no, Billy Joe said Dissociated was outed for faking DID. That's true. I don't know. I don't want to make that allegation. But that's interesting information to know. I mean, I hadn't heard that allegation before. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Yes, new life plan. Yes, we are going to listen to the Get Buzzed podcast. At least some of it. I don't know how much of it we're going to listen to, but yep, really interesting. We're going to listen to that. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. But yes, Buzz also stated, so that's another point of connection. There's Buzz himself admitting on the podcast that's still up today that he was that he had done an assessment on Amanda. Hold on, let me turn my little heater back. I gotta find my Goldilocks space heater temperature. Okay, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Steak Sandwich became a member. Thanks so much for that. Okay, and we are going to get to the Adria English. Don't worry, I still have that one up. Okay. Oh, that's crazy. Can you imagine? Exactly, Tanisha. That's a great point. Isn't that interesting? It's kind of weird. There's nothing on Reddit about Dr. Mingan, considering he's a public figure. Literally, there are so many pages talking about BJ and not one thread on him. Exactly. And who am I? I haven't even met Justin Bieber. I never even been to a Justin Bieber concert. And you got the man that's the wellness guru to Justin Bieber, working with Amanda Rabb, doing stuff with Aura and Lima. Interesting to say the least. Okay. All right. But I like it. Thank you. Keep the pages talking shit on Reddit. Keep it up, because what ends up happening is I don't read them. I never see them. And people find out about me on those pages and they come here and they're like, oh, I heard about you on Reddit, but actually, I think you're funny. Actually, I subscribed. Actually, it's like, thank you. 30,000 on Reddit strong. Thank you. Keep it coming, girl. Keep it coming. Seriously, it's amazing. Exactly. Okay, let's see. What am I pulling up? Okay. Let me pull the web back up because I want to show y'all Tana Mongeau. Okay, next big point. Tana Mongeau has commented on Buzz Mingan, okay, and it was recent, all right? It was on her canceled podcast. So let me pull the web up. Okay. So here's Tana, and there's also this. There was like a press push going on in November 2020. Now, I do want y'all to keep track of the timeline a little bit here, because that video we just watched, let me show y'all one more time so you can see with your own eyes. This video we just watched, note the date, February 2020. Wait, who is that? Is that Justin Bieber's body double? Oh no, that's him. Is it? I guess it could be him. I really don't know what Justin Bieber looks like, but that particular picture, it's probably because he's like in the air or something. Maybe it's, I don't know. It looks like he might be doing a stunt. No, he's just jumping. I don't know. That looks, he looks kind of bad. I don't know. Anyway, February 17th, 2020. You see that? So let me pull the web back up. Okay. So then at the end of that year, we have Tana Mongeau signs with manager David Weintraub and wellness guru Buzz Mingan. Okay. So what? Hold on. November 18th, 2020. Interesting. And this was posted a month prior. Well, the make sure your friends are okay is a Tana collab. And there's a picture. Do I have it up here? I need to pull up her Instagram post. And then, so do you see how close we are in the timeline? Like November 2020, there's this PR press push. November 2020, PR press push that Tana is working with Buzz Mingan. Look, I mean, it's right here. Exclusive celebrity news. Tana signs with blah, 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 Buzz Mingan, right? November 2020. Tana, this is her little sweatshirt. I'll show y'all the proof in a moment. This is a month prior. How could it be Lima is wearing the make sure your friends are okay sweater? Did she just buy it? Because look, when she went on Soft White Underbelly, she's wearing his merch. When she went on No Jumper, she was wearing his merch. So maybe that's just how she ingratiates herself to people. I mean, I don't know. Who gave her that sweatshirt? I don't know. I really do not know. I think this is from January though. But it's just, little points. I'm just showing y'all little points. But so Tana signs with Buzz, right? And it's all in the news and everything. Well, just like 2 or 3 weeks ago, Tana talks about working with Buzz after seeing him on Seasons. That Yummy episode we just saw, right? Where Buzz Mingan is working with Justin. Now, I don't know, maybe he works with him on other episodes. I only saw that one. But Tana says she saw the documentary and she wanted to work with Buzz Mingan. And for this portion, I'm going to just let Tana tell y'all herself. Okay, let me pull that one up.
It's not here, like how funny, like whatever, blah, blah, blah. Well,
okay. Hold on, I'm just looking for the okay. Let me pull it up. Okay. So I got the transcript here on the side. I don't know what they're talking about. Passport, something, something. I don't know. But they're going to start talking about Buzz Mingan.
But it was my first passport. I got at age 26. I still haven't left America. Except for to go to Canada.
You know more dumb things. Do you know more dumb things that I've done that I've been thinking about recently? This one's really getting me.
Okay. She said, do you know more dumb things I've been thinking about recently? This one's really getting me. Okay. Ashley and I were in tears last night. She said, I've been seeing clips of Buzz Mingan resurfacing because he was Justin Bieber's life coach. Okay. So that's how this starts off, right? She said, Tana Mongeau says, I've been thinking a lot. Hold on. More dumb things. Do you know more dumb things I've done that I've been thinking about recently? Okay. So Tana Mongeau talking about dumb things she's done recently. And this was less than a month ago on her podcast, almost 1 million views. Go.
For to go to Canada.
You know more dumb things. Do you know more dumb things that I've done that I've been thinking about recently? This one's really getting me. Ashley and I were in tears last night. I've been seeing clips of Buzz Mingan resurfacing because he was Justin Bieber's life coach. And obviously during all the...
Okay. I've been seeing the clip. I'm pausing it mostly for like copyright and stuff. Like, I want to play this clip. I have a right to react to it, but sometimes the automatic flaggers will like automatically flag it and give you problems. So, I understand it's like pausing. I understand if you want to go watch this video without my commentary, you could go there instead of watching this video. Okay. So she said, I've been thinking about dumb things I've done recently. Clips of Buzz Mingan are resurfacing because he was Justin Bieber's life coach. Obviously during all this Diddy stuff. Okay. She's about to say.
Diddy stuff, like clips of Justin Bieber being vulnerable or intimate about his mental health are going viral. So I've been seeing this man all over my For You page. And for those of you who don't know,
I did know that he worked with Tana. And I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, he also worked with Bobby Christina Brown. Let me write that down. We can go and check that in a moment. Let me see. Bobby Christina Brown, who's no longer with us. I need to double check. I do think that he did, though. I need to check, though. We're going to check after this.
There's a point in my life where I was just at a very, very, very low place in life all around. Like I thought I was going to die and I wanted to die. I did
Okay, so similar to what they had Justin Bieber start out the season's episode with, right? Like I was at a low point. I was going through a lot, and now Buzz Mingen's helping me.
Figured out, So I eventually decided I want a life coach. And I watched Justin Bieber's documentary. I think it's called Journals, and it's on YouTube.
Seasons.
And it's the first time where he ever talks about his Lyme disease, his relationship with Haley, like just his mental health, whatever. And in this series, he had a life coach named Buzz Minchen. And I see this man and I'm like, oh my God, that's what I need. Like everything he was.
So whether or not the intention of Buzz Mingen on Seasons was to advertise. Advertising did take place because, as you can hear Tana Mongeau just saying recently, that this man being on the shoot, which Scooter asked him to be there, Scooter Braun asked him to be there, Buzz Mingen being on the Yummy shoot inspired Tana that she needed not only a life coach, specifically she needed that one. Okay. So whether it was intended as an ad or not, it was a great marketing because Tana Mongeau decided that's what she needed. Listen further. It gets pretty unbelievable.
Saying in the show felt like things that, not that I'm Justin Bieber, but just different things about like cortisol levels rising during like high highs and low lows and fame and whatever. Like I felt like a lot of those things were things I needed to like work through. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, this man's literally helping Bieber work through it. Like if he can help me, that's amazing, right?
So she kind of identified a little bit with what Justin was experiencing as a young person dealing with, all these pressures. And she's like, if the guy can help Justin Bieber, he could probably help me.
And so I reach out to him and I think I'm just going to get ghosted. And like, he emails me back immediately. Meeting with him.
She emails to him and he emails back immediately, she said.
And looking back now, I see that like, I think he is and was a professional at what
and I would agree. I mean, what I see so far is like, I think he has stuff that works. I'm not going to say that his stuff don't work. I'm not even going to say he charges too much money, but it's hard not to say that. You'll see what I mean.
But I think he was like, oh, like rich YouTube idiot cha-ching, right?
I was told that he had zero credentials to be giving any sort of like psychiatric advice or therapy or anything of the sort.
But then how did he ever help Bieber?
I think he was just, it was like a trust me, bro.
$60,000 a month.
Now, I do think Buzz uses that Amen Clinic SPECT thing, right? Like, I'm gonna let him speak for himself on the Get Buzzed podcast, but I believe that what he's doing when he's working with people is the brain scanning stuff. Maybe not Tana, but like it definitely seemed like they were incorporating the brain scans into Justin Bieber's treatment and also into Amanda Rabb's treatment. And I think that Lima had even mentioned SPECT before. Now, I don't know if Dr. Amen is the only one using SPECT. And if I had to guess, he's not. So just because she said SPECT doesn't mean she's necessarily working with Dr. Amen or that she did work with him. But Amen Clinics does have one that's run by, or did, Buzz Mingen, and Buzz Mingen did work with Lima. So that's that point in the web.
60. But then how did he ever help Bieber?
I think he was just, it was like a trust me, bro.
$60,000 a month. $60,000 a month.
That itself means you need a life coach. Or honestly,
y'all, I mean, most people probably don't. Yeah. Yep. Most people don't even make that. So Gabrielle, shout out to you, a licensed clinical social worker, says as a therapist, to respond and find space instantly, he definitely saw her as a piggy bank. And life coaching is the most terrifying back door to being a therapist with no education or credentials. Ooh, girl. Ooh, girl. Corey, what? $60,000 a month. Oh, yeah, that's what she said. Look, listen, did I see the invoices? No. I'm showing y'all why I think that and why, I'm saying it. It's because Tana just said it. Look, there's a transcript right there.
So maybe a business advisor.
Mm-hmm.
Who and your manager allowed you to do that at the time?
I think at first he was on board, and then it got so far that I was kind of like,
well, I remember
believing it.
I remember because it was like not at the start of our friendship.
That part, I don't know what she's meaning. Like, I started believing it. Like, she was getting too convinced of it. Like, maybe Buzz was pulling her in, or I don't really know. I mean, I can only speculate because I don't know what she means. She's like, I started believing it. Look at.
Allowed you to do that at the time.
First he was on board, and then it got so far that I was kind of like,
well, I remember
believing it.
I remember because it was like not at the start of our friendship, but it was like pretty early on in our friendship. And I remember like your to-do list was like take fish oil and B12, and like you were paying him $60,000 a month.
And don't get me wrong, he did teach me a lot of things that like I still use to this day, and like I think work. But like one Google search away. TikTok, one Google search away.
There are people.
And like, I don't even mind like somebody charging for something that you can get on Google. I don't, because sometimes you're paying for like the trust of the person. Like, you want to know that person recommended it, right? Like, I don't know. I can't think of anything like exactly, but like, let's say there was like a certain breathing exercise or a breathing technique that's like widely available all over YouTube, right? But then there's this one guy that teaches it, and he, might charge you $150, but like there's some type of, I don't know, institutional back, I don't know, something, just something. I could understand like paying for something that could be Googleable. That doesn't bother me. Paying $60,000 a month, it starts to feel like this like was a kid, It's like, I mean, the question does come to mind, how much money was she making a month and all of that. But to me, it's just always difficult whenever you're in a helping profession to navigate and mitigate like making enough money that it's fair and you're fairly compensated, but like at the same time, like not charging so much that it's prohibitive. I just, I don't know the answer truly, but it feels kind of like $60,000. It seems like too much. I don't know. I mean, that's what put in the chat. Y'all know I try so hard to give benefits of the doubt, but like, please, for what?
Dedicated to that on TikTok. Wait, also, I'm sorry. Wait, keep going, because then I want to talk about something completely not related to that.
You can go ahead.
Did TikTok add a STEM part to your thing, or do they think I'm a fucking idiot?
That's always been on my thing, so I might be the OG idiot.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering because I just now got the STEM tab, and I was like,
I don't know what that is. So are we done with this? Okay, so that happened, right? So it's like, not only is it like, oh, Tana merch, but also, I mean, they're calling it Tana merch. I do want to show y'all that too, like why they were calling it that. But Tana's now talking about Buzz Minjin, and she says, to his credit, he was telling her stuff that worked, and she still to this very day uses some of the stuff he taught her. It does sound like everything that I have heard publicly what he does as far as fish oil, B12, and havening or, self-soothing seems fine. Like nothing seems like that amiss about it. Even the fact he's working with Amanda, like I've always maintained, like, and ever since I saw this picture, like, I don't know to what extent this man was really like involved in Aura, right? But recently I had the occasion to go and listen to this Get Buzzed podcast. Girl, I don't know what a STEM tab is. What does that mean? Girl, I don't know if licensed therapists are making that in a year. A tad rocket high. He did work with one of the twins. I believe so. I think he said that in the Get Buzz podcast. I just want to, 1 second. Um, where am I had to send a text, sorry. Oh, I was checking the poll. I don't know why I always pick my phone up to check the poll. It's the desktop I need to be doing. <gasps> 94% of y'all. Let me look at the poll. How do I see it? Ah, no. Okay. Whoa. 1,100 of y'all voted. Did you know Buzz Mingan worked with Amanda Rab Lima from Aura? 1,100 votes more. 94% of y'all said no. Wow. 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 Okay. Let me just ask, did y'all even ever hear of Buzz Mingan before this? Let me do that poll. Thank you to shout out to everybody who voted in that poll. I like that the participation. That's good. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Have you ever heard of Buzz Mingan at all before today? Okay, new poll. Okay. So I guess let's pull up the Get Buzz podcast.
With physical ones, you can.
Okay. So let me see if I can go to the Spotify one. Do I have Spotify? He took it down. Well, it's still up on his website. Okay, whatever, girl. Okay, so this is what we're going to be listening to. Podcast, Spotify.com. Clicked it. Okay, and I don't know how else to listen to it except just press and play. So, I don't know. Sorry.
And see them. But with psychological wounds, in the present moment, the way we're currently treating mental health is that we only depend on a patient's self-reporting.
Thank you, Juicy.
To determine how severe that wound or that trauma is.
That was some insight from my guest today. Before we jump into our full conversation, let's take some questions from a few of our listeners. How do I stay well when I'm in an all-time low? If someone...
Okay, so then Buzz Mingan opens up the podcast by taking some purported fan questions. Y'all need to start asking me these questions, okay? How do you stay well when you're at an all-time low? You need to get back in touch with the Lord, okay? And it's not the one they probably told you about when you were little, but maybe it is. And your positive affirmations, you need to be doing them at least 3 times a day. I'm going to give them to you right now. Ready? Okay, you can do these. You can do other ones. You can make your own up. Okay, got your notebook? Ready? Okay, let's go. I love myself. I love myself. I love myself. Okay. I trust myself. I trust myself. I trust myself. I honor myself. I honor myself. I honor myself. I value myself. I value myself. I value myself. You get extra bonus points of wellness. Look, I don't make the rules. You get extra wellness points if you say it in a mirror or in some way reflecting, right? Turn your phone camera to yourself, like look at yourself saying the words. Some of y'all are going to try and say I love myself and it's not going to come out of your mouth. You're going to be like, what is the sorcery? It won't come out. You can't say it out. Oh, I'll think it to my head. Try to say it out loud. You're going to get choked up. You're going to cry if you say it 3 times. I'm telling you. Leave it in the comments if you just tried it and you cried, because that's how it goes. So that would be my advice. But let's hear what Buzz Mingan said. You can't press space on here, y'all.
What feels are an all-time low, I would absolutely seek professional intervention. This could be done by first seeing a licensed clinical therapist or even a psychiatrist. However, getting on medication immediately is not always the answer. When you're seeking a professional,
Agreed. Cosign. Medication immediately is not always the answer. Agreed.
integrative professionals who study and focus on integrative healthcare.
I told y'all.
commonly
Look at y'all putting a little crying emoji. I hate saying it in the mirror. I know. That's the demons. That's the tell them you don't consent. I love myself. I don't know about y'all. Anything around here that doesn't love me is not allowed and is not invited. Bye. You know, like, this is your house, you know? Anything that doesn't appreciate it can get out. You know what I mean? Do you see you picking up what I'm putting down? Whitney said goosebumps. And then y'all listen too. There's also like a visualization thing that goes with that specific affirmations I just told y'all. Love myself, trust myself, honor myself, value myself. It don't really have to go in that order. Maybe it does, but I sometimes I do them out of order. It's just like one time a day, every day, I'm saying a compliment to myself. Like, that's the bare minimum. And like all this stuff, like even like I'm the shit, I'm a bad bitch. No, I'm not. There's nothing bad about me, actually. There's nothing shit about me either. Like, I understand if y'all want to, like, I know it means a good thing to a lot of people, but for me, I don't even want the ambiguity. I don't want to define myself using a word that is a insult, you know, even ambiguously. Yeah, seriously, $60,000 in my hand. Just kidding. That was free. Because I got it for free on YouTube. On YouTube from Spirit Science.
Give more information that would be more specific to why a person's not functioning at optimal health. Investigating sleep, diet, and exercise for people who are struggling is critical. What tips do you have for staying sane during quarantine? Staying sane during quarantine.
The same advice. As the first question, except some other things I'm not allowed to say.
Takes a number of different types of interventions. The first is the structural intervention. You should maintain a routine that is the same, at least Monday through Friday. Every morning you should get up, get a shower. Showers are great boosters of serotonin, GABA, and dopamine.
I've heard other people say that as well before too. And also, y'all know, some of y'all know, I've been learning about some of the ancient texts and some of the texts that aren't quite ancient. And it is a pretty common thing within some of the traditional religions, you know, the older religions, that you would shower every day. Like, I know Sikhism recommends it, and some parts of Hinduism. I know certainly like certain forms of yoga, you have to take a shower before you do it to kind of cleanse. And I do think, you know, even like Wim Hof and them, like they say like getting water like on your head like triggers certain endorphin production, whatever. So I've heard this before. Get a shower every day. That's probably good advice. No problems so far.
After your shower, you should have a routine of what you drink. For example, a glass of water with lemon to cleanse your gut, and having a protein breakfast. It would also.
It is funny because it's like, duh, like, okay, wellness. Someone comes to you, they're not well. What are you going to tell them? And all of us would probably say similar stuff. What are they eating? What does their environment look like? What about the oxygen going outside, getting sunlight? We all know what we're supposed to be doing. It's just like the routine is the problem, is like we get caught up. And for a lot of us, it's really not an option. It's like, so, okay, let me go get a fresh air of sun. Let me go get some fresh air and some sunshine when my freaking kid needs its diaper changed or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, obviously the easier said than done, but all of us kind of know this stuff, right? But if you do have somebody cracking a whip on you all day and saying like conservatorship or jail unless you take your B12 fish oil and drink enough water, then you probably might do it or something. You know, I mean, I don't know.
To boost some of your energy. Everyone should have supplements in their daily routine that will help improve your energy, as well as help foster the possibility of exercising each morning. Having exercise every morning on a routine basis is extremely important in
I think that's also good advice. No problems.
order to boost your GABA, serotonin, and dopamine as well. Connectivity with people that you love is critical. Even though we're quarantined, we can connect with others through FaceTime, through Zoom, and even by cell phone. Every time we connect with others, we can possibly develop an oxytocin moment, which is feeling that huggable, lovable hormone. However, some people will doubt and say, well, we can't hug anybody when we're quarantined. And that's not necessarily true. For those that you can hug.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, for me, tomato. When I say routine, I just mean you need to pick a couple things that's like you can count on it. And whether that's like every week or every month or every, I think every day you should probably have some things you do every day. Like you should definitely in the morning when you wake up, do something with your oral hygiene, regardless. Like, girl, if all you can do is rinse the mouth out, you need to do something. You know what I mean? Like brush the teeth every morning somehow. Like, does that mean you have to do it with your left hand? And no, you could do it outside, inside, in your mama's bathroom. You could do it whatever, but you know what I mean? That's kind of more what I mean. Like things that for sure are getting done no matter what.
For example, your wife or your husband or your kids who you know are safe or have the antibodies or you feel comfortable hugging, the hug should increase while you're in quarantine. Now, if you're feeling like you have cabin fever, and you would like to get out and about and spend time outside the house, that also should be done on a schedule. Random trips will not work because ultimately you may be disappointed when your expectations are not met because of other people being quarantined or certain places being restricted.
Glad that's over.
Thanks to those of you who
the whole era, if you know what I mean,
submitted questions to us on social media. Keep sending us questions at Dr. Buzz Minjan, and I'll keep answering them for you. Lima Yeverimovich has faced the implications of living with loved ones struggling with severe mental illness firsthand.
This is one of the first things that tipped me off with her. Oh, I don't even got y'all on the screen. Hold on. She's dealt with the struggles of mental illness dealing with family members firsthand. So the family members are the ones with the firsthand experience. You know what I mean? I don't know how to go backwards.
The trauma that she experienced as a child helped her fuel her drive to create a better solution to dealing with mental illness using advanced technology. Lima is the founder of Aura, which builds
I gotta go back. Sorry.
Now, if you're feeling like you have cabin fever, and
I don't know an easier way to listen to this. Unfortunately, it's on Spotify. I don't know how to just rewind a little bit.
You would like to get out and about and spend time outside the house. That also should be done on a schedule. Random trips will not work because ultimately you may be disappointed when your expectations are not met because of other people being quarantined or certain places being restricted.
He's yelling?
Thanks to those of you who submitted questions to us on social media. Keep sending us questions at Dr. Buzz Minjan, and I'll keep answering them for you. Lima Yeverimovich has faced the implications of living with loved ones struggling with severe mental illness.
Lima Yeverimovich has faced the implications of living with loved ones struggling with severe mental illness firsthand.
Okay. The trauma that she experienced as a child helped her fuel her drive to create a better solution to dealing with mental illness using it.
Is it the sisters, the sisters firsthand, or is it the trauma she experienced as a child, girl? I don't know.
Using advanced technology. Lima is the founder of Aura, which builds and provides virtual reality and digital treatment tools for mental health, substance abuse, and addictions. Her virtual reality solutions targets contributing factors such as trauma, anxiety, depression, and high-risk personality traits in between inpatient and...
I'm curious, where is Dima? That's my question.
and outpatient facilities. Aura's virtual reality programs offers mobile solutions to keep patients on track as well as to reduce relapse. We are excited to have you here today. Welcome, Lima.
Well, thank you for that. I mean,
Thank God they named it Just Buzz Podcast because, girl, the microphone aux cord is buzzing. Okay. I did get this recently. Remember these millennials? Speaking of millennials, oh my God, don't look at my nails. I need to get them done. I missed my appointment yesterday. Oops. Remember these? It's like an original juicy tube. Kids these days would never know. They could never know.
amazing introduction. I want you to follow me around and be my hype man everywhere I go.
Listen, I will absolutely do that. You know, you and I spend quality time together, you know, really trying to build this company so people can, you know, enjoy and benefit.
Y'all heard that? Did y'all hear that? Buzz Mingan, Tana Mongeau's former life coach, who she paid $60,000 a month, Justin Bieber's former wellness guru, who was in the season's documentary, has spent quality time with Lima Yevrimovich, Lima from Aura, trying to help do what now? Let me run that back.
Solutions to keep patients on track as well as to reduce relapse. We are excited to have you here today. Welcome, Lima.
Well, thank you for that amazing introduction. I want you to follow me around and be my hype man everywhere I go.
Listen, I will absolutely do that. You know, you and I spend quality time together, you know, really trying to build this company so people can, you know, enjoy and benefit from this really sophisticated toolbox. But
Y'all heard that? Spent quality time together trying to build this company? Is that what he said? Let me get my notes out. I already have my... No way. I didn't know that's who this guy was. That is a major discovery. This is getting scary, bro. Meek said, Nike. I mean, I don't get scared. I'm slightly scared for my safety because of the stalkers that Lima had come to my house, but that what's her name from Harris Investigations has not been back around. They always talking about a toolbox. They always talking about a toolbox. I don't know, girl. Who knows? Let me find my Buzz Mingan notes. I'm almost done with my notebook. I'm about to have to start my next one. Okay. Okay, who is Buzz Mingan? No, let's see. I think I did it after this. Maybe it was before. Okay, found it. I thought I found it. Okay, found it. Okay. So in my notes, I have on May 9th, 2021. That's when Amanda Rabb passed away. Let me pull up the web. Okay. May 9th, 2021. That's when Amanda Rabb, this lady right here, passes away. Same lady that's right here working with Buzz Mingan. Okay. Amanda Rabb, she was a Lima, this woman right here, tried to get a conservatorship or a guardianship, same thing by Lima's own admission, over this woman, Amanda Rabb. Okay. didn't get the conservatorship or guardianship, but instead she got a court order to put Amanda in treatment for a year. Eventually, they moved Amanda from the state of California across state lines to a different treatment facility in Las Vegas. Okay, that becomes important because Tana Mongeau's from Las Vegas, but also Tony Hsieh was based out of Las Vegas. He was the Zappos founder. He died a very tragic, mysterious death. Nobody exactly really knows how he died because it's reported that he died in a fire. He did not die in that fire. He got pulled out of the fire. He wasn't dead yet. It was days before he died, and he died in the hospital. So, on the earliest posts, earlier posts on this Lima from Aura account, she's tagging Zappos, she's tagging Amazon. And when Tony Hsieh died, she actually posted about it. Lima did. And she said she was devastated to learn that her role model, mentor, and friend had passed. Tony was one of the first to believe in the concept of aura. This is the Zappos founder who died not in the fire, but days after. When I first was starting out, so she says this is one of the first people to believe in aura, Tony Hsieh. He connected me with his team and welcomed me into his home. His guidance paved the path for my focus on Las Vegas, and because of Tony's generosity and extending his network to me, I was able to secure the first clinics to use Aura in Las Vegas. Okay. So that's important because the clinic that Amanda Rabb died in was in Las Vegas. Now, was it this clinic where Buzz Mingen is at? I'm not sure because she was in another one in California first. So I don't know if this was in Las Vegas or not. But Tana's from Las Vegas. Britney Spears' conservatorship was in Las Vegas. Not her conservatorship, her residencies. And then we have Lima in Las Vegas right here. And this is where she announced for the first time on Instagram. She was working with BAM, and BAM had backed Aura. That's how I knew. This post right here is how I knew that Lima had a business connection with BAM. And that is from this post, which says, thank you for all of the support with Amanda, and to BAM and Nikki for backing us. So in my opinion, that means financially, but I don't know. I don't know. You tell me, what does it mean to back somebody? Seems like a business relationship, but maybe it was just like a collab or something. Anyway, okay. So where were we? Right. Okay. So Amanda Rabb. Okay. So we're here, Amanda Rabb. We're at the Get Buzz podcast. Let me see. There's a couple of these I want to get to. Michelle White, welcome to members. Storm AF, welcome to members. Shout out to you. Kraken Studio. If Webb connects to Rob Kardashian's life coach, thank you for the $2 super chat. Who's his life coach? Because actually in the Rob Kardashian video that I did make on BJ Investigates, and shout out to the person who sent me like basically a script. I mean, that was like, shout out to that follower, that subscriber. You know who you are. I saw Rob Kardashian was trying to tell Kris Jenner that he don't want anything to do with these weird life coaches that she keeps trying to put on him. So I'm interested to know if he actually finally did agree to do one. Thanks so much, Michelle, for the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Michelle, again for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Shout out to the YouTube channel Spirit Science. That channel triggered my awakening 12 years ago. Highly recommend. Thank you, Heal With Me, for the $9.99 super chat. I love Spirit Science. I love that channel. I wish they posted more, but I understand. I understand how it goes, you know. Again, another $5 super sticker. Thank you so much, Michelle. Because the borders are closing, had to live in a hotel for 3 months. Oh my goodness. Oh, right. Right. That was probably in response to that question that I had asked a while ago. Exactly, Daniel. And thank you so much for the £9.99 super chat. It is so destabilizing and it's so stressful and distressing. Seriously. It's like you need to have some certainty. Some certainty needs to be had. Okay, let's go back to this.
I think your story, Lima, is just, it's overwhelmingly incredible. I mean, I just have so many questions to ask you. And but thanks for coming on. I mean,
Thank you so much for having me, Buzz.
So I want everyone to know this kind of uniqueness about our story here. You ready? So I built.
Okay, so we're about to get the uniqueness of their story. I mean, I'm hoping y'all can actually hear. I'm hoping y'all can actually hear the audio. I mean, every time when I watch these things back, it's like the audio's all messed up.
Built a model that would identify college students and train them on brain health. And it also flags people who are at risk for being ill and, and gives them tools for what to do and et cetera, et cetera. But I just couldn't find the right software partner. I needed a strategic partner who was just really bright and sophisticated in software. And then you had all this.
So he had some program for college students for some reason. I mean, I don't know. I mean, whatever. And he needed a software development team. Okay, let's listen to that one more time.
Them on brain health. And it also flags people who are at risk for being ill and,
flag people at risk for being ill. Like, what is this? The freaking Minority Report? We going to put people in jail for stuff they didn't do yet too?
Gives them tools for what to do and et cetera, et cetera. But I just couldn't find the right software partner. I needed a strategic partner who was just really bright and sophisticated in software.
And he settled on Lima. Buzz Mangan, wellness guru to the stars, decided that the smart, the really bright and sophisticated person on software should be this numpty. Okay.
And then you had all this software and you needed this content person that really understood mental health and had your same passion. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, and not only understood mental health, but looked at it in a unique way, because a lot of traditional medical professionals will just resort to what the textbook treatment is in a one size fits all. And a lot of times when
the medical providers are doing what their medical textbooks told them to do. What is the problem? Like, if you go to a doctor for mental health, you are pretty much signing up for whatever they learned in their textbooks, right? Like, it's like she's saying it like it's some kind of bad thing. Like, what? Isn't that what the whole point of it is? Like, isn't that why we have doctors at all? Isn't that why they have school for doctors and stuff? Like, y'all know I'm as holistic as it comes. I mean, I don't even go to doctors as first line of defense a lot of times. I'll try and do a little Ayurvedic, do a little breathing, do a little something else before I go to a traditional practitioner of Western medicine. Okay. But if I do, I know that I'm signing up for what they learned at their schools. I'm not like, what else do you expect? It's very strange. It's very strange. In my opinion. I mean, I don't know, but it seems strange.
And it really understood mental health and had your same passion. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, and not only understood mental health, but looked at it in a unique way, because a lot of traditional medical professionals will just resort to what the textbook treatment is in a one size fits all. And a lot of times when you go to a therapist, they're most likely to diagnose you with what they're most comfortable treating. So misdiagnosis is absolutely rampant in mental health.
Which could be true. I mean, I don't know. I don't have enough information to know. But I definitely know a lot of people who have had like difficulty nailing down exactly what their diagnosis is. And the reason for that is because when you get a diagnosis, a lot of times they'll treat it in a certain, obviously like acceptable way. But then whenever that treatment doesn't work, then it ends up being like, well, then you must not have that diagnosis. It must be something different. And it's like, maybe they have the diagnosis and your shit didn't work, or maybe they never did. Right. I mean, I don't know. So it's possible misdiagnosis is rampant. I couldn't speak to that.
Mental health. So when I met you, you just have your own way of doing things, and you're very similar to me, where the only thing that matters to me is data, metrics, and measurement. And so that's why I think we vibe so well because that's what we do with our technology.
So this is interesting to know. Amy Rose says, mental health is not cookie cutter. They customize medicines and therapy to the person. The DSM is well established. And that's an interesting point because a lot of times, Lima says this cookie cutter, one size fits all solution is a problem. Cookie cutter, one size fits all. And I don't have enough, information to know, what they're doing over there and all of that. But here's Amy Rose saying, actually, no, it's not. Every patient gets treated for that patient and what that patient, needs or whatever. So I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have enough experience. I'm certainly not a doctor in any way.
And so we're looking for ways to scale what we do and also scale what you do as well.
Yeah. I mean, could you find a better match? I mean, let's be honest. I mean,
No.
Could you find a better match? Like, they've been spending time working on Aura together, y'all. I mean, quality time.
Yeah, the same martial art, kind of passion, which I just found that so unique. Like, what are the chances?
I'm trying to learn Brazilian jiu-jitsu, but I only want to take private lessons. I do not want to be in a class. Okay. Somebody reach out to me.
Yeah, that was the first thing that we pointed about.
Then I have a sister who has significant mental health issues that I've worked my whole life in collaboration with my family to heal, as you did. I mean, am I right?
Yeah, so I think that, a lot of times
the audio she got is buzzing. It's get buzzed all right.
People will feel sorry for people that have difficult stories. But I think for you and I, it gave us a lot of purpose and so much drive. And it's going to end up helping so many people.
I don't know whose story it is. Is it her story or it's the twin story? It's like, does she even know?
People in the long run. So I'm actually very grateful for it.
So you're not kidding. And I'm grateful to, work with you because we are about to change the world. So all you people who are listening to this, be prepared because our product is coming. It's very close to being.
All you people that are listening to this, be prepared because our product is coming. Let me update my poll. I keep going to my phone. Let me update my poll. No, I don't care if it's male or female, but obviously I can't afford a lot. So, I mean, I'm kind of joking. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there in the universe. I mean, I'm not really joking. I'm kind of joking, but like, I feel like I need to take a martial art and I want to learn Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Hold on. I'm pulling up my poll and I can't honestly, I don't want to discuss why, but I need to I want to do it private. So I don't know, one day I'm just manifesting it. Okay, let me look at my poll. So 92% of y'all, 30 minutes ago, I did the poll, 31 minutes. We have 778 votes and 92% of 778 has said they never heard of Buzz Ming until today. Okay, let me do a new poll. Start a poll. Does it surprise you to know Aura is our product? No, let me, does it surprise you to hear Buzz Mingen refer to Aura as our product? Let's hear that one more. Let's run that back.
Grateful to, work with you because we are about to change the world. So all you people who are listening to this, be prepared because our product is coming. It's very close to being launched.
Be prepared Be prepared. Be prepared. Because our product is coming. Look at that. Our product is coming. Our product is coming. You should download a loopback audio extension to your browser. What's that mean? What does that mean? No, see, this is why I got to be careful of how does it surprise you? Does it shock you? No, but is it still like, huh? Like a little bit, huh? Does it make you do that? That's the question.
And if it wasn't for Lima, I have to say that my energy would be dipping a little bit. But Lima, you're like a case of Red Bull and a shot of like adrenaline. I mean, you just kind of keep going.
He's like, oh, I would be ready to give up on this project, but Lima's like a shot of Red Bull and adrenaline.
I'm not quite sure what your secret, formula is, but
Thank you.
yeah. So Lima, so everyone can learn about you because your just story. I just can't wait to get into it. But
thank you.
So what did you do prior to launching Aura? What was your life like? I mean,
what did you do prior to launching Aura? What was your life like?
What was your job or what were your interests?
That's 10 questions. What was your job? What were your interests? What did you do? What was your life like? That's a lot of questions to be asking somebody.
Yeah, so I went to school for political science, but I kind of diverted from that and went into gaming. So I have a gaming background, coding virtual.
So she went to school for political science.
So Lima, so everyone can learn about you because your just story. I just can't wait to get into it. But so what did you do prior to launching Aura? What was your life like? I mean, what was your job or what were your interests?
Yeah, so I went to school for political science, but I kind of diverted from that and went in.
She went to school for political science, but she kind of diverted from that. I think that means she dropped out. I think that's what it means. I'm not really sure. But I have never found any record that she graduated from anywhere. And I actually reached out to the college that she claims to have gone to, the university, on her LinkedIn, and it's public records over there who graduated from there. And come to find out, they had no record that she graduated from there. And so I don't know what kind of diverted means, but I think that might mean dropped out. I don't know. No shame, no hate. People drop out. That's fine. I dropped out one semester because I had health issues, but I went back the next semester. So it's not a big deal. But like, went to school for political science, kind of diverted, and now I have a gaming background. Okay, that's one way to put it. Keep going.
Into gaming. So I have a gaming background, coding virtual reality for entertainment. And then I also worked in 2016, in 2014, 2014 to 2016, really heavy into 360 and immersive production, especially for sports in 2016. So that was
so 360 and immersive production for sports. 360 and immersive production for sports. That's those cameras that are like 360 and you film with them so that you can do like, Google Maps or whatever.
That's where I came from, but I was driven to take the experience I had from entertainment and gaming and apply it to an industry that's heavily underserved and really very primitive and treatment options offered. So it mostly came from what I was struggling with my family situation, and then bridging that gap with what I knew how to do really well. And it just was a perfect fit.
So your skill set is in the world of kind of software or technology, right? I mean, that's kind of is that your zest? Is that that's your toolbox? You're a political.
What's my zest? Somebody tell me. What's that mean? Somebody tell me my zest.
My toolbox is an experience design for 360 and virtual reality.
That sounds coded. What does that mean, toolbox? Why do you keep talking about toolboxes? Let me get to some of these here. New life plan, came here for the critical thinking, leave here crying in the middle of personal affirmations and in a better condition than I arrived. Well, that's great. And all the credit goes to the people I learned it from for free on the internet, Spirit Science. Shout out to them. Thank you for that $9.99 super chat. Beautiful Messy Ball said the DSM is really just a political handbook. That's an interesting way to put that. Very interesting interpretation. Thank you for that $1.99 super chat. Is because doctors, okay, so spoil sport is like, yeah, duh. The reason that it goes like this in the medical field is because doctors literally troubleshoot. You have to work with them and tell them what you're feeling so that they can narrow the issue down. You have to work with them and tell them they can't read your mind. And that is what she always says, right? She's always like, the doctors, the therapists, the clinicians, they just ask what's wrong. And it's like a blind person trying to describe the color blue for the first time. And they don't have that. It's like, yeah, no shit. They can't read your mind. You got to talk. And like, to some extent, like, yeah, like a part of being a human in the beginning was the word, right? Like that's how we communicate. It's like the way we communicate. And that doesn't mean spoken word. You can communicate with other types of words, like ASL signs can be substituted or whatever, SL, whatever. But the way that we communicate with words is very important. And so, yes, you should be able to communicate in some way outwardly with your doctor to tell them in some way how you are feeling. Yes, you absolutely should. And it's like, I understand sometimes that's hard to do when you never saw the color blue or something, but I don't think that hooking the robots up to our heads is the way to go. At the same time, if somebody wants to hook the robot up to your head, girl, your body, your choice. You can give your data down the stream to anybody you feel like. That's not my data, that's yours. You can do what you want. But this kind of step one conservatorship or jail thing, it's where it starts to get a little tied up for me. But yes, thank you, Spoil Sport. Y'all got me with the tongue twisters for the $19.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that one. Got banished to the communism realm. Oh no, what's that mean? I was using voice to text, but I didn't pick properly and I got banished to the communism realm. What's going on? Thank you for the $13.99 super chat. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Spitfire Wild. Jamal Ting. Okay, let me write that down. Jamal Ting is Rob Kardashian's life coach on the show, you're saying? Rob Kardashian. Yep. And thank you for the $1.99 super chat, New Life Plan, and then New Life Plan coming through again with another $9.99. Thank you so much. Glad we're listening to this as a group because I missed all the inclusive pronouns of the two of them having ownership of something together. Our. Yes, heard that, New Life Plan? And that's why it takes all of us to look at this stuff because, I mean, I'm good, y'all, but I'm not what's omniscient or omnipotent? Omniscient. I'm not omniscient. I'll tell you that. Okay. Thanks so much for that $9.99 super chat. Pine Elm Holler, thank you for the $5. Said I wouldn't classify the SEX tech post on her Instagram as gaming, but I digress. Thank you for $5. Thanks so much, Kitty Soft Paws, for the $4.99 super chat. You're so appreciated and courageous. Beauty, brains, and heart of gold. Thank you so much for that and the kind words. Let's listen to a little more of this.
That is wild. That is wild. And then you have this, store.
What was so wild and astonishing to him just now?
My toolbox is an experience design for 360 and virtual reality.
That is wild. That is wild. And then you have this, story and then, behind you, which we're going to get to. But so then you started thinking, I guess, hey, I can take these tools I have and then I can achieve some of my personal goals with some of my occupational goals and kind of bring them together.
Yeah, so what I was doing wasn't very fulfilling and
So the sports thing just wasn't fulfilling. Understandable.
from very early on, my passion was to do something that was mental health related, but I didn't know exactly what that was. And so originally when I first started off, it was 2013, and I was working on something along the lines of mental health, but a learning management platform. So similar to what you would see for online school, but for mental health. And so that.
A learning management platform similar to online school, but for mental health. So like where you have like a roster of classes you take. Thank you, KH, for the $4.99 super chat. You're doing great. Keep it up. Something about $60,000 a month. Britney's forced rehab was the same amount, right? Tax incentive. It's great. It's a great question. I would love to know. I don't know. I think they just get as much money as they can out of people. I mean, I really don't know truly, but it's an interesting comparison. Data point. It's an interesting data point. Thank you for the $4.99. Okay.
That can only go so far in terms of engagement levels and attention span and all of that.
Okay. The online platform for mental health can only go so far as engagement levels and attention span and stuff like that. It's weird to me that how like some of these people are so worried about engagement levels and attention span, because it almost sounds like she's talking about an entertainment platform instead of a mental health platform, right? Like think about it. Engagement and attention span. Engagement, that's like an entertainment. That's like an entertainment metric. Like what does mental health have to do with engagement level of your software program?
That. And so when I was introduced to the virtual reality and 360 world by a friend whose company I started working for.
She was introduced to the virtual reality and gaming world by a friend whose company she started working for. So she starts working for a friend's company and she's introduced to the virtual reality and gaming world. Okay.
And the first time that I ever put on a headset, I remember thinking, you know, I didn't think of entertainment. I didn't think of gaming. I thought.
Are you curious to know the first time Lima Yavrimovich put on a virtual reality helmet, what she thought? I'm curious. She's about to tell us. The first time she ever put on a virtual reality helmet, what'd she think?
And whose company I started working for. And the first time that I ever put on a headset, I remember thinking, you know, I didn't think of entertainment.
She didn't think of entertainment.
I didn't think of gaming.
She didn't think of gaming. The first time Lima Yavrimovich, at the time probably going by Mora, maybe Takali, ever put on a helmet on her head of the virtual reality, she didn't think of entertainment.
I was introduced to the virtual reality and 360 world by a friend whose company I started working for. And the first time that I ever put on a headset, I remember thinking, you know, I didn't think of entertainment.
Not
I
entertainment.
didn't think of gaming. I thought of what it could do to implant a memory in somebody's head.
Did y'all hear that? She said she didn't think of entertainment. She didn't think of any of that. She thought about implanting a memory in somebody's head. I'm going to run it back one more time. I don't want to misquote the girl.
And whose company I started working for. And the first time that I ever put on a headset, I remember thinking, you know, I didn't think of entertainment. I didn't think of gaming. I thought of what it could do to implant a memory in somebody's head and how that could totally transform someone's response and behavior. And so I started doing.
What? I mean, uh, um, uh, what? It's never crossed my mind to implant a mirror. I mean, a mirror. Someone said Black Mirror. It's never crossed my mind to implant a memory in someone's mind. But now that you mention it, it makes me wonder a lot about what Dahlia Takali was talking about in the Tulsa, Oklahoma police body camera footage. Because she was talking about some stuff like, kill me, resurrect me, kill me, resurrect, whatever. It's like, I don't know, what's real, what's not. Oh, whoa. It's, and the way that she says it without any type of like twinge, it lets me know we not the same in the head. Okay. I can guarantee you that. We not the same. We not the same.
More research into it, and I found that there's actually been a tremendous amount of research into virtual reality and mental health, and that's kind of where it took a left turn, and I really started building up.
It took a left turn as opposed to some other type of turn, girl. I don't know.
My repertoire in virtual reality, and I worked for a few different companies, and it was very heavy in entertainment, but my original goal was to build enough experience to be able to take that into what I originally want. So take that learning management platform idea and just, put you in a place where it's interactive, it's engaging, and suddenly you have that person's full attention. And you're not just
interactive and engaging, and suddenly you have that person's full attention. Sure, that sounds great for entertainment, but why did she want to take that out of entertainment into mental health? Like, you want to hijack someone's brain and implant memories? I'm curious. Is that what she's saying? Somebody answer me.
Just telling them what to do, but it's mostly based off of the ability to make the patient present. So, by implementing technology in treatment, it's the ability to measure that how that person's feeling, but it's also with specifically to virtual reality, be able to manipulate how they're feeling in real time.
She wants to manipulate how people are feeling in real time. And you know what? Fine. But my problem always comes back down to step 1 from the website, which is conservatorship or jail. It seems to be part of her business model. It seems to be part of the business. That was on her website. It said step 1, conservatorship or jail. And then as the steps go on, now they're using aura. And I'm just uncomfortable with this. The woman is saying out loud on a podcast, out loud, full chest, maybe half chest, to be fair. She's saying she wants to manipulate in real time the way that people are feeling in virtual reality, which if you sign up for that, please be my guest. But if you got conservatorshiped or jailed, and if you say no to the treatment, you're going to go to jail or prison for 5 years or something. No, it doesn't sit right with me as a member of the public.
And so I can put you in a triggering place and get you into that fight or flight emotion. I can put you in a calming place, and I can see how long it takes you to calm down and or to get stressed out.
I don't need anybody seeing all that about me, to be honest, especially the likes of her. Sound like, listen, from the looks of it, to me, in my opinion, the girl don't have her own shit together. So I really don't want her manipulating my thoughts, feelings in real time about anything. And I don't need her knowing all my data about how long my cortisol takes to get through the roof and shit like that. I don't need that. I don't need it. No.
And so I can really measure how your mental well-being is based on being able to manipulate circumstances that otherwise weren't available to us. So it's really the magic of virtual reality and teleportation in a way.
So in my language, we would say that you're putting people into a controlled environment, which is manipulated through virtual reality. And then there are these content and contextual triggers that people will experience that will most likely activate their sympathetic nervous system, which is your fight or flight, but it includes all your vitals. These vitals can be measured with the technology while they're going through this experience, and then someone in real time can not only coach them, or they could have done coaching prior, counseling, what have you. So then the patient who's experiencing this, this three-dimensional moment in real time can try to use those tactics that were taught. And during that,
Listen, y'all. To me, I don't care. If y'all want to do this, I don't care. Go do it. I mean, probably some point in my life, there was even a time where I might have even dabbled in the virtual reality mental health of it all. Okay. Again, I'm just thinking about the fact that people get in these court-ordered treatments and they can't leave. And so is this treatment ethical? I mean, that's my question. I don't know. That's really what I've always been asking. And Lima Yevrimovich, this girl right here, who we listening to, she has gone to extreme lengths to sue me. And it's kind of turned into this circus about Lima versus BJ. But I've always said it from the very beginning. All she has to do is come out, say why she was not truthful and not honest about how Amanda Rabb died, because she said she was going to read word for word of what we got. And she said Amanda died from cardiac arrhythmia, but it was, from a seizure disorder, but it was actually cardiac arrhythmia. Because that was my dad's seizure disorder. No, it wasn't. So she needs to come out and say why that discrepancy and debacle happened. I mean, she's come out and attempted to say something about an email and a this and a that, but it's not satisfactory in my opinion to me. Okay. The other thing I've always said is aura, the product, might work. It might be awesome. I've always maintained I don't know who or what actually resulted in the death of Amanda Rabb. It clearly states on the autopsy report that she had pre-existing conditions, including heart, hypertension, obesity, and schizophrenia. I mean, that's what it says on the autopsy report. So anything, could have anything. I don't even want to speculate. Okay. I know that Amanda Rabb had a hard life and all that. I've never said, oh, so-and-so killed Amanda. I've never said that. And now there's a lot of people lying. They lie on my name all day and night. It's like they get paid to do it. It's like it's their whole job or something. But you will not find ever anywhere a shred of proof of me saying anybody killed Amanda Rabb, actually. Never, anywhere. You could have a hidden camera in my house and you wouldn't catch me saying that. So I've never said that. She makes shit up to get the heat off of her, I guess. But the questions remain. Aura could work. I've never said that it definitely doesn't work. I've said I probably would feel uncomfortable using it, especially now considering op number one is running it. But also, I might just not like it. I don't want to go to that sphere. I don't like my retinas being measured and stuff. It's already enough of that. I'm not trying to willingly participate in it. But the problem for me comes in when it's a question of consent. What is consent? And what does it mean to consent to a year of ordered something? Consent to, it sounds like, to me, indistinguishable. And maybe somebody can write me an essay in the comments down below and distinguish it from sharecropping, where it's you can pay the boss back by working for him. You can agree to be in his servitude. You can agree to be in someone's servitude. That feels unconstitutional. It doesn't feel like you can agree to not be able to get out of something for a year. In my opinion, y'all tell me. But what's the difference between indentured servant and somebody that says, all right, well, to avoid jail, I'm going to go into a treatment. I'm not saying that's what happened with Amanda. I'm not saying that's what happened with Amanda. It's public record what happened with Amanda. Y'all can go watch the videos. But it brings these questions to my mind. And it's just a conversation I want to have.
At time period, simultaneously, their vitals can be measured so the clinician can see that, wow, they are now able to access their parasympathetic nervous system and bring those stress reactions down and be more responsive to these triggers, not overly reactive. Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
So
Sounds good. Sounds like all of us could use that. I mean, maybe not the means, but the end, right? Where we can control our emotions and not be overly responsive and not get the cortisol through the roof. I think that's a worthy goal. I agree. I would like that.
You nailed it right on the head.
So what I love about that, quite honestly, is it's hard for people to appreciate some of the experience that the patients have gone through. So, you and I have talked, we share a very traumatic, we both have very strong traumatic backgrounds, right? As children and et cetera. And that trauma's come.
Same, girl. I mean, everybody in the chat too. We all been through it. Okay. It's the Kali Yuga, for God's sake.
It's kind of sustained itself because we both have siblings that have had a lot of very, difficult times in their life that is very painful for us to be a part of because we care for them so much. So it's hard for people who have not suffered trauma sometimes to really appreciate what our brains are going through. So the cool thing about the VR,
it's also very curious to me because both of them seemed unable to differentiate between their trauma and their siblings' trauma, right? It's like, we have these really mentally up siblings, right? We've been through that. But our brains as brains with trauma, it's like you're gonna have to pick one. You can't be both feet out. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to be, is it you have trauma brain or it's your sibling? Because that's different.
Virtual reality concept is you can put them in there. The counselor, clinician, practitioner doesn't have to try to pretend and recreate. This thing is like almost being back at war or back in this stressful situation that someone was in.
It's like being back at war and back in the stressful situation. Okay, they're putting them back in war.
Has kind of created the trauma in the first place, which is just such a brilliant concept. So
why is he so excited about that? I need to hear that again.
Trauma sometimes to really appreciate what our brains are going through. So the cool thing about the VR, virtual reality concept is you can put them in there. The counselor, clinician, practitioner doesn't have to try to pretend and recreate. This thing is like almost being back at war or back in this stressful situation that someone was in.
Okay. This thing is like being back at war or a stressful situation. It's not a stressful situation. Woo, it's getting bad when the therapists don't even use trauma as a word anymore. It's like trauma just get thrown around anywhere. Anything means trauma now. Oh, it's not getting thrown back into a stressful situation. It's getting thrown back into a situation where you thought you might die. It's a big difference.
It has kind of created the trauma in the first place, which is just such a brilliant.
Brilliant. Put them right back in it. Brilliant.
Brilliant concept. So
Just to add to that, what a lot of people don't realize is that trauma comes from the Latin word wound, and that's exactly how medical professionals should treat it, exactly like a wound. And the issue is that with physical wounds, you can see them, but with psychological wounds, in the present moment, the way we're currently treating mental health is that we only depend on a patient's self-reporting to determine how severe that wound or that.
I don't even really think that's true, to be honest, because I've been to psychiatrists in my day, girl. They weigh you on the scale. They take your blood pressure. They look all in your eye. They look in your throat sometimes, even to check your lymph nodes and stuff. I don't know what in the Soviet bloc hell she's been doing over there, but psychiatrists are not only just asking you about things. That's just not true in my experience. I've been to a bunch of them. I mean, I've been to psychiatrists in different states, different jurisdictions, and it's like, actually, yeah, it's a big part of it. They asking you how you feeling and stuff, but like also they are looking at you. That's why it used to be you had to go in person to these. I mean, since the they kind of been a little bit more, you could do Zoom and stuff, but like it's not even really an accurate characterization. But here she is again, right? Remember I told y'all earlier, she's always talking about this, like you can only tell them how you feel, and that's what they're relying on. You can't see it. You need a gas pedal.
That trauma is. And so psychiatrists don't have tools to use, but they're very quick to diagnose and prescribe without further investigation. And again, that's why I'm one of your biggest fans, because you're all about investigation and precision treatment and really getting down to figuring out exactly what the issue is. But most and the standard for mental health care is not like that. So I typically categorize patients with trauma.
Oh my God. Okay. The issue is, she makes these like sweeping statements about mental health, and she doesn't. Okay. A good example, right? I just said, in my experience, I've been to psychiatrists all over. I've been in Louisiana. I've been in Philly. I've been in Boston. And in all of those different places, at all of the different doctors that I have been actually a patient of, and it wasn't just some little one-off thing, they do all of this assessment. They do all this assessment. I mean, all of it. They'll give you a pregnancy test right there, pee in a cup. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like they just sitting there playing coloring book or something. Like, it's a doctor appointment. Like, so in my experience, but am I willing to concede that based on my experience, it's possible to understand that misdiagnosis happens a lot? Yeah. Would I go so far as to say that I even would believe it could be, quote, rampant? Sure. Especially with the incentives that we know that doctors do sometimes have and things like that. That's fine. But when Lima's talking about this stuff, she's like, that's not how it happens in mental health. That's not how they're doing it. But without really providing any evidence. And I noticed that's how she does in her court filings too. She just says stuff like it's very confidently, like it's a fact. And then there's never any evidence for it. So it's like, okay.
Into three categories, and
so in her, I guess, not professional opinion, I mean, people are asking me, what are her mental health credentials? Good question, girl. I mean, I think she took like a guardianship class for something in Arizona. I don't know. I don't, because in some places she calls herself a mental health professional in like BAM's court filings for the Paramount lawsuit. But in other places, she says she doesn't have any mental health degrees or whatever. So it's like, girl, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Just pick one of her stories and go with that, I guess.
Broken down into.
So she's about to tell you what the three, in her opinion, her patented, her special categorization. She's about to tell you the three different types of patients with trauma. And then you can say maybe which one you fall into. Y'all can tell me.
To number one, patients who don't want to be perceived as weak or pathetic, so they tell you that they're fine or that they're okay. Number two, patients who.
So they lying. So the first category of people, she's saying patients that don't want to seem weak or whatever, like pathetic. She said, they'll lie. They'll lie straight to your face. They'll say, I'm fine. I'm good. So that's the first category, liars, according to Lima.
Who genuinely don't know the words to describe how they're feeling. So they say that they're fine.
Idiots, stupid idiots, according to Lima. You know what I mean? Like, oh, they just don't know words. They never saw the color blue. Okay. So that's the next type with trauma. Got it.
Fine or okay. And then patients who are constantly in a state of elevated distress. So they become so used to that feeling that they believe that they are fine or okay. And so unless you have a way to.
Okay. So they delusional. Okay. So people who really don't even know. Okay. It's just crazy. Okay. So everybody with trauma falls into one of the following. Everybody with trauma falls into one of the following. Okay. Number one. People who, they lying to the doctor. They never going to admit something's wrong with them. They never going to admit that they struggle. It's, quote, pathetic. Okay. So that's the first group. Second group is people that maybe they're struggling, but the poor little things. They can't even figure out words. They don't even know how to do words at their doctor. So that's number 2. And then the third one is people who they don't know. They don't even know. They don't even actually know anything's wrong with them. But Lima needs to let them know something's wrong with them, and then she needs to start treating them, I guess. I mean, I think if somebody don't know something's wrong with them, you need to leave them to their devices. Like, what do you mean? You want them to invent a problem they don't even think they have right now? Let's listen. Let's run that back again in case I'm misinterpreting. One more time.
Psychological wounds in the present moment, the way we're currently treating mental health, is that we only depend on a patient's self-reporting to determine how severe that wound or that trauma is. And so psychiatrists don't have tools to use, but they're very quick to diagnose and prescribe without further investigation. And again,
so I'm starting to, I think this is live investigation. I'm starting to, I think, a little bit understand what could possibly be going on. Somebody type out theory in all caps or something in the chat so I can pin it up here. Like, this is an opinion, this is a theory or something in all caps. Let me bring you to the web and I'll show you why I'm thinking this. Okay. Lima always talking about psychiatrists don't have tools, right? They don't have tools to treat them. And we're talking about Lima's toolbox. What's the toolbox that she has? She's an experiential designer of 360 experiences, or software designer 360 experience, whatever. She told Mark Laita too, the psychiatrists don't have the tools to treat them. And who made the tool? Well, Aura did. She did. Aura. So what does Aura do? Well, it's really taken me almost 3 years to really kind of nail it down. But it seems like it puts the patients in a triggering environment. It gets their cortisol and other things up through the roof or whatever, right? The biometric data feedback that she talks about. And they're actively tracking it in real time. But how? How do you actively track it in real time? Maybe through the SPECT imaging. I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if when she's saying the psychiatrists don't have the tools, if what she's trying to say is, here's my thing that'll scare the ever living hell out of your patient and make them think that they're back getting R-worded again. They're back getting a gun held to their again. They're back getting in a war zone again real quick. Just here's a tool for you. Get them scared as hell. Something you could literally never do. Put their drug of choice in front of them in a rehab facility. Never could do that legally, but we could do it in the VR. And then you can measure all their biometric data feedback. And what if they also were using the SPECT? I don't know. I'm just wondering what y'all think about that theory, if it's true. This is the part, y'all. This is the part. She said the first thing she thought when she put her head in the thing on her head. Sorry, excuse me. The headset on her head. The first thing she thought it wasn't about entertainment and none of that. Nope. It was about how it could be used to implant memories into people's heads. I mean, that's very weird. Yeah, that's her whole thing, Bonk. That's the whole thing. She did like at least a couple episodes on Soft White Underbelly that have more than 1 million views at least about this. We can put an addict in a treatment center, an addict. And she also says addicts are master manipulators. She says that, not me. She says, yeah, you can put them in a triggering environment. And she says, you can't do that. You can't put a drug of choice in front of somebody in a treatment center. It'd be highly unethical. But in virtual reality, where they literally cannot distinguish it from reality, then we can do it in there. It's very strange. It's very strange. And Callie Dime, I mean, to be fair, I don't know if the VR sessions contributed to Amanda Rabb's death. In her autopsy report, it does not say that. It says that the contributing factors were schizophrenia, hypertension, and obesity. I ain't putting that shit on my head, I tell you that. Hell no. Hell no. And it's like, what if Dahlia Takali, one of her triggers, for example, is R word? Well, why is she saying that they sending people to R word her? Because Lima blamed me for that. Blame me for that. But it was Dahlia Takali had already told Tulsa Police Department officers that she had been R-worded by all these people or whatever before I ever came around with my video. And I never said that too, by the way. I never said anybody had her R-worded. I never did. What I'm saying is I wonder if Dahlia Takali can't tell fantasy from reality or from our shared reality because she's had memories implanted. I'm just wondering. It was the first thing, Lima admits, the first thing that came to her mind. Oh, okay.
That's why I'm one of your biggest fans, because you're all about investigation and precision treatment and really getting down to figuring out exactly what the issue is. But most in the standard for mental health care is not like that. So I typically categorize patients with trauma into three categories.
Okay. Here's her 3 categories. Wayfaring Stranger said, much, if not all, of the coming biometric data will be monitored and stored in cloud. My thought is that if insurance companies will require this, and if that a client refuses to be monitored, and then I guess you're going to go on. But here's the thing for me. Even if that's not true, even if it's just these little private tech companies, right? Have y'all heard that there was like this menstruation tracking app? It's a period app that leaked the customer's bio data or whatever. And you put in all this stuff in there, like the day you start your cycle and like your ovulation and all of that. I mean, I never used any of that. I don't need to do all that. But it's very personal data got leaked. So even if it's not like, oh, you know, which for the record, I'm not saying that I, you know, am what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not saying that I'm necessarily disagree. I'm not trying to argue the point. I'm saying even if we don't even have to go that far, even if it's just irresponsible tech companies that got data being leaked, BetterHelp, I think faced something. No, it wasn't BetterHelp. Who was it? GoodRx had data leak. Experian had data leak. I mean, it's just only, it's for me, I really feel like it is somewhat inevitable. I do. I truly feel like it's somewhat inevitable that the data is going to leak. And so then it's like, we all have to acknowledge, you know, what's going on here. They buy and sell our data as a commodity. It's not a surprise, and it's certainly not a secret anymore. Okay. So what are you willing to consent to? Right? Because to some extent, I'm like, you know, when I say stuff like, I don't want to put the thing on my head, people will say, well, they're already tracking your eye movements on your computer anyway. They're already tracking your eye movements on your phone anyway. So, you know, might as well just put the thing on your head to the Apple VR or whatever. And I'm like, no, because whenever I sign up for a phone, I'm not actually consenting truly to having all of that shit tracked. And yeah, in some way, I know that they're doing it anyway and all of that. And I know it's stored anyway, but it's like, you got to draw a line somewhere. And for me, I'm drawing the line at putting VR trigger on my head. Okay. I'm drawing the line. I'm drawing it. I don't want anybody to have that freaking data. Y'all, I keep this notebook. I keep this notebook as my main notebook. And yeah, I have these little webs and stuff online, but it's up here. It never goes on a web without it being here. And I put it other places because anything can get hacked. Anything can get deleted. Anything can crash. A server can crash. A cloud can whatever. Anything can anything. So I'm not trying to have all my data about my most intimate biological functions, like my hormone production whenever I'm in a state of duress or distress. Hell no. Nope.
And
and being designed and created by people who are not trained medical professionals, as far as I'm aware. I don't really fully think, like, you know, just because you got trained as a medical professional, you necessarily need to be doing this stuff either. But like, wait, to some extent, you went to political science school, you started in gaming, you wanted to work on engagement and attention span and mental health. What? And you made a software, but now you're with Buzz Mingan, who's working with Justin Bieber. And hold on.
broken down into number one, patients who don't want to be perceived as weak or pathetic, so they tell you that they're fine or that they're okay.
First category of people with trauma. They don't want to be seen as weak or pathetic, so they lie. They tell you they're fine, they're okay.
Number two, patients who genuinely don't know the words to describe how they're feeling, so they say that they're fine.
People who don't know words, okay? That's the second category. They don't even know the words. They have no words.
Fine or okay. And then patients who are constantly in a state of elevated distress, so they become so used to that feeling that they believe that they are fine or okay. And so unless you have a way to see how they feel and you have a way to measure that, there's really no way to determine just based off of self-reporting if the measure of that psychological wound is severe or not.
So I know where your frustration is with the system.
This is my whole point all the time, Steak Sandwich. You cannot help somebody that does not want to get better. You cannot. I was raised around nothing but a whole bunch of people struggling with this, and some of them don't anymore. And some of them do. And some of them are no longer with us, okay? And I'm going to tell you, firsthand, loved ones firsthand. You can't treat somebody don't want treatment, baby. You can't do it. You can enslave them. You can entrap them. You can try to force them. But as soon as they have a moment of freedom, they're leaving and they're not going to be doing your crap no more. You cannot force people to do stuff like that. You just can't.
You have a vast experience personally and professionally, of with the system, particularly with your sisters who have been in and out of the system.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about the sisters. Okay, Buzz Mingen brings up the sisters.
Would you care to share any of that, any of those details? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know that you typically are pretty vocal and passionate about what your experience has been like, trying to heal your own family.
Yeah, so for the first 3 years, for the first 4 years,
Ronnie says, is Lima a self-proclaimed LPS conservatorship guru based on her doing it to her sisters? I don't know. I don't know if she ever actually got her sisters into a conservatorship. What I can say is I don't believe that Lima has ever referred to herself as a LPS conservatorship guru. So no, I don't think so.
Until last year, when people would ask me, "Oh, where are your sisters?" I would tell them that, "Oh, they're traveling."
Okay, this is very important. Okay. I need to zone in. This is one of the things I have in my notebook. I have 1 page of notes for this whole podcast, and this is one of the things I have in here. So let me just rewind 10 seconds.
3 years. Well,
Hold on. Okay.
Put you on the spot, but I know that you typically are pretty vocal and passionate about what your experience has been like.
Yes, Buzzming. And she is typically pretty vocal and passionate about the sisters' healthcare, actually. Thank you for pointing that out. Great point in 2021 to have made. Okay. Listen what Lima says.
Trying to heal your own family.
Yeah, so for the first 3 years, for the first 4 years, up until last year, when people would ask me, "Oh, where are your sisters?" I would tell them.
Up until last year, so 2020. So for the first 3 years, 3 years of what? I really don't know. First 3 years of the company, I don't know. She just said for the first 3 years, people would ask up until last year, "Where are your sisters?" Listen to what Lima says.
Tell them that, they're traveling, they're busy, they have their own thing going on.
She would say, they're traveling, they're busy, they have their own thing going on. Okay, listen.
Because of the mental health stigma, I was very embarrassed about what was going on.
Because of the mental health stigma, Lima says, I was very embarrassed about what was going on. So when people would ask Lima where her sisters were, she would lie. That's what she's saying. She would say they're on vacation. They're doing their own thing, but really they were struggling with a mental health crisis. And she's saying, well, because I was embarrassed, just like the people I was just talking about, they were too embarrassed to admit they need help or whatever. What'd she call it? Pathetic is what she said. Because I was embarrassed because I needed to do some work on mental health stigma. Because I was embarrassed, I would not be truthful about where my sisters were. One more time. Let her say it.
Would you care to share any of that, any of those details? I don't want to
Yeah.
put you on the spot, but I know that you typically are pretty vocal and passionate about, what your experience has been like trying to heal your own family.
Yeah. So for the first 3 years, well, for the first 4 years, up until last year, when people would ask me, "Oh, where are your sisters?" I would tell them that, "Oh, they're traveling, they're busy, they have their own thing going on." Because of the mental health stigma, I was very embarrassed about what was going on, and I think a lot of families do. They don't speak up when.
There is a difference between not speaking up and lying. I don't think it's the same thing. So when you're saying, "Oh, they're just out doing their own thing, out and about," but really they are in treatment, and you don't say they're in treatment, and instead you say they are somewhere else, that is that's a false statement. It's false statement. It's not true. It's different from saying, "I don't really want to talk about them," right? Or it's personal. It's a personal family matter. That would not be untruthful. But Lima said because she was embarrassed of her sister's health, condition. Somebody who said that they had spent years trying to get enough experience to bust into the mental health world. Still, years she had wanted to do this. Still harbored so much embarrassment and stigma in her own mind that she was being dishonest by her own admission. She was lying by her own admission. I mean, listen, tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. She said she would tell people that her sisters were on vacation and doing their own thing because of the mental health stigma. She didn't want to tell the truth. And then she compared that to staying silent or not speaking up. Excuse me, not speaking up. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing.
Traveling, they're busy, they have their own thing going on. Because of the mental health stigma, I was very embarrassed about what was going on, and I think a lot of families do. They don't speak up when there is a mental illness, but when there's a physical illness, people are very quick to vocalize that and seek support. And so I made the decision to speak out about it because I want to change that. And so essentially, when I was very young, growing up, our father was very abusive to my mother, my sisters, and I. And my mom left when I was around the age of 5, and my sisters were about 3 years old. And I remembered everything. I was a very angry kid. Nothing that my mom did could make me feel okay. But on the other hand, my sisters were the complete opposite. They had absolutely no memory of their trauma. They, growing up, we lived in a very safe neighborhood. My mom was a single mother, but
growing up, the father was very abusive to them, but the mom was also a single mother. Apparently, the father left when they were around 5. But if the mom is Haifa Omar, then, I mean, that person is still married to Muhammad Abdullah. So maybe Lima's mother is Hutaf Omar. I don't know. I know in like the Indian culture, like your first cousin is your sister. So now I'm starting to wonder, are Dahlia and Dia first cousins with Lima? Who knows? Who knows? What I can tell you is I have a whole nother web, and it's all from the public record. It's all from the public record of the family tree. And we're going to be doing that one day too.
she worked very hard. She was a software engineer, and she powered through to make sure that we always had, enough food. We always had clothes. We always lived in a safe environment. And my sisters,
they always had clothes. They always lived in a safe environment. They grew up in a very safe neighborhood. Well, that's a very different than what she was squawking about on her Instagram account whenever she was defaming and disparaging me. But let's keep going.
ended up becoming very career driven. So they were athletes. They had straight A's in school, and they moved to LA and had a successful
The sisters were actresses. They were athletes. They were models. They were straight A students, and they moved to LA. Okay.
Acting career. And they even won awards for their YouTube channel. So they were doing
won awards for their YouTube channel.
Really, really well at the time. And then suddenly in their early to mid 20s, they got hit with where they started hearing voices.
They got hit with where they started hearing voices in their early 20s. Okay.
And they didn't share that with me, and they didn't share that with my mom because of the mental health stigma, but because.
And she just told you, she would tell people false answers to questions about where these sisters were because she herself harbored that same stigma. So now she's admonishing the twins for acknowledging that she harbored that. The twins knew that she harbored that stigma because she just admitted that she harbored it herself when she said, I had a thing, I had a mental health stigma, I don't want to tell nobody about it. Okay. So the twins probably recognized that and were like, let's not tell Lima that we're hearing voices. She's embarrassed by mental health. Let's tell somebody else, like maybe a professional, like maybe a doctor.
As they are identical twins, and they both started to hear these voices at the same time, they basically thought God was talking to them.
They basically thought God was talking to them. Okay. So, I mean, if it was 500 years ago, girl, they could have been saints and sages. But today it's conservatorship or jail. Stat.
And then when the voices started to get scarier and scarier, they went to seek a mental health professional. And that professional didn't have any tools to treat them. All they said was, how are you feeling? And based off of that, they were prescribed a cocktail of medications. So they were diagnosed as schizophrenic. They went to another therapist diagnosed them as bipolar, another therapist diagnosed them as borderline. So they ended up with all of these conflicting diagnoses. They ended up with all of these cocktails of medications. They were given antipsychotics for the schizophrenia that they didn't have at the time, and which made the symptoms a lot worse. And so in order to cope with the symptoms, they were prescribed benzos, and then those benzos long-term destroy the reward receptors. And so they were put on Suboxone for maintenance to deal with that.
I'm not a Suboxone expert. Okay. I'm not. So maybe somebody that knows more about it than me, can you comment in the chat below? But I am under the impression you do never give somebody Suboxone unless they already have an opioid addiction. Like it's a treatment for that. Somebody tell me in California, if you know specifically, if somebody has a Suboxone prescription, is there any way that they didn't before that have an opioid addiction? Because she's like, oh, they put them on something for maintenance, Suboxone for maintenance. But it's like, hold on. I think you might be leaving out why they were for maintain maintenance of what.
And so fast forward until now, my sisters now have a proper diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder that cannot be treated with medication. It can only be treated with proper therapy.
Look, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if anybody's in here with some credentials or something, but it looks like a lot of y'all are saying 100 million% you would never need that for benzos. No, not typically, Enox said. Is this the same aura YouTubers are advertising for that tracks your sleep? I have no idea. I do not know. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So Desert Druzy, have you ever heard anybody being on it that didn't previously have a substance use issue with opioids? Like physical dependence, your body needs it, wean off, or perhaps like maintenance forever type of thing. But like it's to fill in the holes of like what the opioids I did. Like tell me if you ever heard of somebody that's taking it for benzo or whatever they was saying she was trying to say. It's everybody's fault, girl. It's my fault. Stuff that happened 10 years ago is somehow my fault. The dad, the mom, the state, the medical profession, insurance companies, the government, her lawyer, Benjamin Kanani. It's always everybody else's fault. And it's almost like, it might be your upper lip. You know what I mean? Like it might be the smell might be coming from your ass. You know what I mean? It's kind of like one of those situations.
But the issue is that they can't get the therapy while they're on medications. And so they have a massive addiction to benzos and opioids. And it's been a nightmare. One of my sisters overdosed 8 times and was pronounced dead. My other sister last 9 times.
One of the sister OD'd 8 times, pronounced dead. One was 9 times. Where's Dima? Where's Dima?
Well, it's been a huge tragedy, but it's not just, you know, my family that's going through it. Opioids now kill more Americans than guns or breast cancer. So it's a huge issue.
That's them cartels, girl.
It's, you know, it's a global problem, but it's really, really hitting home in America. So, you know, that's what we're driven by, to really solve this.
You know what's really, really hitting home in America? Foreign interference on our freedoms. That's really hitting home right now. It's hitting home right now for me. People not from here, who do not share our values, who do not appreciate our values, who do not respect our Constitution. Now, if you over here and you respect and you appreciate, hell yeah, more the merrier. But these foreign agents, not born here, not from here, family ain't from here, over here trying to literally destroy sentence by sentence, period by period, the United States Constitution, thereby undermining our freedoms and liberties. That seems to be really hitting America really hard lately, in my opinion. If you ask me, why is it in the hell we have YouTubers from freaking every goddamn elsewhere else getting more views on their political rantings and ravings about United States politics? It's very strange to me. What is all this foreign interference about in our freedoms? If they don't like freedom where you from, then stay over there and don't talk. Shut up. Over here we talk. Over here we get to say our opinions. And I'm feeling like, you know, what's really hitting America real hard right now is foreign actors, foreign agents, and foreign interference on our liberties.
This crisis.
So do you feel that the virtual reality aura system of care could address even your sister's issues? I mean, do you feel like that you can?
Here's the thing. The sisters still seem to be suffering tremendously with their mental health. I mean, this is 3 years ago this came out. I'm not sure Aura has helped them sisters too much. You tell me. Have they been using it? I don't know.
Use your own product with your own family members, or do you think that they need something different? I mean, where do you feel that their needs are maybe? Do you feel like their needs are too unique even for Aura's system of care?
I actually built the system of care for my sisters. And
she built Aura for her sisters, something we've heard before.
That's why I'm so confident, because my sisters are treatment resistant. They're very fast cases to treat. And so the entire system was built with, number one, when they're in treatment, how can I fast track progress so that when they leave, I'm not holding my breath? And number two, when I leave, how can I feel like someone is tracking them or someone is with them?
Oh my God. Why does she need to be in the room tracking them at all times? What in the hell is this? I would literally go crazy if somebody was stalking me like this. And that's my opinion. I would go crazy. This would drive me crazy. I would develop a crazy disorder. I definitely would. How can I be around them 24/7? And when I'm not in the room, still I could be around them and know.
And so the entire system was built with, number one, when they're in treatment, how can I fast track progress so that when they leave, I'm not holding my breath? And number two, when I leave, how can I feel like someone is tracking them or someone is with them all the time, and that they have access to support at all times, so that
access to support, just so you know, is a very clever way of putting the following, and I'll let you know. Albert Monero Jr., the chief happiness officer, the program developer, program manager, whatever at Aura, Albert Monero Jr., he went on a podcast of his own. He went on a podcast as well, on the Joel Marshall podcast, and he talked about Aura and how it worked. He said that you'd be being tracked all the time, maybe like on a little digital device like a watch or something. And whenever your heart rate might go up, or some biometric marker would demonstrate to the robot overlords that something was wrong with you, then it would send you a message that you need to stop what you're doing and do a breathing exercise right now. And then if that didn't work to get your biometric data down, then the next thing, it would kick you over to a robot chat support specialist, so that you could let that thing manage your elevated biomarkers, which for the record, you wouldn't even probably know unless they were being monitored, right? Like, you're not going to be like, oh, the cortisol levels are here, the blood pressure's here. No. Like, they're doing that. And he was saying, oh, we're working on cortisol right now. We're going to be able to track and manage that too. So eventually, if you don't do their stupid little whatever exercise they're prescribing you with the robot app, then police officers will show up, or a therapist will show up to intervene. And that's what they mean when they say they're going to reduce the risk of relapse, is that they're going to minority report you. I mean, listen, that's what Albert Monero Jr. said. I mean, he didn't use those words. He said something, paraphrasing here along the lines of, then it would kick it over to a specialist. And then if that didn't work, it would kick it over to a live chat, a person that would talk to you on the phone. And then if that didn't work, if your levels were still elevated, then, maybe somebody would come, for assistance, medical intervention, whatever. So when Lima's saying that Dahlia or Dia could be in a room being tracked all the time and have access to support at all times, that's what she means, in my opinion, my belief, based on what's been said publicly. I believe that what she means is, at all times, even if you're not sitting in the room, if somebody's cortisol is getting a little too elevated, if somebody's heart rate is getting a little too elevated, you can know from a remote. Listen to what she said.
Yeah, and so the entire system was built with, number one, when they're in treatment, how can I fast track progress so that when they leave, I'm not holding my breath? And number two,
how can I fast track progress? So when the sisters leave treatment, she's not, quote, holding her breath. And number two,
when I leave, how can I feel like someone is tracking them or someone is with them all the time?
Whoever said earlier, Lima needs to work on herself. How can she feel? How can I feel like someone's tracking them? Work on your freaking feelings, girl. Track yourself.
And that they have access to support at all times, so that I can step away and not worry about them when they're not in the same room as me. So Aura was built to address all of the issues that I faced with my sisters. And so my sisters have been to over 60 treatment centers, 60.
Unsuccessfully.
Unsuccessfully.
Yeah, listen, I do this for a living. My sister has been in 25 in the state of New Jersey, unsuccessful. You know, that's not true. New Jersey, New York, and Philadelphia, unsuccessfully.
Yeah.
I mean, with a sibling like this, who needs an enemy? You know what I mean? Like, imagine you struggle with something your whole life and your brother and your sister are out here on a podcast. Brother or your sister are out here on podcasts. I do this for a living. My sister, she's been in 25. Mine were in 60. Oh, it's a stigma. I would lie about what they were doing. Like, oh my God. Please.
And so that's a huge issue. That's a big problem, because today's treatment facilities are just not working. Ever since the opioid epidemic erupted.
Then why did we put Amanda Rabb in one? Why did Amanda Rabb go into a treatment facility under, Lima's court-ordered supervision or care or whatever in the hell, if they not working? Why'd we put her over there?
There's been a 600% increase in admissions to treatment centers. There's a shortage of psychiatric beds nationwide. So far, my sisters have been waiting for 2 months to get into a facility. So they're waitlisted. There's a 90% relapse rate. So even if you successfully get into treatment, 90% of the time, there's a 90% chance that you will relapse. And those relapses are lethal, because a lot of the time when people are using, then they're clean for 30 days. All of a sudden, their systems just cleansed everything out. And they tend to use the same amount that they were using before, especially with opioids. And then that dose ends up killing them. So a lot of times it's recommended if you're unable to afford treatment for more than the 30-day recommended. So that's an average cost of $45,000 per month per patient. Then you shouldn't go to treatment at all because you'll most likely end up dead from an overdose.
Tell me in the chat, anybody that's been to a treatment center, anybody that's thought about it, anybody that's been on a wait list, anything like that. Have you ever been told, has your family member ever been told, your son, your daughter, your mom, your dad, your uncle, your aunt, your cat, your dog, if you can't afford to stay for longer than 30 days, don't come because you might die? Maybe that's happening. Somebody tell me. Have you ever been told, don't come if you don't have at least 70,000 cash dollars because you might die? Christine said never. Nobody ever said that. Enoch said no, absolutely not. No. Nope. Desert said no. Mm-mm. Then Desert said they on Suboxone. So what? No. They kick you out. They just kick you out. No, they do not. No way. They do not. Nope. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Maybe y'all keep saying it. Y'all keep saying, and yeah, Kelt's no, never. It sounds odd to me. I don't know, but it sounds odd. It sounds like not true.
Overdose.
What'd she say?
Treatment for more than the 30-day recommended. So that's an average cost of $45,000 per month per patient. Then you shouldn't go to treatment at all because you'll most likely end up dead from an overdose.
Interesting.
So because the system is not always meaningful for every patient, and then the patient then tries another, let's call it.
I love a wordsmith moment. He's like being her translator. You know what I mean? He's like, okay, so instead of saying the rehabs are shit and don't work, maybe we should say it's not meaningful for most patients. Like, this is basically like 20% of what they taught me how to do in law school, right? It's like every word somebody says is very important. And this guy's like on live air, like kind of coaching her pitch. Look.
At all because you'll most likely end up dead from an overdose.
So because the system is not always meaningful for every patient, and then the patient then tries another, let's call it facility, or that could be called a structural intervention. Once the patient has been in a number of these structural interventions and numerous medications tried, that's the definition of treatment resistant. So I just want everyone who's listening to know it doesn't mean that the patient is against treatment. It means that the treatment has not.
It doesn't mean involuntary, although we do have step 1, conservatorship or jail.
Not worked. So with your sisters having this really upsetting experience, you get inspired. You put together this software with, to create technology that is very mental health and behavioral health based. You join in with Buzz. Buzz builds more content. Together, we, really create something that's extremely special that the world will all be privy to. We're talking,
Okay. So now he's saying we created something so special. We that the world is going to be privy to. And he says in the early part of 2021, what does he say?
In somewhere in the beginning of hopefully 2021, but
hopefully the beginning of 2021. Look at the publication date on this. Look at it. June 15, 2021. So it seems like this podcast was recorded way before it came out. It seems like it was recorded way before it came out because they're going to start talking about Amanda Rabb coming up here shortly as well. And they're going to talk about her as if she's not yet dead, even though this came out a month or more after Amanda had already died. So it seems to me, I'm going to play that clip again for y'all. But it seems to me as though Lima and Buzz been working together since at least 2020. Let me let y'all hear that one more time.
This software with, to create technology that is very mental health and behavioral health based. You join in with Buzz. Buzz builds more content. Together, we, really create something that's extremely special that the world will all be privy to. We're talking, in somewhere in the beginning of hopefully 2021. But, what are your goals with this besides, having people not bounce from one facility to the next? I mean, so, you and I share this one thing in common. We have loved ones who are ill, and the system of care, the traditional system of care didn't work. So, you and I are one, we're two people of a bazillion families in our country, let alone throughout the world, who are suffering, who are
I think about too, like, I know some of y'all come from similar background to me, like a little bit like salt of the earth type of people, like blue collar, we'll say working class people. And it's like, have you ever been around like a, I there's certain things I feel like I can say like within my community that like for some reasons are so offensive to say online, but it's like, I'm trying to like you choose my words carefully, but like, like the quintessential like redneck uncle, like I mean that as a term of endearment, like, but who like wakes up and has like a Bud Light or whatever, or like a Budweiser, like at 8 a.m. And then like for the rest of the day, he's drinking and it's like a fifth of Jack a day or whatever. I mean, it's like just like that guy, right? And he goes to work and, probably hollers and stuff and gets rowdy, but whatever. You're like, like that get that guy in your mind, right? That person. Or even your average typical VA like veteran, like, okay, come in here. We're going to put the virtual reality goggles on your head. We're going to trigger you and let Lima track come on. We're going to help you with your, like y'all's Uncle Dale, Uncle Junior, whoever wouldn't be like, you know what? I'm good. So good on this. Like, I'm so good. Like, no. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even like, I just think about, it's hard not to think about my dad, right? He was not alcoholic. He did not really drink. I don't think I ever really saw him drink, maybe 5 times in my life. But he did other stuff, y'all know the story about it. And he would go clean. That's what he would call it. I don't really like that terminology, but I'll respect what he would call it. And then he would, have off the wagon moments and times or whatever. And I'm not that privy to it because when he would go into that, he wasn't around, he would go away. But I'm just thinking about like my dad maybe like one day going to a meeting or something, right? Like in like wherever he was, like wherever, Arizona or whatever. And like Mississippi or like wherever he was working, and like them being like, oh, we got a new thing for y'all to try. It's gonna be virtual reality exposure therapy. And they were putting my dad in like a VR where his dad's like beating his ass and he's 15 years old. Like I think my dad would have picked the way he went out. Like, woo, I don't mean to make light of it. Like it is my story, like is my grief that to process how I want. I mean, he's not here anymore to talk about it. So, I don't mean to make light of it, but I kind of a little bit do because it's just life, man. It's just like part of it. But I'm thinking about how stupid my dad would feel doing this shit. Like he would almost rather probably not do it, even if it would help him. And that's what I'm kind of wondering. Like, you know what I mean?
Are misdiagnosed, who were prescribed tons of medication unnecessarily, who were, in treatment facilities and it didn't work, or it started to work and then they were let go, or whatever that might be. So, we can't change the world single-handedly, just you and I with virtual reality. So, like, what do you see as your trajectory? Like, where, like, how do you want to capture this? Where do you see in your mind, where your significance comes in? So we have this cool technology.
No, but I got PTSD, girl. Rory said, are you sure you're not a vet? And you got that dark humor. No. But it's kind of like, I'm a product of where I grew up at the same time. I like to outgrow it a little bit, but my people are my people and my problems are my problems. And their problems are my problems, you know? I mean, it affected me from the moment I remember being sentient in this lifetime. And it's kind of like, you know, the symbolism of the lotus. Lotus is like super important imagery, symbolism, iconography in Hinduism and the ancient Vedic texts and stuff. And it's because a lotus is like a beautiful, delicate flower that grows from mud, like the muck. Like that's where the roots are in the lotus flower. It grows out of the soot. And then you get this beautiful flower right on top of the water. And it's like, I'm that. You know what I mean? Like, there had to be some mud for the roots. You know what I mean?
You and I have passion together. Aura's going to do great facilities, or people who are using this technology. I mean, what if people can't afford it? I mean, what happens then?
Yeah, so I think that we're both excited about having Dr. Buzz Minchin in everybody's pocket. So everybody has a
Breaking news, we're both excited about having Dr. Buzz Minchin in everybody's pocket. They were trying to put the man in everybody's pocket. Did they ever do that? I don't know. I mean, this was like a year almost before I ever came into the picture. And I have reason to believe that it was recorded more than a year before I ever knew about this stuff.
Has a phone. Most people have a phone. And so a common goal of both you and I is
Yes,
accessibility.
I love that. I didn't even want to say that one because that one's kind of like, you know, everybody always goes to that one. But yes, that is me. That is me too. I mean, like people look at me and they get a certain perception. I don't even mind it. I don't mind it. I hope people think that I'm just a soft little fairy, you know, but girl, please cut my teeth on the battlefield.
So it's raising the standard of treatment across the board, but offering access to that higher standard of care. And so aside from what we offer in the treatment centers, we have a mobile telehealth app that we are also releasing in the treatment centers, but you and I are collaborating on the opportunity to be able to offer the Dr. Buzz method to not only patients that are in these—
The Dr. Buzz method. We're going to offer the Dr. Buzz method to not only patients who are in these treatment facilities, but
these facilities, but also people that are just at home in any country, any part of the world that just want to get some sort of, assistance. And so the goal—
that's fine. I don't mind that, truly. I don't. What I mind is like, are they, what are they doing with the data? Are they going to sell it? Who they giving it to? Stuff like that. I mean, but that is a question that I would have for any biohealth tech, whatever, biotech health, whatever type of company. It's not an Aura exclusive thing. I don't really mind even like having doctors do their little methods on app. That's cute. That's cute. I have no problem with that. No problem.
With with you and I is that we're both driven to lift the stigma off of mental health. And I think what you're doing with High Profile Health is really showcasing how it's not just people that are down on their luck that have mental health issues. It's not an embarrassing thing. It's people that are altruistic.
It's not an embarrassing thing, but 5 minutes ago, she said it was only just last year. Just last year, she started telling people where her sister was. Because she was embarrassed. She had the stigma. So she was not truthful, according to her own self, according to this podcast appearance. She was not truthful. And so she told not the truth. She told not the truth because she was embarrassed. And so here she's saying now, the same year she started her business last year is the same year she started her business. All of a sudden last year also is the same year she stopped caring about that stigma. And she started telling people where her sisters were. Isn't that interesting?
Successful that are doing so much that still face it. So it's kind of a unity thing where we're all the same, but it's also the ability to say, hey, this person that can't afford to have Dr. Buzz fly in and spend one-on-one time and take them through different coping exercises and train them, how can we do that for everybody? And so the way that we can do that is through our technology, being able to open up the platform to everybody and being able to have the Dr. Buzz method and other tools in that tool set so that other people can practice it. And it's not just for somebody with severe mental illness, it's for everybody to really take care of themselves. It's like kind of like a vitamin that you should just take daily.
You should just do it every day. Every day you should have your biometric data tracked. You should go into the Dr. Buzz Method app. You should enter in all of your what you're doing on Aura every day, like a vitamin. Every single day, like a vitamin. You should just be doing this tech
to prevent something from happening. And I think that, you know,
no.
That
to prevent what? To prevent what? What is this? What are we preventing? Just we gotta get on the Aura Health app every day, every single day, just to prevent it. What is the something you're gonna prevent? She don't even say it.
The mental health crisis globally since the COVID-19 pandemic is just erupting, and there's a lot of news stating that the pandemic following COVID is going to be the mental health crisis. And so
even if this was filmed in 2021, right? I think it was filmed in 2020, I believe. I don't know. Because the way he said, you know, our product is going to be unleashed to the world or whatever in the beginning of 2021. And obviously we're in the middle of 2021 during this podcast. So it's like, I think it was recorded beforehand. But even if it was recorded in 2021,
thing from happening. And I think that, you know, the more that the mental health crisis.
She was talking about the you know what imic that starts with a pan. Girl, I can't even say that word over here. They'd be putting the little warnings and things down there. They put little warnings and things down there on my thing. But it's almost like they were gearing up for that next pandemic of mental health, right? She's like, oh, the next big one is going to be mental health.
Globally, since the COVID-19 pandemic is just erupting, and there's a lot of news stating that the pandemic following COVID is going to be the mental health crisis. And so it's just really about making it okay to seek help and then making it normal to treat yourself before you need to. So really have these tool sets.
And if Lima was only talking about this stuff, I don't think it would have even blipped on my radar. Okay. It's the combination of the fact that she was kind of simultaneously, at least, you know, a year prior or whatever, going on Soft White Underbelly and like telling people how to fill out conservatorship, LPS guardianship forms for their family members. Quote, do to your family member what we did to Amanda. It's like, why does that have to be part of it? Why can't it just be like, oh, here's a cool tool. If you like it, you can use it. Here's some treatment centers that use it. And, you know, if y'all like it over there, cool, great. Maybe insurance should cover this because it's helping people. But it's like, I just can't get over that whole conservatorship or jail aspect component. I just can't get over the fact that she was giving people advice as to how to put their family members into a conservatorship or a guardianship. It's like, why does that have to be part of this? Why couldn't it have just been the other stuff?
And I think that you and I are on the same page where I always refer to this as negative coping skills versus positive coping skills. So to really drive to people that it's not about when you fall and all of a sudden you need rehab or all of a sudden you have a mental health crisis or whatever the case may be. It's about how you handle the situation, so your reaction to things. And a lot of people handle it in, I want this to go away immediately. So they'll reach for their drug of choice or self-harm or high-risk behaviors or, you know, being promiscuous, whatever the case may be. It distracts me from the problem. It suppresses my feelings and I don't have to face them. But if we can teach people before it's too late, before they start going through this cycle of how to deal with their feelings, how to deal with these emotions in a positive way.
Yeah, I do wonder what it could be used for. I'm literally curious. I don't know. Like, why does it have to be a part of this that, like, she doesn't mention it here, right? She doesn't mention it here. Maybe she did. I don't know, girl. We've been here for 4 hours now. But She spends a lot of time on the Mark Laita interviews talking about the LPS conservatorship aspect. Like, it's easier to get someone treatment if the family member is on board and all of that. And it's like, then Amanda died. I mean, am I saying anybody killed Amanda? No. She could have just had a heart attack. I don't know because I wasn't there. But like, and I've never said that anybody killed Amanda. I mean, Lima is so obsessed with the false lie that I've ever told somebody she killed Amanda. I've never stated that. She's never, ever produced a shred of evidence that I've ever stated that. Even in the privacy of my own damn home, I've never stated that because I don't know. I don't know. I do not believe that Lima killed Amanda, but she's obsessed with perpetuating the lie that I said that, and I never have. I don't think that, but I do think it's alarming that Amanda died in the treatment facility at 25 years old. I think it's alarming that Lima did not tell the public the accurate, correct, and true cause of Amanda's death. Instead, she gave a false cause, a wrong, incorrect, inaccurate, not true cause. There were all kinds of contributing factors to Amanda's death, including obesity, schizophrenia, and hypertension. Lima didn't mention them. She said a seizure disorder. That's odd. Okay. That doesn't mean I'm saying Lima killed Amanda. That doesn't mean I'm saying anyone killed Amanda. Her death was not ruled a homicide. I didn't say that it was a homicide. I never thought it was a homicide. But the fact that everybody's so up in arms about saying that I did say that Lima killed Amanda makes me wonder. Why are they so worried about that? Because I never said that. I never said that. It's almost like Big Joe saying, well, if there's a video going around of you S-ing somebody D, then you should know. And it's like, wait, hold on. No one said anything about a D or S-ing or anything in the video. What are all these details coming from?
Haven themselves, relax, calm themselves down, give them those tools before they're broken, then I think that it'll be a complete game changer in our society.
Yeah, I think your definition is very analogous to, and I just made this up, but like airplane pilots and flight schools should not have to crash a few planes.
Airplane pilots in flight school is very interesting to me that he uses that analogy, because I've made a video about this before, and there's like airplane pilot people up in the thumbnail and stuff. But airplane pilots in flight school is a military application that they've used virtual reality technology for, and Lima has commented on in tangential ways, right? Like putting them back in a war zone it's not only for exposure therapy. It's for training. You can train, I think they were training landing a plane on a boat, like on a, sorry, I know it's not called a boat, but like a barge with like a, those big military ones. I think they were training landing a plane on there or something, if I remember correctly. I mean, this was a while back. I have a video on it. Y'all can go watch it.
To learn how to make sure that people are safe and fly planes safely, right? I mean, yeah. I think that's such a, it's such a poignant point that we want people to learn the tools. I love, the Dr. Buzz method. So what you're saying there, so listeners know that the tools that I use for high profile people.
Okay, Salty Siren, did y'all use VR? Did y'all use VR over there to train at Air Force Academy?
Athletes, entertainers, etc. Even including a lot of doctors and lawyers. But these people, as much as
training does make sense. And I think like medical, right? Like I knew people in the dental school at Penn when I went there, and they had to get like, oh God, it was so unethical in my opinion, y'all. Do you know that you have to go and get your own patient like from the street and like offer them money and stuff, and then they have to have like a certain type of cavity, and then you do your like certain little dental thing. Like you have to do live patient dental work to graduate, and then you have to source the patient, and like a lot of times they're having to pay them out of pocket, which isn't really supposed to be allowed, but they have to. I went in for one of my friends and to do the exam, but I didn't have the type of like cavity that he needed or whatever. I didn't have any cavities at the time, but probably got one now, girl, because my tooth is sensitive whenever I drink cold stuff now. But anyway, that would be really good if we could get the dentist to train in VR. If we could get the doctors to train in VR, then we don't have to worry about like, I mean, honestly, like I would even let my kid maybe do some VR if I had a kid. So they don't have to cut open the pig and the frog and the, in the biology class. Like we can do that on VR. I don't think that's like needs to be real, so I could see some cool applications for sure for training.
The world might think it's costing billions of dollars. Well, it does cost a lot when I'm flying all over the world, and and putting models together for teams and what have you. But the difference is that the actual tools do not cost a lot of money. So, I have this traditional standard of care that's in Aura's app. It's going to be in there that, it shows that, how should you structure your eating, and how should you be sleeping, and what do those hours look like? And if you're not tired at night, how do you fall asleep? How do you promote that? And what type of supplements should you take preventively? And then what's the difference between exercise and working out? And how do I get my cortisol levels down? How do, everyone's.
Oh, girl, I could tell you how to get the cortisol levels down, but then I'd get kicked off YouTube. I know. I don't like dentists, though, so I'm putting it off. There's really nothing y'all can do about it. I do not like to go to the dentist. I do not like it. I hate going to the dentist. Now y'all know something about me.
And it is mindfulness. But how about learning mindfulness when you're stressed out? That's people, promote.
Y'all. The man really thought he had revolutionized the whole mental health care field just now with that one. How about mindfulness when you're stressed out? That's the point. Buzzword. His name's Gerald.
Promote these tools, and then they use them in the moment, right? It would be like teaching a police officer to shoot a target that doesn't move. Or not, he's going to shoot a moving target, but it's without any emotion. There's no strap.
They do teach the police officers to shoot a target that don't move. What do you think the shooting range is? You think they got people running around? Oh my God.
Yes, that's not realistic. It's not simulating what it's going to experience maybe in the moment of some really outrageous activity. So what I love about the Aura app is that, people are going to.
I already told y'all, Lolita, I will not be forced to go to the dentist, and I'm probably going to wait too long, and y'all are going to have to hear about it when it happens. Just let me have my thing. I don't want to go. Y'all, when I think about going, my heart starts beating fast. Lima would love to get that aura on my head when I think about going to the dentist, girl. Woo, Lord have mercy. She'd have all the data she needed.
Boy, what some of the top, NFL, NBA, MLB athletes are using, or some of the biggest entertainers, because their techniques, their tactics, their structural interventions, their therapeutic ideas. And it really isn't about cost. It's about application. It's about practice. It's about supporting one another. And lastly, it's about implementing, so we only establish, these types of tools, and we can only get good at them if we're doing them over and over and over and over. And I think the one thing that your sisters and my sisters share that has been so aggravating, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that they are also people that will try something once and twice and then be like, oh, this isn't going to work, because they lost confidence in the system. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely agree. And so you've been working with my sister, and it's been total night.
Y'all heard that? Doop. Breaking as of 2021, 3 years ago. Buzzbinging has been working with, quote, my sister, not sisters. You notice that? June 15, 2021, my sister. You've been working with my sister. Let me make sure I didn't mishear that. Y'all tell me.
So aggravating, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that they are also people that will try something once and twice and then be like, oh, this isn't going to work.
Imagine you're aggravating mentally ill. Aggravating. They're so aggravating. Our siblings with mental illness because they don't want to keep trying shit that don't work. Oh, okay. All right.
Because they lost confidence in the system. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely agree. And so you've been working with my sister, and
she said my sisters, because I heard sister. My sister, who is always by your side.
It's been total night and day for me, because when she's seen so many healthcare professionals that she just responds the same, and it's just going through the motions. But your tool set and your methods and your approach have given her so much hope that maybe there's a solution.
Okay, y'all have my word. I will not ask your donations for the teeth fund. Okay, I will not ask donations for teeth fund.
solution to things.
But also, y'all can't make me go. Okay.
So when all of a sudden you go to a treatment center that's now using virtual reality, and virtual reality with our tool set, it's not a one size fits all. So the therapist is going to go based off of, because again, we do take measurements to see how you feel. So the therapist is
We take measurements to see how you feel. She don't say what the measurements are in this particular circumstance quite yet, but okay. He's working with one of her sisters. Where's the other one? Who knows?
is given data about your condition from biofeedback, from voice analysis, and also from self-reporting. Because if you're telling us that you feel awful, we're not going to say, well, it looks like you feel fine. So we're going to disregard what you're telling us. Of course, we're always going to take.
But if you say, I feel fine, but your brain says you look awful, then you will disregard what people are telling. So, I mean, whatever.
What you're saying into account, but we want to see if it measures up to how we see you feel. And so by taking these factors, the therapist can now see which virtual reality experiences you may benefit from, and they're able to really customize your care model in the treatment center. And so all of a sudden you have a recovery plan that's tailored to you. It's not the standard recovery plan for everyone that walks in.
You know,
And that's,
Dad, I'm sorry. Dad, please.
yeah. No, that's what really makes a difference in these scenarios.
I wanted to share this one experience that you and I had. So Lima and
I was
I.
thinking about you about that.
Yeah. This is a
Okay.
great experience. Everyone will get a kick out of this.
Oh
So
my
Lima and
God.
I-
So, whoo, Lord, girl, I waited a long time. I heard a lot of this podcast before, but I had not ever sat all the way through, start to finish, and listened to the whole entire thing till the other day. And I've been waiting for somebody who's used Aura to tell me what in the hell it even actually does. They about to talk about using Aura in the hotel lobby on Buzz Mangan's wife. Listen up.
At this hotel in the lobby. Now, keep in mind, it's COVID. Everyone's walking around with masks on. Everyone's got to stay away from each other. And it's kind of, I don't want to say, it's kind of dreary, right? When we were in a really nice place and it still doesn't feel right because everyone's so cautious. You can sense it, right? So we're right in the middle of the, kind of offset in the middle of the lobby, if you will. But we put my wife in
They're in the lobby. It's COVID. They got masks on and it's dreary. Okay, got it.
The virtual reality goggles.
We put the wife, Buzz Mangan's wife, in the virtual reality goggles. Now, what's crossing my mind the whole time I'm listening to this, where is this along the timeline of the Tana Mongeau? Okay. Because when we were, wearing masks and all that, it had to be at least April 2020, So, I mean, Lima appears on Soft White Underbelly, I think August 2020 or July 2020. That's about the same time Amanda Rabb goes to jail. She goes around July or August. Tana Mongeau, there's the Seasons documentary that comes out in 2020. Tana Mongeau starts working with Buzz Mangan in 2020. So this podcast came out 2021. So I'm just wondering on the timeline, where is this Buzz Mangan and wife in the hotel lobby practicing Aura? You know what I mean?
And I know this is going to sound kind of irresponsible, but I never knew that Bonnie, my beautiful wife, had an issue with heights. I don't know why I just never knew that and whatever. So now I realize why I'm the one that's always up on ladders.
He didn't know his wife was scared of heights. Okay, got it.
Changing the bulbs and things. So Lena says, hey, listen, we're going to try this equipment on you. So she puts on the VR goggles. And we have all the measurement tools on her. And when looking at the screen of the computer, it's going to measure her vitals in real time. So Bonnie is up on this cliff. And how high do you think that cliff feels in virtual reality? What does it feel like? It's at least a couple hundred feet?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, a few hundred feet. It's very, very
high.
Okay, so the wife is scared of heights already. And they put her on top of a cliff. in virtual reality in this hotel on a dreary day wearing masks. Okay.
You really feel that you're out on this cliff. I mean, it's so real. So she's out on the cliff. She's on this plank that looks like it comes off an old pirate ship. She has to gather, she has to try to collect rather. This was I think it was like a diamond. So it's what I love about your idea with VR.
So she put a diamond on a plank over a cliff in a ravine. Okay. And the wife has to like go on the plank to get the diamond off the edge. Okay. That sounds scary. And also like, why? I don't want to do it. Like, also though, like I don't play video games. I never liked it. I like Super Mario World and Super Mario Brothers only, and maybe Candy Crush a little bit. I never liked it. I never liked to play paintball. I never liked to play laser tag. I never liked what's the thrill of just getting your cortisol through the roof for nothing? Like, I don't want to run from somebody with a weapon. Like, I don't know. I just never liked it. So like, to me, like, if I'm scared of something, I don't want to be immersed in it and have to get a diamond off a pirate ship plank. I just don't get it. I don't get it. But obviously I'm not necessarily alone, but obviously there's millions and millions of people who do like that. They actively seek it out. They like the fighting games and the war games and like to feel like they're in it and immersed. I mean, there's a virtual reality game where you go to hell.
Is the virtual reality it holds everyone's attention.
I did not play Neopets.
What do we know about patients who are
Okay, now we're going to talk about the attention span. Remember talking about the attention span earlier? Virtual reality, you have the patient's complete attention span.
People who are mentally ill, they're living in a subcortical function, which means they don't really have access to their cortical function, which means your thinking function. So in your thinking is your prefrontal, which is where it helps you pay attention. So your attention spans are compromised because you're living in an emotional world. So my wife is in this emotional world because she has heightened anxiety because she's on a plank that's about 6 inches wide. She's got to walk out to get this diamond. I look at the computer and Lima, what was the computer showing? Right? In real time.
So they're
was in high levels of distress.
So did they get the wife's permission to talk about her distress levels? I'm wondering. I don't know. She's in high levels of distress. They're looking at the computer on the screen. So I think for the first time, we might be being told kind of a little bit more what aura does. Now, it's a little misleading to say that. So I want to amend the statement because Lima has said this before, but it somehow just didn't I didn't get it. Like, I've had people ask me even like, what is aura? And it's like, I mean, it's virtual reality exposure to like scary things, and they're tracking your data. But now I see like they're literally looking at it on the screen. And even if you're saying, I'm not scared, it's like, girl, your cortisol don't lie. And it's just so freaking Orwellian. I don't even know how to even describe it. It just feels like not human, like too artificial.
That she was panicking.
Right. She was in this complete panic and she's yelling in the lobby, no, I can't. No, I can't do this. I can't go any further. And I'm trying not to laugh because I'm thinking, oh my God, these are goggles. This is like a game almost. Right? So I immediately started to haven her. And anyone who doesn't.
So he starts doing his little havening technique, right? And it works. So he's able to get some confirmation, at least. I mean, girl, I don't know. I do believe that they are able to measure biometric data. And I do believe that there is some correlation. I definitely believe there's a strong correlation between what is going on internally and what's lighting up. Cortisol going up, you probably feel stressed, for example. Adrenaline up, you're probably heart beating, for example. Heart beating real fast, different stuff. But what do you say?
Right, she was in this complete panic and she's yelling in the lobby.
He starts havening the wife, and it's like works. So she's all worked up.
Lobby, no, I can't do this. I can't go any further. And I'm trying not to laugh because I'm thinking, oh my God, these are goggles. This is like a game almost. Right? So I immediately started to haven her. And anyone who doesn't know
the moment you touched her, boom, she dropped and it was calm. And every time you would let her go, she would go back into playing. So you could actually see that the therapy was working, and Bonnie could also see how
Bonnie must be the wife.
her levels as well. So she could see that she was in distress when Buzz wasn't havening her. But when he would
There is, I think it's called Diablo or something. It's not, I don't know. It's hell. You go to hell and it's virtual reality and there's demons. It's scary looking.
With her and take her through the motions, that all of a sudden it would drop and she would be calm again.
What is this?
It was amazing.
Yeah.
So I think,
and it's also giving Scientology too, right? Like it's giving like, hold the cans. We're going to tell you if the Thetan got out yet or whatever.
Loved about that as a clinician, personally, I was able to see that my tools worked. So if she was in a distressing situation,
Letty, I have no idea. I have no idea one way or the other. Letty said, did they drug them or sedate them in any way before putting these VR simulation? I don't know. I don't have any reason to believe that they do, but I wouldn't be surprised to find out they do, but I don't think they said that they do.
And she havened herself. Bam. She's right back into a normal state of functioning. So in neuroscience or neuroanatomy, we would say she went from a sympathetic function to a parasympathetic function, because what she was able to do is go out on this plank, and the plank was over the cliff by about, like, I don't know, 12 feet. She went out on the plank. She gets the diamond, and what happened was she had to walk backwards to get back to land, and she was losing her stuff. Do you remember that? So everyone's looking in the lobby like, what the hell's wrong with this lady over there screaming and yelling? And they look and see she's wearing these goggles. It was really...
I don't know.
Stroking.
Y'all are asking some technical questions. That's way beyond my jurisdiction. I don't know how they check for adrenaline and cortisol levels. I don't know. I truly don't know. I think adrenaline. Can't you test for like norepinephrine in the blood or something? And that's like the waste product of adrenaline. I don't know. Somebody that knows science. I try to avoid like talking about stuff because I don't want to say wrong stuff. But I think like you can test for epinephrine. Is that true? Norepinephrine, and that can tell you the decay of the adrenaline. I don't know. Somebody tell me in the chat. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know.
Look at her arms doing all the savings.
Definitely very entertaining.
Oh, it's such a good moment. So
to go off of what you said, because what you said was cool, the ability for you to see that your tools work. Think of all the patients that have gone to multiple facilities that feel like therapy doesn't work. All of a sudden, they're able to physically see that their emotions, these feelings, this distress level now has.
I see what you did there, Desert.
A color attached to it. It has a visual attached to it. And so I can now see what distress looks like. I can see what calming looks like. And all of a sudden, I can see that when I apply these tools, they work. Because a lot of times, if we say like a push,
I will say, like, if they used the Buzz Mingan havening and she was in the VR and they were able to see the, levels through the roof, whether it be heart rate, whether it be whatever, whatever it was. And then there was an immediate reaction when Buzz like did the havening. That would be compelling to me. I think that's cool. But it also kind of just sounds like a voluntary experiment. I mean, like, no, I'm not saying that it's somehow illegal. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying like, I don't think we should conservatorship or jail people into using it, like that's kind of my point.
Placebo, a sugar pill, will heal somebody if they really believe it. Well, if somebody's going to therapy and they don't believe that the therapy is working, they're probably going to relapse.
Lima could stand studying for the LSAT a little bit. Her logic is faulty. But without getting into why, I want you to listen to this one more time.
Stress looks like. You can see what calming looks like. And all of a sudden, I can see that when I apply these tools, they work. Because a lot lot of times if we say like a placebo, a sugar pill, will heal somebody if they really believe it. Well,
Okay. The argument is bad. The logic is bad because she's saying, she's talking about the placebo effect, which we all know about, right? It's the fact that in every single clinical trial that they do for a pharmaceutical, every single one, they have to, it is a requirement. They have to take into consideration a control group that is taking what's called a placebo. Okay. Placebo, they call it a sugar pill. They call it things. I don't really know if it's got sugar in it at this point, but they call it all kinds of things, right? Placebo is a not effective, basically fake phony pill that you will take in the clinical trial for the pharmaceutical. And they're comparing the people who are taking none. Well, they're taking a sugar pill, a placebo pill, something that's not actually, doesn't have the active medical ingredient in it. And they're comparing it to the people who are taking the pharmaceutical substance, right? A good portion of the people who take placebo will report an improvement in their symptoms. And it, varies from trial to trial, but I think, what is like 5% or something? Like a substantial portion, like you wouldn't think. They're saying, oh yeah, my stomach aches went away. Never had another stomach ache since I started on this medicine. And it's like, girl, you wasn't taking anything. It was just powder. Like whatever, you know what I mean? Like other stuff will happen. Arthritis. I mean, like all of this stuff, right? And it is, Lima's right. People convince themselves that they're healing and so they can get better. But then she kind of takes it off to the left field and says, so that must mean that if people don't believe they're getting better, then they're not. Because that actually goes and flies in the face against the other logic that she used earlier, which, try to hold on. I mean, this might go over, Lima's head, but earlier she said, you can't take a patient's word for how they're feeling. You cannot take their word because you know better than them. And so it actually flies in the face of the fact that if a patient doesn't believe they're going to get better, if a patient doesn't believe they can get better with therapy, then they're not going to get better. That's what she's saying right now, right? But she's saying the patient has to believe they're going to get better. Okay, that's fine. That's all fine and good. But like, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, you were saying, I feel fine, and they don't know the words. I feel fine, and they're lying. It's like either the patient knows or they don't. Y'all understand what I'm trying to say? Is it too nuanced?
Well, if somebody's going to therapy and they don't believe that the therapy is working, they're probably going to relapse. Like most addicts have been using for 15 years or more before they go to rehab, and then insurance gives them 30 days to get better.
Yeah, that's amazing. And if you look at the statistics for mental illness, so
honestly, truly, this is the gap that bridged me into like what's the really taking seriously like the the affirmations and manifestation concept, law of attraction, all that. Is this, it's the placebo, because it's like, y'all, we have to literally account for the fact that people can like think they're going to get better and then they do. Okay, like there's something to the power of the mind. It's something to it.
So more than 50% of all anxiety disorders manifest by age 11, and the delay of treatment,
exactly,
recognition of symptoms.
Right, Brittany, thank you for pointing that out and adding that, because I did kind of gloss over that. There's also needs to be a control group where somebody's taking nothing because of the power of the mind. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Symptoms or a diagnosis. The delay of treatment is 11 years nationwide. So if you're 11 and you're having anxiety, the delay of treatment is you're 22. So not that it's too late, but think about that.
Girl, Belinda, tomato, girl, whatever y'all need to say. It's it could be called willpower. It could be called faith. It could be called belief. It could be called anything. Don't matter what you call it. It's a phenomenon by which the mind believes and the body follows. And I'm here for it.
Horrific behaviors and all the bad situations and all the insults.
And how that's being ingrained into your personality, so it becomes a part of your identity. So those actions and those negative thought patterns and those negative behaviors become who I am and not things I do. And then that's when it becomes an issue, and then you're trying to separate it in your adult life, but you're programmed in your youth to behave and act and believe these things.
Totally agree. So I have one last important piece that I wanted to ask you. Can you run through I'm going to try to say it again, Lima, because I just never get it right. The Yevremovich Institute for Behavior and Brain Sciences.
The Yevremovich Institute for Behavior and Brain Sciences, we're going to get in the last 10 minutes.
And kind of tell us a little bit about what that foundation is and what the mission is.
Yeah. So, So what we do the easiest way to call it is JIBS. I just call it JIBS, JIBBS. So what it is it's a nonprofit. It's a 501c3 project of giving.org.
Why? I still don't understand. Why does it need to be a 501c3 project of giving.org? Why she couldn't just start a 501c3? I still don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's some reason.
And so I put it together, but Giving receives all the funds because I do run Aura, which is a for-profit, and I don't want that conflict of interest of nonprofit funds exchanging my hands. But essentially,
Okay.
it's a scholarship program to pay for the care of long-term treatment for people that can't afford it. So right now we have a patient named Amanda who
Long-term care for people who can't afford it. Right now, we have a patient. Her name is Amanda. Amanda died a month ago. Okay. A month ago at the time of that podcast coming out, Amanda died. So this is one of the reasons why I think this was recorded months before it actually ever came out. And it just aggravates me because it just feels misleading. That's what's really gotten to me about this whole thing the whole time. It's like everywhere I look, I feel like we're not really fully getting the full truth or the full story. Like, we're going to raise money for long-term care for people who can't afford it. Okay, yeah, but if she were to leave treatment, she was facing 5 years in jail, prison. Like, I feel like we need to really be emphasizing that.
It's a scholarship program to pay for the care of long-term treatment for people that can't afford it. So right now we have a patient named Amanda who was going through a tough time. She was homeless on Skid Row and addicted to crack cocaine, and she was basically on the verge of dying. She wouldn't have lasted another 2 months on the street.
She wouldn't have lasted another 2 months. You remember them other people, y'all, if they can't afford to go more than 1 month of rehab, they're going to die anyway, and they getting sent away from the rehabs. And now Amanda's definitely was going to die in 2 months. Apparently, according to Lima, who's definitely not a doctor, I don't know how she could possibly know that Amanda was only going to last 2 more months on the streets, but apparently only 2 more months Amanda had in her. She's 25 years old, 24 maybe even at the time.
So we put her into the program and we've been fundraising for her. And at present, she's at a treatment center. She's 3 months sober and she's doing really well. You had the pleasure of
3 months sober. So this was probably at the end of 2020, if I had to guess. I would say, if I had to guess, this was recorded between October and December 2020, maybe October to November 2020, if I had to guess. This was, I don't know.
Speaking with her and doing an analysis.
Correct. And,
yeah.
And it was, I got to tell you, I right when you think you've seen everything, this was a very unsettling situation. This poor girl, I mean, she's missing her teeth where she was beat up and lost all of her teeth. And she has a dad who's a veteran. He's such a good guy. And he's just wants.
Such a good guy that was helping Amanda with her Social Security benefits each month.
Wants his daughter to be okay. And Lima, if you obviously you remember, but if you remember, she was not even accepted to any treatment facilities, right? I mean, no one would take her.
No, actually, her father, who's a veteran, he tried. So he's 60% disabled from service, And he was doing everything he can. He lives in VA housing in downtown in Skid Row area, so that's where we put our veterans. And he sought treatment for his daughter, who had a very severe addiction, to the point where
and they were telling Larry Rabb, look, dude, your daughter, we can't do nothing for her. We can't force her to do anything. Like, why don't you worry about yourself? He didn't like that. He wanted to control Amanda. And he said even that he was happy, or he was relieved that now she's in an environment where she's being controlled. And it's like, they're just fucking obsessed. Excuse my language, but they're just obsessed with control. How do I feel like when I'm not in the room with my sister, I'm still in the room and they can still track her? It's like, oh my God, no wonder these people feel like they're going crazy.
She was brutally beaten multiple times, raped and beaten. Like you said, her arm was missing, her face disfigured. And so what her father, when he was seeking treatment for her, he was told that they would not give her treatment because she's too far gone and there was nothing that they could do for her, but that they would give him therapy because he had lost his daughter. And so that's when.
So they're offering the veteran a veteran's service. Thank you for your service. You have mental health problems because your daughter is facing struggles. Understandable. Let us give you some therapy, probably free. No, get her.
That's when I stepped
The not veteran, get her.
in to intervene, and I pulled a few strings with treatment.
She stepped in to intervene and she pulled a few strings.
And so what her father, when he was seeking treatment for her, he was told that they would not give her treatment because she's too far gone and there was nothing that they could do for her, but that they would give him therapy because he had lost his daughter. And so that's when I stepped in to intervene, and I pulled a few strings with treatment centers that.
Yeah, you're very good at that.
That's when I stepped in to intervene, and I pulled a few strings with treatment centers, and that's when.
Yeah, so we were able to get her.
And she's like, I pulled a few strings, and Buzz Mingan goes, yeah, you're very good at that.
We were able to get her into a facility, and she's doing really, really well right now, and she's shown absolutely nothing but gratitude since I've
Why is that important? It feels like one of those obedience models, like she's only shown gratitude. The program is working. Ting.
Been involved, and one of the biggest things was when because we went to court to get a court order to make sure that she wouldn't leave the treatment center.
We went to court to get a court order to make sure that she wouldn't leave the treatment center. We went to court to ensure she couldn't leave. Okay? You hear it? Do you hear it? To court. The government. To make sure she couldn't leave a medical treatment facility. And they laughing about it. Pulled some strings.
So she's going to be doing 1 year of treatment. Jibs is going to be covering that treatment, and she's really working through her.
Did they though? Did Jibs cover that treatment is the question.
Her issues. So prior to this, she had been to 7 facilities and just in and out and flunked out. So this wasn't her first time, and she had just given up and felt like there was no help. And I think it's really important for people to.
Yeah. You guys pulled a fast one on me. I don't want no girl that's close to my age video gaming me and doing my thoughts, but yeah. I am grateful though.
To understand that a lot of times when you think of trauma, you think that something really horrific had to happen for somebody to have PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. But psychological trauma can be any event from the past that creates a substantial hardship that's in the present moment. So
I have psychological trauma from Lima by that definition. I should sue.
As long as it's categorized as 1 month after the incident occurred, it's still in there with you.
Oh,
So,
definitely.
a lot of people think that there has to be a major event that, it can be many small incidents.
Well, it can be anything that's inescapable. So that's the key.
It is funny to have this juxtaposition of Lima doing this with Buzz Mingan, who's allegedly apparently is some type of doctor. I mean, I don't think he's a medical doctor, MD, but he is like a PhD of some sort, I believe. I mean, technically, I'm a doctor, really, girl. I mean, I have a JD, I have a doctorate degree, is Juris Doctorate. So, I mean, I guess anybody can just call themselves a doctor these days. But I'll be going by Doctor Queen of YouTube now. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Please. It's very interesting to me though, because in the Mark Laita videos, he just lets her go on and on and on and on and on. But Buzz Mingan actually does, he can't help himself. He has to jump in and correct her from time to time.
So the event has to have meaning. It has to be inescapable. And another is, it depends on your emotional landscape. So some people can handle, certain types of, I don't want to say insults, we use that word, kind of generically meaning something that could happen to them, and some people can't. So,
no, I don't have it's not a, what's it called? Doctor of Philosophy. It's a doctorate. It's JD is a Juris Doctor degree. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I'm a doctor of law.
It's very sad when people misrepresent or just don't identify this significance of those who have trauma, because they'll say, well, they're so the parents divorced, every other family divorces in our country.
Yeah.
And some people don't have the landscape, the resilience to handle that, where some other people met. So
one thing I can tell you what I got in my toolbox: resilience. Resilience, stamina, hard-headedness.
when you look at some of the studies, they found that kids who are growing up on farms where they've seen animals slaughtered actually have greater resilience for death versus kids.
That makes sense. Kids it's that lotus metaphor. It's the rose from the concrete, right? It's like if you became a beautiful lotus from that, then you already proved yourself, right? You already showed what you're made of. If you were able to come from, hard background or whatever, and not become a hardened individual, then you have that resilience.
Have not grown up on a farm.
So he's saying there's studies that show that kids that grow up on a farm and they watch animals being slaughtered, as kids, my mom, she might be still in the chat. She's told me before about a field trip she went on as a kid, and it traumatized her. She went to a slaughterhouse, and they took them to the slaughterhouse for the field trip in the 80s or the 90s or whatever. It was 80s. She was graduated by 89. And it was traumatizing to her and all that. But I think about how I grew up around hunting and fishing, and not really. My dad didn't like it, right? But everybody else around was hunting and fishing. Everyone's dad, everyone's brother, everyone's cousin, everyone's boyfriend, everyone's hunting and fishing. And you watching them just skinning these frogs and these deer and these whatever just out here, and it's brutal, really. But in the culture I'm from, people eat it. Whatever, frogs, yes, they eat them. Snakes, whatever it is. I come from people that just make do. And for centuries, really. And so when you grow up around that stuff, it is kind of hard to get all worked up and bothered over a robot making a comment about you online. It's I've faced mortality. I've conquered my own mortality a long time ago, going 125 miles an hour on the back of my dad's Kawasaki 1100. You know what I mean? We was going, I could have died any moment. 75 miles an hour on the back of a jet ski or whatever at the family reunion. When you grow up, around rough people and real problems, it does create a resilience in you, because from jump, you have to find a way to make beauty and purpose and meaning out of shit. So I do think they're right about this part.
We don't have that resistance and that experience, and it's about so this is part of removing the stigma of mental health. It's not about the severity of what happened. The severity of the trauma is based off of how your mind is registered.
Tanya, please. Oh my God. I can't even read this out loud. I just saw something so disturbing. Y'all can pause it and read it if you want to. What on earth? That teacher needs to go to prison. That sounds like an episode of Criminal Minds. No.
During what happened.
No.
Yeah, so I think, one of the other things that was very frustrating to hear about this story with Amanda is, they diagnosed her.
So at the time, right, Amanda's not passed away yet. She had been sober for 3 months. She was, I believe, in Desert Hope at this point, maybe. I don't know. I really, truly don't know if she was in Desert Hope at this point or not. I don't know when they filmed this, recorded this exactly. But at the time they recorded it, Amanda had not died. When it came out, Amanda had been dead for a month. So they're talking about Amanda, and Buzz Mingan is talking about treating Amanda
with having a number of different conditions. What were they? They were like schizoaffective, bipolar.
Now, Lima would later go on to say that because I talked about Amanda Rabb's health diagnoses, which I heard in places like right now, what we're listening to in 2021, because I talked about it. Now it's public record. Now I can talk about it. Y'all, somebody please tell me how on earth I could have possibly gotten someone's private healthcare information without somebody telling it to me. Like perhaps, I don't know what we're listening to, Exhibit A, over a year before I ever heard of these people. But somehow it's my fault for making Amanda's healthcare information public. But listen to these bozos.
One.
Yeah, and so these are all known publicly, so we're allowed to discuss them for anyone listening.
Later on, she would forget this. She would forget this later on, and apparently it would be all my fault that everybody in the world knew about Amanda Rabb's health conditions whenever actually Lima's been talking about it publicly since years.
Who's a therapist and is worried about HIPAA compliance. Amanda has also signed releases. She's spoken publicly about her conditions and her diagnoses. But so further investigation is needed to really confirm what she has. So something that I noticed that was really interesting was when I reviewed her medical record, she was diagnosed multiple times while she was picked up off the street and she was still high. And so if you diagnose an alcoholic, you can or if you diagnose someone that's been drinking for one evening, you can diagnose them with a mental health condition. So that was alarming. And so she's had multiple.
Oh, that's interesting. If you diagnose someone who's been drinking for one evening, you can diagnose them with a mental health condition. So kind of like when you get somebody Baker acted when they're drunk. Oh,
conflicting diagnoses while she was in very short-term holds, so 72-hour, 24-hour holds. And the drugs don't just leave your body suddenly. And then, and there's been a lot of things that that weren't handled in a very
total freaking numpty. Total numpty.
Responsible
manner. So we've been really cleaning that up. And then also the number of medications that she was given when she was initially put into treatment. She was just sedated. So a lot of times when you get into these facilities.
When she was put into treatment initially, she was just sedated. Wait, I thought that was one of the big problems, and she was going to be in an RA treatment facility, and it was going to be one of these beautiful facilities, and Lima would go there for a vacation. It would be fun. Now we get the truth. Okay, good. So she was sedated when she first went into treatment. Got it. Good.
They sedate you with drugs because they don't want you to fight with everyone else. They have a lot of people in there, and so,
oh, excuse me. I stand corrected. Lima's talking about jail. Okay. So she was sedated in jail? Let me just run that back.
And there's been a lot of things that that weren't handled in a very responsible manner. So we've been really cleaning that up. And then also the number of medications that she was given when she was initially put into treatment.
No, she said treatment. The medicines she was given initially when she was put into treatment.
She was just sedated.
She said, the medicines she was given. Let me get my notebook. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Don't let me speak out of turn. Okay. The first video she was on, where she said that addicts are master manipulators at the 12-minute 41-second mark, she said, it's like playing Russian roulette with your brain. She says the first 10 days is horrible because you're detoxing your body. Then the next 2 weeks, the brain is crippled by chemicals. Awful the whole time. You're hating your life. Then finally, the last week of the 30 days, you finally start feeling better. Okay. Interesting. Talks about Alana. She was just entering into the Series A with the private investors. Hold on. I need to see the beautiful treatment facility. I hear it in my mind. I hear it. It's beautiful treatment facility where she's going to be safe. I hear it in my mind. Hold on. The funding is coming from the viewers. Depends on how big of a challenge you want. I chose Amanda. The app was called Aura Guardian, by the way. Train you for job placement. After a year, we've quote, completely reprogrammed your behavior patterns. That's what she said. Too much potential on the street to just let it go to waste, she said. Use Amanda as a template for hope. We will use her as an inspiration. Keeps mentioning sisters. She said it helped. They said it helped. Amanda ended up in jail. Best thing that could have happened to her. Easier to lock somebody up if there's a family member. Not changing clothes. Oh, God, where is it? She's going to be in a beautiful facility where she can't escape. Trying to spend the next year being so many crazy behavior. Okay, that's Amanda. Giving aura to facilities for research purposes. I remember that one too. If you catch a family member trying to hurt themselves, gives the LPS play-by-play. Oh yeah, Lima and Ivan had dinner with Larry. I mean, all kind of stuff happened. I don't know. I already been on here for 5 hours. I'm tired. I don't feel like I'm looking for that, but I'm pretty sure that happened. Don't take my word for it though. Y'all can go look it up.
When you get into these facilities, they sedate you with drugs because they don't want you to fight with everyone else. They have a lot of people in there, and so initially Amanda was in jail, so she was given a heavy amount of drugs there to sedate her. And when
so she was in jail and she was given a heavy amount of drugs to sedate her. And then when they got her in treatment, Lima just said she also was sedated. Okay.
Into this facility that is going to be using our technology with her, then all of a sudden they're slowly tapering her off these medications and trying to really figure out exactly what her proper diagnosis would be. And it's also the factor of not having someone for 30 days, but being able to analyze them over a year now.
And then we're going to
so not just 30 days, but over a year. And if Amanda would leave, she would be facing up to 5 years in prison.
We're going to give her the buzz method, which is
we're going to give her the buzz method. Okay, cool.
Going to get her body, her gut, and her brain communicating with each other and get her in a routine that is healthy, that will at least allow her to be treatable. Because when you're under the influence or you're that traumatized or disoriented, it's
and also when you're nutrition, when you have no nutrition in your body, which means that your brain is just really struggling. So
Great
I
point.
know water is a big one for you. So I've been
Yeah.
doing my public drinking water.
Yeah,
Definitely in my life.
dehydration, you know that.
It's actually made a big difference, just water alone. So
Yes, I agree.
Not only does she think the public is stupid, she thinks I'm stupid. Like, please, the woman, ooh, girl, acting like I'm the one that made all this public, like I didn't hear it from her.
I appreciate you being an ambassador of my water diet. So that yeah.
I'm your biggest fan.
Listen, you were the first one that I started picking up on. Everyone's always running to the bathroom when I'm with them. And then you said, you know, Buzz, every time I'm with you, I have to run to the bathroom because I'm drinking so much water. And I'm thinking, yeah, you know, I think you're right.
Because I'm holding the bottle of water and you're watching me and I turn around and say another bottle of water.
Exactly.
They might need to get like a Berkey or something else. Why are they wasting all them bottles?
And just so everyone knows who's listening, we're not taking, you know, we're not ingesting more than half of our body weight in ounces rather. So no, please, everyone know that
Half our body weight in ounces. What's that?
we're being
Okay, that seems reasonable.
safe. But Lima, so in summary, you know, you had this really, really horrific background that you know, became motivated, passionate, you know, you had a zest for creating change, and then you are bright, and if anyone saw you, you're beautiful, like, so you have this really amazing presentation.
I mean, girl, I saw her. It's not given like what they trying to sell, I'll tell you that.
And you have this awesome husband, so you have support by this guy who believes in you, and you know, you didn't allow the system of care, the statistics, or all the craziness to stop you, which, you know, really makes you special. So I want to thank you for that, and your willingness and your humility.
Yeah, no, that's the level it is, Bobo. It's literally, that's the level it is. It's like the woman put her own shit out there in the public, her own stuff out there in the public. She put her own sister's stuff out there in the public, and she put Amanda's stuff out there in the public. Not only that, the stories didn't add up, and some of the stuff wasn't true. So I simply just said, hey, everyone, it's not true what she's trying to say. And here it is. I'm the cause of every single one of her problems that's ever existed, even predating before I was born. I started causing her problems before I was born, basically.
And share your stories. And then you build this really, really sexy, sophisticated system of care. You know,
why would you call it really, really sexy? Didn't she used to do sex tech? I mean, she posted about that on her own Instagram account. Like, huh? And then the thing about the virtual reality corn, now why are we calling Aura sexy? Really, really sexy, sophisticated. That's a very weird thing to call a software program.
When I stumble on each other with a common colleague, friend, who I will forever be grateful.
Who?
What I needed you.
I'm dying to know who's the common colleague friend. I'm dying to know. Is it someone affiliated, associated with Paramount? Is it someone affiliated, associated with Mark Laita? Is it someone affiliated, associated with, who knows, the head of trade at the freaking, what's it called? Danish embassy in Belgrade. It could be that. I mean, who is the mutual acquaintance that introduced Lima and Buzz?
You had what you needed, I had, and you know, we put all these neat things together, and you know, we're about to change and revolutionize the world of mental health. And you know, because you are more of the planner than I, when do you think people can expect to either gain more information about this or expect a launching of the product? Because, you know, I know you and I have come back and forth on this, and there's a lot of variables out there, but safely, are we thinking?
So he's publicly asking Lima when we, the public, can expect to see their products and have Buzz Mingen in our pockets.
Thinking like the spring of 21. I mean,
yeah. So spring of
21 is when Amanda Rapp died. Okay, she passed away May 9th, 2021. I don't know, is that summer yet? Summer ain't till June, right? Amanda Rapp's dead. So the product was supposed to launch, but Amanda Rapp died. And that's another
Anyone is definite.
that's another reason why I don't believe that her death was a homicide. I think it was accident because it kind of messed up their whole business strategy launch and all of that. Like, I don't think it was I don't think she killed her. I never said that, but she's obsessed with the delusional fantasy lie that I ever said that. And I didn't.
Definitely a very safe projection. The technology is already completed. We are working on raising funding right now.
The technology was completed. They were working on raising funding. This is all the way back in 2020 that they were recording this. Okay. So this almost 5 years ago, even. No, 4.
Really scale our team.
4, about exactly 4 years ago.
So we want to make sure that when people are using the application, that we have tech support, we have the proper measures in place to ensure that their security and their privacy is always protected. That's our number one factor, because a lot of the stuff that's being exchanged in this app is very personal and private.
And again, like that's not unique to Aura. That happens on a lot of apps, but it's something that, like, you'll notice, like, I don't be recommending stuff to y'all that has an app, really. I mean, I don't think I do. It's something I'm very careful to do about doing, because I don't really think it's like safe to just be giving like this level of information about like your biological functions, like way beyond just like, oh yeah, I feel fine. Like, this is like whatever they're tracking, and it goes into a cloud. And it's not just Aura. I mean, like I said, I named somebody earlier. Who else was it? BetterHelp. They could, it could happen there. It could happen on any of these things. It's just like, I don't feel comfortable with it.
For the users, and also for our clients. So the same app that's going to be going out to the public is going to be the same one that's being used in the treatment centers. So, Buzz, you have your patients that you're working with, and one of the things that we really saw eye to eye on was that you've had several clients ask you if you could go on tour with them, or if you could stay with them for an extended period of time, but that's not an option for you because you want to be there for your family, and you don't want to be absent.
Yeah, it's
so
painful.
now you're able, yes, and I know how it is because I travel a lot as well. So it's the ability to be able to track your patients in real time and jump in and say, when you see that they're at not doing very well, you can reach out and you can intervene before.
When you see that they are not doing very well, you can reach out and you can intervene. Sounds all fine and good till Buzz Ming is banging on your door at 12 o'clock at night. Sounds all fine and good when you put it that way, doesn't it?
It's too late, so you can have that telehealth video call when you need to. But that same platform that's available to Buzz's clients is going to be available to everybody. The only difference is that you won't have someone on the other side monitoring you, but you'll have the tools, and we won't.
I mean, maybe not someone, but y'all not tracking in that app what people are doing in there. I find it hard to believe. I find it so hard to believe Miss Vast richness of data.
We won't get into too much detail.
Yeah, I bet.
We have a pretty good structure on motivating people to get better. So to continue to use the app.
Well, girl, that's one of the most interesting things you said the whole damn interview. I don't want to get into too much detail, but we have an interesting structure on motivating people to get better. Does it have to do with conservatorship or jail? I'm curious.
To raise engagement. So we're very excited about launching.
Yeah. Listen, you couldn't have said that better. And I know your time is valuable. I appreciate you giving me every minute that you just gave for this podcast, and your message is powerful. And so thank you so much. And I really do appreciate your time and your energy. So you need to, call your husband or get some food, go sleep, drink a bottle of water, Lima.
Okay, I will do that first thing when I get off.
Yes. Thank you so much. And I mean that sincerely. And if anyone wants to learn about any of the, materials or the foundation, how do they locate, the foundation?
Okay. Anyway, all right. I think that's about all I have in me for the day. Let me just give y'all a preview of the rest of the map, the web rather. We can do a little more later. Yeah, who do we have on here? We have Adam Graham Mason making an appearance. We have Scooter Braun coming through the Justin Bieber connection, right? He was managing Scooter Braun. He's the one that allegedly brought Buzz Minion into the fold. He co-managed Justin Bieber with Usher, co-signed him. I shouldn't say managed, co-signed him. Back in the day, whenever Justin first signed, he signed to Usher and Scooter Braun. Then we have, of course, that brings in P. Diddy, the Justin Bieber flavor camp, P. Diddy guardianship, all of that with Usher, the Corn Flakes, the Frosted Flakes, LaFace. We got Arista, we got Jive, we got Clive Davis, we got UFC and Disney, Logan Paul. We got Tana coming in through MTV. Britney, of course, is all roads leads to Britney Spears. Like, you can't get through any of this stuff without finding your way to Britney Spears. Then I do want to look into this merch company. I want to look into this merch company and look at these managers. There's definitely a little bit of a Scientology twinge going on. I'll tell you that. What else? What else is going on? This guy, Jordan, he's wearing a make sure your friends are okay. And he's actually one of the founders of the company. Then Tana Mongeau's manager, who she had left Jordan for, this guy, Weintraub. He's a big name. He actually was involved. He's Ray J's manager. And he was involved in the negotiations for the tape, the infamous tape that leads all the way back to 2002, which eventually got leaked, I think, in 2007. It didn't get leaked. As we know, it was kind of an orchestrated thing, which, of course, that brings in the Kardashians. We already knew about them. But this video right here with Tana and the manager, it actually says in the description box that he managed the Kardashians. Here they are starting a business, unruly owner and manager, David Weintraub starting a company. Yeah, we'll go over all this more stuff, and I'm sure I'll find more before the next one. But yeah, BetterHelp, of course, it's in there. Let me remove this. BetterHelp's in there. Somebody had mentioned BetterHelp earlier, and then that brings in these people. It brings in Ariana Grande, who I haven't put on the map. Trisha Paytas is also or was managed by, anyway, okay. So that's what we have to look forward to. Let's see. Let me get to these super chats, and then that's going to be all she wrote for me for the day. Thanks so much, Wendy Stewart, for the $4.99 super sticker. Have I looked into Jonathan Oddie? Michelle White, thank you for that $5 super chat. Yes, I have. I have a couple videos on him, and he has a court hearing on Friday. Thank you again for the super chat. Vic's got an opinion, became a member. Thank you very much. And so did M. Lillian. Thank you very much for that. Jonathan Oddie, please write it down. Please look into him. Thank you again for that $5 super chat, Michelle. And I did look into him. I'm going to try and make it to his court date on Friday too. M. Lillian again for that $2 super sticker. Thank you very much. I'm a British, what's a BCBA? I don't know what that means. And this raises major concerns about consent and the distinct lack thereof, and coercion of two non-choices, rehab or prison. I'm struggling to see this as humane. A truth teller. It's interesting. I don't know what BCBA means. Somebody tell me. But I appreciate that $9.99 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Oh, new life plan. No, girl. Life coach first name Jamal. Ting is your iconic noise because it was an answer to your question. Thank you. Okay. Girl, why I wrote down Jamal Ting. Okay, thank you for the clarification because I was about to type it right in. Jamal Ting. Thank you, New Life Plan, for supporting the channel. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Loving the updo. Thank you, Operation Ivy. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat as well. Error. Burp. I've been on here too long. EMDR. What is that? Eye rapid movement something. EMDR, Heal With Me, said is what they're trying to replicate using dark energy. Oh, okay. Healing comes from the source, which fills you with love. I mean, I could say I would agree that tracks, that resonates. And thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Lindsay, welcome to members. Michelle White, $2 super chat. So they simultaneously got hit with this. I don't know what you were talking about. Sorry, I'm a little bit late on reading these. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Stellar Tech Repair, thank you for the $6.99 super chat. Toxic for the €249 super sticker. Thank you, Kristen, for the $1. And then you came another time with a glitch dollar. Thank you so much for that dollar. Those $2. Tracked Bam. Okay, so Daniel says she tracked Bam and had him force-fed ketapin. How you say that? Quetiapine, which causes dramatic weight gain for 18 plus months. Wasn't obesity a contributing factor listed on Amanda's certificate? Look, listen, I'm not a medical expert. I don't know what exactly they had Bam on or not. I mean, I know he was naming a bunch of medicines. I didn't see any of his medical records, but you are not the first person to ask such a question. It's like, okay, wait, hold on. Bam got real big all of a sudden, and then Amanda got real big all of a sudden. I'm wondering if it was some similar stuff going on. I don't know. Truly, I don't know. I have no way to know. Thank you for the £9.99 super chat. And I will say you're not the first person to ask me that question. Kel on Earth, I did pin this one, but thank you for the $5 super chat. They're not ill enough to institutionalize them, but they need they need to virtually imprison them. Got it. It's interesting. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Hey Lima, I know you're watching. Thank you for that $2.99 super chat. And Spitfire Wild, $5 super sticker. Thank you so much. At this rate, we are going to probably hit our 50,000 goal by December, y'all. We got to keep it coming like this rate. Thank you so much. For the funds, for legal funds. Okay. Well, these aren't legal fund. This is technically it's a fundraiser for the legal fund, but if you want to know for 100% sure, your money's going straight to lawyers specifically. Donate to the GoFundMe. Everybody else, thank you for contributing to the cause. Dr. Buzz Method, conservatorship or jail, Kel on Earth said. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like the Lima from Ara method, at least as of the website a few while back ago. Thank you for that $2. Thank you again for the $2 super chat. I did pin this one as well. Hit dog will holler. Yes, it will. Thank you. Conservatorship too. So I think this was glitches. What was this? You're 246. I think you sent $8. Thank you so much, Kel on Earth, for the multiple super chats. Nick, member for 13 months. Happy 1 year, 1 month anniversary. Daniel said, obviously reading through pre-prepared talking points. Thank you for that £1.99 super chat so much. And Donna, thank you for the £1.99 super chat. Shout out to the pound users in here. Lima said, boring people came for dental oil pulling. People, Sean is funny. Sean said, Lima's so boring that people started talking about oil pulling. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat, Sean, and for supporting the channel. Sunshine in the chat. Okay, there's Sunshine. Thank you for that $10 super sticker. Kel on Earth again, $2 again. She's bilingual. Talk out both sides of her mouth. You funny. Thank you for that $2. Michelle White, you're telling me these twins simultaneously developed schizophrenia, and yep, they both at the same time started hearing voices, and they both at the same time thought it was the Lord, girl. That's how it was explained to me on this Buzz Mingen podcast. Thank you for that $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. I swear her voice is just chalkboard and nails. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Jamie. Lima. So Ronnie said Lima used Amanda as a case study and she died. Lima used the twins and they still aren't better. Seems her product was a fail, not a good track record. Smells like well, look, listen, I would never accuse anyone of doing any scams, Ronnie. Thank you for the $10 super chat. What I will say is I don't know where's Dima. That's what I'm wondering. I don't know where she's at. Who knows? Thank you for the $10 super chat. Keep doing your work, BJ. You're the best. Thank you, Maria. And thank you for that $5 super chat. Thank you. Kel on Earth again with another $2. To be fair, they sedate if a patient has bad withdrawals. Okay, that is a good point to note. I don't know. I have not been in a rehab facility. So I don't know. So thank you for pointing that out. Left and came back, dropping $100 in the legal fund. You working hard today. Thank you, New Life Plan. And thank you for that $4.99 super chat. And then I see you had left another one. $49.99 plus $100 in the legal fund. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Emailed you a timeline of these two and Amanda. I've not been able to rule out that he provided the LPS assessment. Oh, I think I saw this email. Did you email it before today? Sometimes I mean to go to these emails and go back to him, and I just don't never get back to him. It's uncomfortable because he says Amanda's in court-ordered treatment and will be doing the buzz method there. Oh my God. I'm gonna look at the timeline. Thank you, New Life Plan, for the $49.99 super chat. And if Dr. Buzz Mingan did the assessment of Amanda, ooh, you know what? Let me look at your timeline. Thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat and the legal fund donation. 222. Thank you, Letty, from the mothership, for the 222 super chat. And we are going to have to react to Adria another day, y'all. I am tired. My throat is hurting and I'm getting a little migraine. I'm getting an aura. You know what I mean? I'm getting a little aura from the studio lights. So that's all I'm going to be able to do for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, and neither is talking about my opinion, girl. Love you, Minnie. Okay, bye.